Warriors Wednesday. A Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Look, Roasters, it's simple today. It's simple. It's you, it's me, it's Sam Lubman. Unfortunately, Spinoni's out sick. We want him to get well. Shasta's going to be taking some time off. You heard from him yesterday. He's good. We got the YouTube sound up. There we go. So it's going to be me, you, Lubman, and nothing but the Roasters here at 888-957-9570. And we have a lot to discuss about this Golden State Warriors team who have quietly won 3 in a row, who have quietly won 6 in a row at Chase Center, who quietly last night were getting blown out the gym in the second quarter. You get a 15-2 run yesterday, spurred by Jonathan Kaminga. And then in the fourth quarter, going in there down 11. You're down 17 late in the third quarter. They're just looking like, oh, boy, Boston's legit. Boston's going to run them off the floor. And Chris Paul hits a couple buckets at the end of the third quarter. Then you get into the fourth. You get a Corey Joseph shot. I know everybody's saying, no. He spins back into the defense, hits one off the backboard. And then Klay. And then Steph. And then TJD. He's no longer Baby T. I know Klay Thompson said last night that he's Trace Jr. You know what? He's just TJD, the son of Dale Davis. This guy is a baller. All right? He's going to play a lot coming down the stretch here, going into the new year. He's coming off the game against Portland, 14 points, 8 rebounds, a career high in points, career high in assists, and he helped stabilize that game. And think about how he got his opportunity in that Portland game. Shard's gotten in foul trouble. So Curry had to get somebody off the bench. Looney doesn't have it right now. He's struggling. We'll get into that. But he stabilizes the game against Portland, has a monster second half. And then when they needed him last night, against the Boston Celtics, against a veteran like Al Horford, he's rolling to the basket. He's rebounding. He's blocking shots, those block shots on Jaylen Brown. Oh, it had me out of my seat. What about you guys at 888-957-9570? So we get to podium game. How about Jonathan Kaminga? Because we're going to talk a lot about the Splash Brothers and everybody on this roster. But Jonathan Kaminga, think about where he was at a couple weeks ago. He was out of the rotation against the Portland Trailblazers. And you think to yourself, how the hell was he out of the rotation? How? Well, he plays the last 17 minutes of that basketball game. The Warriors come back and win. And he hasn't looked back since. J.K. has 7 straight games where he scored in double figures. And you think about the lockdown defense on Jason Tatum at the end of regulation. You think about the finishing at the basket. And I look at J.K.'s stat line here. 1 turnover, and he did not commit a personal foul last night. And this is despite defending Jason Tatum, defending Jaylen Brown, defending all those great Celtic players. J.K. did not commit a foul, and he was 8 of 13 last night. Efficient. He scores at 17. He grabs 7 rebounds. He plays lockdown defense to the point where Steph Curry said, hey, get over here, young fella. That's what you do. That's what you do. So if you're not fired up about this team right now, because all we wanted to see was the young guns. Can the young guns play with the vets? Can the young guns play with the vets? That's all we were asking ourselves. Well, Draymond Green's out indefinitely. We don't know when he's coming back. Andrew Wiggins is up and down right now. So you got to lean on the youngsters. And you know what? The youngsters are coming through. The youngsters are coming through. And you know what? It's a great thing to see at Chase Center. This fan base is getting behind them. Stephen Curry's getting behind them. And then you got Klay Thompson, who entered the game in the last 3 on an absolute heater, averaging over 27 points a game, 55% from the three-point line. So Klay Thompson now has found his shot. You look at his last 14 games, 9 of those games he scored at least 20. And I know he missed some big shots in overtime or whatnot, but I thought it was a very good game by Klay Thompson. And the ball is popping around. 29 assists. The turnovers. Look, nobody talked about this last night. We talked a little bit on our postgame show last night when Monty Poole and Festus Ezeli Lubman. But last night, in the second half, they've had a turnover problem all season long. All season long, they've had a turnover problem and a fouling problem. But you look at the first half, 8 turnovers, 10 points. They gave up off those turnovers. Well, you know what? In the second half, they commit a measly 2 turnovers and only give up 2 points off turnovers. So they cleaned up their act at the half. They took care of the basketball. Despite being down 17, it was able to get them extra possessions, extra shots. And then that's when Stephen Curry came through with the rainbow. That ball was in the air for about 55, 60 seconds. And he goes night-night on the Boston Celtics. And this is after Jaylen Brown when Jaylen Brown drew the 5th foul on Steph Curry midway through the third quarter. He did the whole too small thing. Hey, he's too small. He's too small. Well, you better be careful when you're playing to Steph Curry because it came back to bite him in the butt. and he went night-night. So what a win for the Golden State Warriors against the best team in the NBA, the best team in the Eastern Conference, who came into Chase Center winning 5 in a row. You got to feel good right now if you're a Dubs fan. Now, I don't know where this thing is going to go. I'm not saying they're going down to the NBA Finals. I'm not saying they're getting to the Western Conference Finals. This is a game-by-game process right now for the Golden State Warriors. But you're starting to see the growth. You're starting to see the growth of Kaminga. You're starting to see the growth of Moses Moody. You're seeing the growth of Brandon Pajitsky. You're seeing the growth of Trace Jackson-Davis. And that is going to pay big-time dividends once we get to February, once we get to March, once we get around to the playoffs in April. And these guys are going to be ready to roll. And I'm feeling good right now about the Dubs as they go into Washington. They get 2 days off. Then they have a back-to-back against the Wizards and the Blazers. And think about where we were last week, Roasters. Think about where we were last week. They just got smoked by the Clippers. They were 10-14, 4 games under 500. We knew there was going to be no Draymond Green. How are they going to do this? How are they going to get back on track? Well, they beat the Brooklyn Nets Saturday, right? They nearly blow an 18-point lead, but they play one of the hottest offenses in the NBA, and they hold on. Then they go to Portland on the back-to-back, a team that was desperate for a win, that had lost 6 in a row. And they nearly blow a 22-point lead in that game. But they were on the 7-game losing streak on the road. And you know what? They come back, they hold on, they go ahead and seal the deal despite Stephen Curry scoring 7 points and not hitting a three-pointer for the first time in 268 games. And then you got to come back home and you play the Celtics. And everybody's thinking, oh, boy, the Celtics. It's going to be really tough. With Tatum and Brown playing so well, Drew Holiday. But you know what? You find a way. And the Warriors found a way yesterday. And they leaned on the youngsters. And that was the beautiful thing about last night. You leaned on TJD and Kaminga. So 888-957-9570. The Dubs come back to win their 3rd in a row. They're 1 game under 500. And we're going to talk all about it. Boy, I can't wait. Oh, what a game last night. I couldn't sleep last night, Roasters. I really couldn't. I'm thinking, how am I going to watch this game back? I can't get enough of it. So I watched the 4th quarter back when I got home. I watched the overtime back when I got home. And that was a mistake because I stayed up for another 30 minutes. And then I find out Spinone's sick, and I'm saying, well, it's just going to be me and Lubman. Lubman, get in here. What a game last night for the Golden State Warriors. They're gelling. And I think the most exciting part of this is that we're seeing the youngsters infuse some energy, some life into the veterans. And you can see it from Stephen Curry. You can see it from Klay Thompson. That's all we wanted to see this season. We want to see some of the youngsters, and we're starting to see them, and they're starting to play better.
No, Bonte, I think you said it best to start the show. I mean, this was the win of the year so far. Hopefully we'll get some better ones down the line. But this is one of those games that we're seeing the Warriors already on a small streak here. This is the kind of win that can spur an even bigger run here. I mean, they were a game or 2 below 500 now. A couple more games. They'll be above 500 going into this Christmas Day showdown with the Nuggets. This is one of those wins where you're just like, oh yeah, it's all starting to come together. You're starting to see the vision. You saw last night a vintage Klay and Steph 2-prong attack, especially in that 4th quarter. How many times have we buried Klay Thompson on this show?
I know.
Far too often for your liking. I know that.
Yeah.
And last night, we saw the Splash Brothers out en fuego last night. But no, I think the storyline is it's the young guys, and also it's just so much what the young guys are doing this week versus what they were doing last week.
Yep.
I mean, it's like you said it just a minute ago. Think where we were last week.
Yeah.
We're talking about Draymond Green being suspended indefinitely. Like, how often are we hearing about guys being suspended indefinitely like that? We did an entire show last week. I think it was Thursday. What's your one word for Draymond Green? And credit the Roasters. They came in with a thesaurus worth of words, just despondent, morose, toxic.
You think Jalen Hurts needed a dictionary? You think he needed it? We did one last week describing Draymond Green with one word.
The Roasters were our dictionary last week. And it felt like the Warriors were at ultimate down bad last week. And then, they get the win against Brooklyn. It's like, all right, you know, whatever. Maybe Brooklyn's not that great. Warriors are at home. They pull it out. Portland, another not great team. So it's 2 wins where it's like, great, you won, but I mean, like, you should, I guess, in theory, win those games. But then the big bad Celtics come to town last night, and the Celtics, their team, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, when they see that Warrior uniform, they got a little extra something saved from because, again, that uniform, they took a ring off their finger, they think. So they're trying to bring it in front of the Chase Center crowd. And for a second in that game last night, especially in that 3rd quarter, they turned what was like a 3-point lead at halftime to a 17-point lead halfway through the 3rd quarter. It's like, here we go again, 3rd quarter dubs. It used to be our quarter. Now it's literally the exact opposite. But then they flip the script, and it's all about those young guys.
It's all about those young
Trace
guys.
Jackson Davis, having a level of court vision you haven't seen from a Warriors big man in so long. And then Jonathan Kaminga, is this guy in his 3rd year in the league, or is in his 7th year in the league?
Well, he's coming around here, Lubman. He's coming around here. He's playing some defense. He's learning on the fly. To think that he was out of the rotation a couple weeks ago. He was out of the rotation, folks. And Steve Kerr's looking for an answer. Guys getting in foul trouble. Wiggins is lost. And he comes in and saves the day against Portland. And he hasn't looked back. He has not looked back. 7 of the last 8 he scored in double figures. Let's get to Nick in San Jose. Oh, I love when Nick in San Jose is the first caller because he sets the tone. What up, Nick? How about them Dubs?
Hey, brother, I want to tell you right now, you, Chris Mullen, Festus are the leanest, best-looking guys on TV, man. Throwing a little Monty, too. Last night I could tell Monty was fired up. So I'm thankful for you. And Ludman, you did a great job right now, Ludman. Keep that up. So, look, here I am with my 8-year-old boy now. We're down 17 points, and he says, Pi, is this the end of the dynasty? I said, we'll find out in 10 minutes. 30 minutes later, we come back and win. My son and I, it's raining outside. We go in my backyard and playing basketball and yelling in the residential street in Almaden Valley, Warriors! It was beautiful, brother. Now, here's the thing. The word is growth. If you looked at Kaminga's eyes on the bench with Kerr during the timeout in overtime, he was locked in. And the way he defended Tatum at the end of the game, I am so proud of them, man. I am so proud of them. And Davis, you're right. We're getting spacing. We need a big guy that's athletic. I love Looney, but his body is beat up right now. We have a chance now to be 15-14 and enjoy the gift of Christmas going to the Mile High City in 5280. I love you guys. We did it. It was beautiful. And you know what? I fear no one. If we play like this, I fear no one, Bonte. I fear no one. The mojo's back, and Draymond will be humbled, I hope, by this. And you know what? We play like this, we can beat anyone, brother. I'm thankful for you guys. Yes, what do you think, Bonte? Talk to me. Do we have a chance?
We got a chance, Nick. We got a chance. Whenever you have a Stephen Curry, you've got a shot. When you have Steph, who's a top 10 player of all time, and we got a call from Shaquille O'Neal, who thinks that he's even better than that. We'll play that a little bit later. But Nick and San Jose, you're right. They do have a chance. Look, they've been part of 23 clutch games this season. So it's not like they've been getting blown out. They've been in games. They've blown double-digit leads on the road. We've seen that against the Clippers, all right? We've seen that against Sacramento. These guys are in the game. Now, they turned the ball over 10 times, the 5th time this season with 10 or fewer turnovers. That's a big thing. The fouls, not fouling in the second half, not fouling at all. The Warriors, they average 22 fouls a game. They're one of the worst teams when it comes to reaching and hacking. Last night, they commit just 15. That's what Stephen Curry with 5 fouls, and obviously was set on the foul trouble in that second half. And the way he was playing defense, the double teams coming in, helping out Stephen Curry. Come on now. Come on now. Maybe they are coming around. Maybe they are coming around. But seeing Trace Jackson Davis, and I was thinking last night while watching him, he's everything we wanted to James Wiseman. Screening and rolling and putting pressure on the rim. Now, Wiseman's just a different player, and you cannot excuse the experience in college. Brock Purdy, we talk about it all the time, 4-year starter, 4-year starter, 4-year starter. Well, Trace Jackson Davis was a 4-year starter in Indiana, and he played under Mike Woodson. So having that experience where James Wiseman played 3 college games and basically had a high school career, that's it. Wiseman pick and pop, wasn't a great screener, and then, of course, he gets hurt. Trace Jackson Davis understands his role. I'm going to screen, and I'm going to roll. I'm going to put pressure on the rim. But what surprised me last night was his defense. And the way he gets up off the ground, he's skying high for rebounds. The last 2 nights, the last 2 games, I'm like, wow, look at this guy get up off the ground and snatch rebounds. Look at him block shots. Jaylen Brown he comes down the lane, and the lane parts like the Red Sea in overtime. And I'm thinking, oh, boy, this is going to be nasty. And TJD talked about it. We'll play this out in just a second. And he blocks that shot. And I was in the studio with Festus at the time, and I'll give you guys some behind-the-scenes look here. In the studio, we're getting ready for overtime. We're getting ready for the post-game show. And TJG blocks that shot, and Fezzi goes, what happened? Couldn't really tell. I'm like, he just blocked it, and I got out of my seat, and I went nuts. Because I haven't seen a block shot like that in a Warrior uniform in a very long time. So for him to stuff that at the rim and send Jaylen Brown out of all players back home with that block shot, that was huge. Here's TJD on the block shot. Need that potted up. Can't hear it. Let me know when you get everything potted up, Lemon. Relax there. But here we go. Go ahead, play it, Lemon.
I blocked a lot of shots. It felt good, especially he had it in his left hand. So I thought I had a chance. I thought I timed it right. And then at the end of the day, just instinct, go get the ball. So I did feel it, actually. It did bend back a little bit, but I'm just glad I got a piece because that would have been on SportsCenter. So
would have been on SportsCenter. But you were still on SportsCenter for the block shot. And Stephen Curry spoke about the youngsters stepping up for them. What a win last night, Roasters. I'm fired up. Are you fired up? In the rain at Chase Center. And boy, they needed this one. Rallying from a 17-point deficit in that third quarter. And quietly, he had a good game from Chris Paul. 9 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds. And he couldn't buy a bucket in the first 3 quarters. But he hit 2 key shots. 2 key shots to go into the fourth quarter. I think those are huge. It's going to get overlooked. But overall, the Warriors are humming right now, winning 3 straight, 6 in a row at Chase Center. And guess what, folks? 9 of the next 10 are at home. So this is a great opportunity to stack some wins, build some confidence. And then when Draymond gets back, we'll see where we're at. But I think Steve Kerr's going to have a tough time with this rotation here because you got to play Kaminga. You got to play TJD. You have to play Moses Moody. And now you got Klay and Steph rolling. What a win, Roasters. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I see the lines lit up. We're going to get to everybody. It's your show. It's you. It's me. It's Lubman. It's Matt Nahegan. I'm Solo Dolo. Spadoni's out sick. Shasky's chilling. But it's me and you, Roasters. So pick us up today. 888-957-9570. What a win last night for the Dubs. They beat the Celtics 132-126 in overtime. They rallied from a 17-point deficit. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. What a win. And all your calls are coming up. Sponsored by Consumer Cellular Freedom Calls.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and
The loudest it's been since the playoffs. And you got to love what you're seeing right now during this 3-game winning streak. Let's go to Yvonne in Oakland. Yvonne in Oakland, what is happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
I'm actually not surprised at this. When you have a team with a championship DNA like they have, there's a reason why you sit the rookies. And so they can learn. If you're not performing at a certain level, when you step out there, you're going to come sit down. It's just that simple. So until they get hungry and perform, so now they're hungry. Here's our opportunity. They've been sitting 2 or 3 years. Rudy is probably the absolute best example of that. Okay. 2 or 3 years sitting down. Now they're ready. And so now it's time for Kerr to play. People thought that Kerr was just, okay, he doesn't know what he's doing. He drafted well. No, there's a certain level, a certain standard that has been set. They don't care about the record. Just get to the postseason, and we'll finish it there. The Lakers, Kobe used to win like that.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of games where Kobe, they didn't have a good record. He said, just get me to the postseason. He didn't have home court. One win, we'll take it back.
I hear you, Yvonne. I hear you on that one. But we don't know about the youngsters yet at that level. And that's why these games right now, when you're 4 games under 500, and you're forced to play these guys, and you're forced to play J.K. and Moody and Podziemski. By the way, Podziemski, he left the game late in the second quarter with a strained back. He tweeted last night after the game, I'm fine. I'll see you guys Friday. Thanks to my brothers for picking me up. He was in the tunnel. He was on the bench at the end of the game, hugging everybody afterwards. So I think Pods is fine. No, nothing serious there. That's a good thing. That is a good thing. If there was something serious, I don't think he would have been back on the Warriors bench. So hopefully Paz gets right, and hopefully he's back for Jordan Poole and the Washington Wizards Friday night at Chase Center. But the championship DNA of the Splash Brothers helped lifting these youngsters. But the youngsters last night helped lift the Splash Brothers. I mean, think about that. You're down 17 points. Steph Curry's on the bench with 5 fouls. He is struggling. And you're thinking, boy, you got to lean on Corey Joseph. You have to lean on Chris Paul, who can't buy a bucket. And somehow, some way, you inch closer by the end of the third quarter. You're down 11 going into the fourth quarter. And I thought those 2 shots by Chris Paul in the final minute of the third quarter were big. Nobody's going to discuss it. Everybody's going to overlook it. But those were huge just to say, you know what? We have a puncher's chance going into the final frame. And you're down 103-92, and Boston started to hit shots, but then Steph Curry started. And for some reason, Boston they were living with Horford getting switched on to Stephen Curry. I don't get it. Joe Mazzulla, the coach of the Celtics, what are you doing? You got to double Steph and get the ball out of his hands. What are you doing leaving Horford on the island to get Stephen Curry? Well, Steph Curry took advantage of it in the fourth quarter. And then Klay Thompson hit 2 big threes in the fourth quarter, and you could just feel it with the crowd. The crowd started energizing Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. The youngsters started energizing the Splash Brothers, and they just started inching closer and closer and closer, down 114-107. Klay hits a big 3. They double Steph. Steph hits Klay Thompson on the wing there, splash, wide open. He's going to hit it. And Klay Thompson has been hitting it over the last 3 games, last 4 games, last 13 games, if you want to go back to that data. So Klay's back. But the energy of these youngsters helped lifting, doing the little things, the hustle play, even on the night shot. The night shot. Trace Jackson-Davis tries to go in for the offensive rebound, tips it. Chris Paul picks it up. Chris Paul finds Stephen Curry. I don't know how he finds Stephen Curry. And then the rainbow shot that was in the ball for a minute to go night. Those youngsters hustling. The 50-50 balls, the tip-ins, the offensive rebounds. They helped lift the Splash Brothers. They helped lift the veterans. So what a win last night for the Golden State Warriors there. And this game could have got away in so many different times, especially with Steph Curry picking up 5 fouls. But that was big yesterday. So championship DNA, these youngsters don't really know about the championships yet.
Yeah, no, I agree. Especially with the championship DNA, you definitely saw that playing through with Steph and Klay last night. But I feel like now you're starting to see it. It's starting to rub off on some of these younger guys, especially JK, especially Moody. It's rubbing off a lot faster on TJD. I mean, obviously, Moody, Kaminga, they're part of that championship team in their rookie year, but obviously it's not going to set right away. But it almost feels like now you're starting to see where the veteran presence, it's starting to have that positive impact on the young guys that we really didn't see happening last year, especially with the addition of Chris Paul, too, and how he gets these young guys involved. Like, we talk about the championship DNA. Chris Paul, he's bringing his own DNA and installing it into these younger guys, and you're seeing it a lot with how they're playing.
Well, he had 12 assists, no turnovers, and that's why you bring Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors. Now, I want him to pick up the pace a little bit. He's got to get that shot rolling. He was short on a lot of shots early, but he had some big ones there. As I mentioned, the big 2 shots going into the fourth quarter. He ends up with a great stat line, 9 points, 7 rebounds, 12 assists, no turnovers. That's all you want from CP3. Now, 650, Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, did you hear the volume of the crowd? You got to give some credit. Give us some credit here. Crowd deserves credit. The youngsters picked up the crowd. The crowd fed off of that. Then Stephen Curry fed off of that. And Chase Center was rocking. So, look, you got a chance to really establish home court advantage once again out here on the West Coast. 9 of your next 10 at Chase Center. Let's go back out to the Lions, though. Let's go to JCW in San Jose. JCW, San Jose. What's happening, my man?
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, man, Trace is the truth. Listen, the whole youth movement is giving Warriors great energy. When Trace got that block on Jaylen Brown and sent him back home in OT, he slid over from the opposite side, and I couldn't believe that he still got that block. I thought he was about to get yammed on.
Yes, same here. Same here. I can't believe he came up with that ball, JCW.
That was so sick. And then also when Kaminga clamped up Tatum at the end of regulation, Curry was so hyped. And you can tell that now that the youth are starting to get how to start playing on the floor and how to start making right plays for the team, Warriors are starting to get energy from that.
They definitely are. Great call there, JCW. They are getting energy. Back-to-back wins, 3 straight wins. And they've had an impact in every single one of these wins.
They're getting more confident, too. What was it? JK, he had that dunk. I think it was right after the first TJD block. He gets that dunk on
in
the
overtime?
in the second quarter.
For
the first block, he had basically the same block on both ends of the floor in that game. But no, it was so JK, he goes in, he gets that dunk right afterwards. You start seeing him firing up the crowd. You don't see him firing up the crowd, and that's where I really started to realize, he's starting, that's the next step in his confidence right there when he's starting to get the crowd in the game, because the Warriors fans, they love those J.K. Hammer dunks.
No, they do, and he had the first steal in overtime and the first basket in overtime with a breakaway dunk, playing lockdown defense on Jason Tatum. You can't say enough about his individual defense. Look, this young man is in his third year, and he's on an island with one of the best ballers in the league, one of the best ballers in the world, Jason Tatum. One-on-one, it's a 121 game. Game's on the line, and he's on the island with Jason Tatum. And he doesn't take the bait. He doesn't foul. He stays in front of him. He forces him into a tough shot, and then boom, overtime. What I loved about that, Stephen Curry's yelling at him, get over here. That's what you do. That's what you do. And so to see the growth of him, just think, I'm befuddled right now with JK, because to think that he was out of the rotation just 2 weeks ago. Well, you know what, folks? He won't be out of the rotation any longer. And I thought the key, you talk about that second quarter dunk there, quietly after the overtime in the fourth quarter, and we're celebrating the win, everybody's forgetting about that second quarter. Because Boston came out like gangbusters. They dropped a 40-burger on the Dubs in the first quarter. A 40-burger. They weren't missing anything. But then Saric. And you can't, look, Saric is not going to get a lot of credit for last night, but he scored those big 11 points in the first half, and they got on that 15-2 run to get back into this basketball game. Boston was starting to roll in that second quarter. They really were. They were up 52-41. Tatum had just made a deep three, and you're thinking, oh, boy. You're not getting much from Wiggins. This is the game maybe you miss Draymond Green. But 8:23 left in that second quarter, down 11. The Warriors, next thing you know, they go on a 15-2 run, and they're back into the basketball game. And we go into the half, down 3, and you're thinking, okay, all right, let's see what happens in the second half. And then we saw what happened in the second half in overtime there. So that run in the second quarter, which was spurred by Saric, which was spurred by Klay Thompson threes, which was spurred by Kaminga's energy, that was a very underrated aspect of this basketball game last night to get back into the game and play the Celtics nip and tuck there down the stretch. Let's go to my main man, Adam in the city. Adam in the city. I know you're feeling good after last night.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that it's 6:20 in the morning. I got to give you credit, man. You had the Warriors game last night. It was out late. Now you're back in here holding down the fort. I'm just like, all right, Bonta, let's go. I just had to call in today again because I called in yesterday talking about TJD, and what do you know? So yesterday he plays amazing. Like, you saw the difference as soon as, we ended the half with him. We're down 3 points. Then we start the half with Wiggins and Looney. We go down again. TJD comes back. I know you're not a big plus-minus guy, but after that game, the way I saw him play, I'm like, God, I wonder what Trayce Jackson-Davis plus-minus was, and it was plus 25, which was the best on the team.
Yep.
Plus-minuses or whatever, but it's like you could just see with your eyes what he brings to this team. Mm-hmm. He's the athletic big that we need, and I think if you could put a Saric at the 4 when you need to, or whoever you want, we have the proper spacing. And like I was tweeting after the second half all last night, I'm like, I said this maybe 6 times. I'm like, TJD needs to get 25 to 30 minutes tonight. He got 29. I think we have our big, and now it's just a matter of Kerr playing him more, and I hope he makes that decision, and then you can keep Looney fresh.
Yeah, no doubt. That's a good call. No, he's got to play TJD, and he said it last night. He's going to get more minutes because Looney right now is struggling. Now, Looney is grabbing rebounds, but offensively, I think, when you're on a basketball team like this, there's too many times I see Looney, and I think he has a good offensive game. I think he could hit the mid-range jumper if he was, whether or not he has a green light, I have no idea. But he could hit that mid-range jumper. I just don't like it when they grab the ball and they're not facing the basket. You got to face the basket. You have to be in the triple threat position. And that's one thing that Podziemski and Kaminga have brought to this lineup here. They're looking at the rim. And that's why I think the days of seeing Draymond and Looney together, they may be gone. Because you can't have two guys not looking at the basket in today's game. You just can't. So we'll get to Looney. He's struggling a little bit, but good for TJD to pick them up. We're going to talk all about it. Junior, Duke, Garbage Man, Jonathan, the rest of you, everybody's getting on here. 888-957-9570. Who is your player of the game? What excited you most about a win last night against the best team in the NBA, the Boston Celtics? Warriors rallied from 17 points down in the third quarter. I got a couple aspects, a couple little nuggy nugs for everybody out there about my player of the game and what flipped this basketball game. What a win for the Golden State Warriors. We're going to continue to talk about it here on The Roast. Lubman, Bonta here on 95.7 The Game, and that's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for...
spins on Horford, throws it up wild, no good. And the loose ball deflected to Paul with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 130-126. How did he do that? He is a relocation sensation. And he put the night-night symbol with 10.6 to go.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph. All right, Tim Roy, right here on 95.7 The Game. What a call by the voice of the Golden State Warriors. Stephen Curry, 20 of his 33 in the second half. And remember, folks, he played the entire fourth quarter with 5 fouls. The entire fourth quarter with 5 fouls. What about the charge he took on Jaylen Brown there midway through the fourth quarter? And you could tell how engaged he was. 6 threes for Stephen Curry, and who says he's not clutch? Can we kill that narrative once and for all? This whole thing that he's not clutch.
I mean, I think 4 titles would kind of help dispel that notion, too. But
you would think a game winner against OKC with .2 would dispel that notion. You would think last night's rainbow shot over Derek White, who, by the way, gave me flashbacks to game 1 of the 2022 NBA Finals. Remember, Derek White was lighting it up in that game, and Boston stole it with a 40-point fourth quarter in that game 1 in the NBA Finals. Well, Derek White was on fire yesterday, and he had the ultimate green light without Kristaps Porzingis playing in that basketball game. Derek White going 11-24, but 7-18, and he cooled down at overtime. But Steph Curry saving his best for last, 11-21. So he's shooting over 50% from the floor, 47 on the season. He goes 6 of 11 from the three-point line. He drops to 33. He has the 6 dimes. And again, he was saddled in foul trouble all game long. All game long.
That might be low-key one of the most impressive feats of the night last night. Because when he got that 5th foul in the third quarter, you're thinking like,
yep,
great. Like the margin of error is so much slimmer
so
for him now.
thin.
And then when you go to overtime, it always seems like anytime you go to overtime and you got 5 fouls, it's like, it's only a matter of time before. Right. Granted, usually I'm thinking that about Draymond Green. We can get to him later. But low-key, like for Steph to go the last 17 minutes plus overtime without fouling.
Without fouling once. Without fouling once. And you saw the
hard Brown was going at him,
right.
too.
And Boston was trying to post him up, and the Warriors were sending doubles. And the communication, that was so impressive. The communication between Kaminga and Trace Jackson-Davis and Chris Paul and Klay Thompson and, of course, Stephen Curry. The way they closed down the stretch. Now, again, Andrew Wiggins didn't close, and we'll get to him and his struggles. Because something's got to happen. Dunleavy said last week, these next 10 to 15 games are going to determine what this roster looks like. Is Wiggins going to ride with this or not? Is Wiggins going to show up with this or not? He was aggressive last night, but he couldn't buy a basket. He could not, and the defense is just not there. 2 of 11 last night for Andrew Wiggins. He did grab 7 rebounds, so I respect that. But we need more than 6 points from Andrew Wiggins. Right now, Kaminga's just a better player. Kaminga's just a better athlete. Kaminga's a better two-way player. So it is what it is. It is what it is. But Stephen Curry last night closing the show with that night-night shot. And Shaquille O'Neal last night, as I was on Warriors Postgame Live, and hopefully everybody was watching that and not Inside the NBA, even though I love Inside the NBA, I did catch this on the way home. Shaquille O'Neal said this about Stephen Curry.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player?
I'm saying.
Oh, you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you think he's better than you.
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael.
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
Well, it's a hell of a conversation. It's a hell of a question. I don't know if I'm putting him there as the best player of all time, but hearing that from Shaquille O'Neal, who's one of the most dominant forces I've ever seen in my life. Shaq was a baller. And he's watched a lot of great ones. He's played a lot of great ones. Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, Michael Jordan, Patrick Ewing. The list goes on and on and on. The fact that question is even raised. Now, some people may scoff at it and say, come on, man, nobody's better than Jordan. Nobody's better than LeBron. Nobody's better than Wilt Chamberlain. Nobody's better than Bill Russell. But the fact that Shaq is saying, look, he surpassed me already. And you know how Shaq is. He thinks he's better than everybody. The fact that Shaq said, no, he surpassed me. We're talking about a top 5 player of all time. And he's still doing it at a high level. Now, I can't wait for Brian and Palo Alto to call. Because I did see your tweet, buddy, where he said Steph Curry is no longer a star. He's struggling. He's no longer a star. Well, how ridiculous does that sound?
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
No, apparently you're not. Apparently you're not optimistic. Apparently you're pessimistic, right? Look at Stephen Curry. His numbers this year. He's not a star. He's still dropping 28 a game. He's shooting over 46% from the floor, folks. He's shooting 41.6% from the three-point line. He's shooting 93.5% from the free throw line. He's dropping 4.5 dimes. He's grabbing nearly 5 rebounds. And on the scouting report, every single night, an opposing team looks at Steph Curry and say, okay, we're going to double, we're going to triple, we may even quadruple team this guy. We have to get the ball out of his hands. We know they go as Steph Curry goes. And yet he's 35 years old. Against the Boston Celtics, one of the best defensive teams in the league. Knowing that he's going to get doubled, he's going to see Jaylen Brown, he's going to see Jason Tatum, he's going to see Derek White, he's going to see all this length and athleticism, he's going to see Mikal Bridges Saturday night, and yet this guy continues to cook. So the fact that Shaq says he's in the best player of all time conversation, wow. Now, I don't think he's the best player of all time. Is he in the conversation? That's up for debate.
I mean, I sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
No, he's definitely, if you're putting together like that all-time starting 5, of all the greats, like he's in that all-time starting 5 as your number 1 point guard, right up there with probably him and Jordan are probably heading that backcourt there. But yeah, I mean, greatest of all time, that's tough because it seems like hard to kind of give him that because we compare it to a guy like LeBron, just the gravity he has when he goes from team to team and how that he could take a team from that's literally at the bottom of the standings and bring him to the top just by his mere presence. That's a whole different conversation there. Maybe I'm getting too in the weeds with that.
But I mean, look, I'm looking at some of these comments on YouTube, Lubman, and they're saying, well, the numbers are dropped off a little bit. Well, what?
He's putting up numbers that, like, once upon a time won him an MVP. What drop off there? Oh, sorry, no. Sorry, he's not putting up. He's putting up numbers that got him just an MVP, not unanimous MVP. So he's gone from unanimous MVP Steph down to simply other people are getting votes while he's winning MVP Steph.
This segment is sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I asked Festus Ezeli and I asked Monty Poole last night, does it ever get old? Folks, does it ever get old watching Steph do what he does? When you needed him, 5 fouls, entering the fourth quarter, down 11, knowing that, boy, if we don't make a push in the first 4 minutes of this basketball game, we're about to lose and drop a home game and snap our 5-game home winning streak. And he just continues to battle. He scrapped defensively, and then he just got cooking offensively. I don't know what Missoula was doing for the Boston Celtics. Al Horford, that was barbecue chicken. You want to dance with me? Go ahead and dance. Let's have this dance. And he got rolling there in that fourth quarter with 13 points. So whoever says he's not clutch, you need to look again, man. I don't know what you're watching. But also, Steph Curry, he had this to say about the youngsters.
Like Trace's 2 blocks he had, especially the one in the fourth, I think it was, or maybe overtime, I can't remember, one on Jaylen. Like, you feel the crowd get into it, and that just gets, everybody hyped up. And then J.K. steal the first minute of the overtime. I'm feeding off of the crowd's energy, and those 2 guys created that, with some spectacular individual plays. So, like I said, everybody who's out there for significant minutes contributed in some way, shape, or form, and it was a gutsy win, to say the least, just because, it looked a little different, with Trace and J.K. impacting the game the way they did. Me, CP, Klay, in that final group. It was fun.
It was fun. It was fun to watch. How much fun, Warrior fans, did you have watching that closing lineup?
Well, I think what made it so fun is it's part of what Steph said there. It did look a little different. We're used to the big 3 closing things out. And what did I say yesterday, Bonte? Could I think it was the other day, the absence of Draymond Green, could that be the start of the new era, the next great era of Warriors basketball? When you see wins like that, now I'm not saying last night is, when we write the documentary about the next great, era of Warriors basketball. I'm not saying it actually started last night. When you hear Steph saying, like, yeah, the win was a little bit different last night. It still felt good, though, right?
And it felt fun. It felt good. And it looked different. And you know what? Steve Kerr stumbled onto a spectacular lineup here. Having Trace Jackson-Davis protect the rim like that, now, I don't know if it's going to happen every night. He's going to have his bumps in a row. But this is what we said. We just need to see it. Let the Kamingas, let the Moody's, let the Pajimskis, let the Trace Jackson-Davises play through their mistakes, and now they're getting great experience. You're playing against the elite of the elite. You're playing against the Celtics last night on TNT in front of a nationally televised audience against Tatum and Brown, and folks are picking the Celtics to go to the finals, and those two youngsters stood out. Those two youngsters stole the show. So, Stephen Curry, we'll get back to the question about Shaq, whether or not he's the best of all time. But, boy, the fact that Shaq is even saying that. Now, pound for pound, is there anybody better than Stephen Curry? I'll go that route. Pound for pound, not many better.
No, but he's up again. Like I said, he's in that automatic starting five. So pound for pound, there's no one I'd take over him. I mean,
wow.
He the way he can just take over a game, we saw it last night. We've seen that story play out so many times last night, where Steph just goes completely nuclear, and you're just having giggle fits over just how much he's taking over the game, how much he's putting these teams away. This little tiny guy who it seems like they still want to judge him off the size. Which again, how many times does he have to put guys through like Al Horford through the blender before we realize the size? I mean, sorry, Fitz, I have to disagree with you. The size does not matter here in this situation.
Well, I'll say this though about this lineup and everything that's going on with Draymond Green. It may be a blessing in disguise, because if Draymond Green is playing, we may not see Trayce Jackson-Davis last night. Think about the Portland game. If they're not down double digits against Portland a couple Wednesdays ago against the Blazers, you may not see Jonathan Kaminga get this run and get this runway to start and play well and close games. So maybe it's all a blessing in disguise to get these youngsters going here. But Stephen Curry definitely appreciates what they're doing. I appreciate all the roasters on hold. Let's get to Jonathan and Hayward. Jonathan, what is happening, my man?
Hey, Bonte, missed you at the Gatehouse last night.
I know. We were in the studio. Out of all the games to not be at the Gatehouse, it was that game last night. It's the Christmas holiday, Jonathan. A lot of people are out. So we were back in the green room. It wasn't bad, though. I like being in the green room. I like both sides of it. But, man, I did miss that energy from the crowd last night.
Yeah, and it was amazing. I'll say, first of all, those second and fourth quarters were a crash course in courage, perseverance, and a deep faith in being 15 strong. And they really executed to perfection, especially then in overtime. What a remarkable comeback. I did not see that coming. I don't think anybody did. That was remarkable. I wanted to start off on a positive note, because now I'm going to get to the diciness, which is, the first and third quarters, of course.
Right.
A lot of turnovers, a lot of sloppiness. And I'm looking at the schedule, and, these next three games should be interesting. But then, I've had this circle for a long time. The Miami Heat are coming Thursday. And they've been playing better as well, defending Eastern Conference champs. And we haven't won at Chase Center since 2020. But both teams are playing better. This could be a matchup for and a game for the ages, especially coming off this game. And everybody's so focused on the Nuggets and Christmas Day. I'm psyched for this game. I would have been more worried had the Celtics won, but all of a sudden, even with the Warriors pulling off the impossible, I'm gaining a lot of confidence. It's been a rough 3 years, but I think this is the year Miami could finally get this. So,
Jonathan, I love you, Jonathan. I love you, Jonathan. I love you, Jonathan. Listen, Miami's going to come to town December 28th, but with this team and this roster right now, with all the guys that are out, it's imperative that we take this one game at a time. Let's focus on the Wizards Friday. Then we'll get to the Blazers. Then we'll get to the Nuggets. Then we'll get to Miami. But that 4-game stretch, you're right. After the Wizards and Blazers this weekend, Warriors have a 4-game stretch where they play Denver, Miami, Dallas, and Orlando. And then Denver. So that's 5-game stretch. Actually, Denver, Miami, Dallas, Orlando, and Denver. And you know how I feel about the Orlando Magic and Paolo Banchero. And Dallas is cooking right now with Luka Doncic, Kyrie. They've got a good squad. Tim Hardaway Jr. is coming off the bench, lighting it up. So let's take it one game at a time. But you know what? At home, at Chase Center, with the confidence growing of TJD, with the confidence growing of Jonathan Kaminga, and the game slowing down for Kaminga. And now you got the confidence of Klay Thompson back. And now you have Klay Thompson back. I got to hear from the roasters on Klay Thompson. Because when you think about what he's done in this uniform for the Golden State Warriors, And that's probably what annoys me the most about the whole Klay Thompson conversation. Whether or not he comes off the bench or starts or finish, I don't really care. But why we can't get behind this guy, out of all players, who has done so much for this region, who's had some of the biggest moments of our sporting lives, whether it's baseball, football, or basketball, or hockey, college football. Klay Thompson has been that dude. And you see what he's done over his last 14 games. 9 20-point nights. He's had 4 straight 20-point nights. He's shooting over 50% from the three-point line in his last 4 games. He's shooting over 41% from 3 over his last 14 games. And he's getting wide open because the spacing is better. The pacing is better. They're moving the rock around. And Jonathan and Hayward talked about the turnovers. They did all that in the first half. Because in the second half, they only turned it over twice and gave up 2 points off of turnovers. And that benefits a guy like Klay Thompson. And then you see him battling against Jaylen Brown on defense. You see him battling against Jason Tatum on defense. How about Klay Thompson? All of a sudden, he's rolling now going into the new year, and he's feeling good. So it's a lot to like with this Golden State Warriors team as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you could also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Warriors Wednesday. And it's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Let's get back out to the phone lines here. The lines are lit up right now. Let's go to Fernando in Concord. Fernando, what is happening? Good morning to you. You're on the roast.
Good morning, fella. Hey, man, we lit it, man. I just want to say, man, last night again, bro, it was off the hook, brother. Oh, my goodness, what a game. What a performance. Let me tell you, Steph Curry, brother, he's the GOAT. Even Shaq said it, brother.
Yeah.
He is the GOAT. And let's not even talk about Klay, man. Let's not even talk about Klay. That man, he's the man. He still got it, and he always has it, brother. I'm just mad. I was there last night, and after Steph made that 3, man, I thought I lost my voice.
How was that crowd at Chase Center? When did that crowd start going there in Chase Center? Because I was watching on the screen. It felt like midway through the fourth quarter, they started getting louder and louder and louder. When did that place turn up?
Bro, the fourth quarter, how does Steph Curry goes the whole fourth quarter without fouling? That's just amazing to me.
Yeah.
Just, man, I think it's one of the best games I ever watched at Chase Center.
Mm-hmm.
And man, like you said, like just take it one game at a time, baby. Yep. One game at a time.
Yep.
It's litty. We out here.
Yep.
Let's go, baby. Warriors all the way, man.
Good
and I just want to say one more thing, brother.
Yep.
I just want to say, as a trucker, want to say thank you so much for your show, bro. You guys keep me up. I'm up early in the morning, 3, 4 in the morning. You guys are the reason why I keep my eyes open, bro.
I appreciate that, Fernando.
Let's go.
Drive safely out there.
Warriors.
We appreciate all the truck drivers out there listening. I know you guys got a tough job getting up early, driving miles and miles and miles, driving cross country. We appreciate you, Fernando. Keep up the good work out there on the roadways and drive safe and have a happy holiday. Look, man, we got to take it game by game. We talk about the journey, right, with the 49ers all day long. We talked about it this trading camp. Enjoy the journey, but we know it's Super Bowl or bust. Now, the expectations have been altered a bit for this Golden State Warriors team. We've got a lot of youngsters. We've got a lot of guys in and out, a lot of guys slumping. We have no idea where the season's going to go. So I'm definitely, this year's fun for me because you can literally take it game by game. And you can watch the growth game by game. As Junior Pacifica, let's get him on the line because he wants to talk about the growth of a certain young player in his third year. Junior Pacifica, what's happening?
Hey, awesome. Let me start with a compliment. You know, people getting time with family or time for themselves right now. I really appreciate the skeleton crew you guys got holding it down at 95.7. Well done.
Appreciate you.
Yes. And Kaminga, oh my goodness. I've been concerned for him since he joined the Warriors as a person because, you know, chasing this dream, he didn't have a normal teenagerhood. He was in a different school, prep school. His parents, he didn't see them through his teenage years. So he didn't have a normal, growing up. And last night, I actually saw a grown young man striding the court in one occasion, shouldn't do it all the time, telling Steph and Klay where to position themselves so he could drive to the rim.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Sideline. He was there with the bench, with the crowd. And I felt good for him as a human being as well as emerging as a basketball player.
It's a good point, Junior. And I know exactly what you're talking about. He told Klay to get out the way, and he drove on Jaylen Brown and went in for a two-hand jam. And I was like, wow. And then you talk about growth of Kaminga. Now, we could talk about his 17 points, and I love the way he rebounded yesterday, skying high for rebounds, 7 rebounds for JK. He was 8 of 13. But 2 areas where he needs to grow, and he did last night. Fouling and not turning the ball over. Last night against the Boston Celtics in nearly 34 minutes of action, and he closed that game last night. And there was no doubt he was going to close that game. 1 turnover, 0 fouls. 1 turnover, 0 fouls for Jonathan Kaminga. And he's defending Jaylen Brown, and he's defending Jason Tatum. And he's out there scrambling in the fourth quarter, telling Steph, yo, switch, get out of here. He's now getting louder with his communication. He's now talking more on defense. Offense, he's letting the game come to him. I love when he's in the post because he can finish with the best of them. Now, if you want to nitpick on JK, he's missing free throws. I know he went 0 for 4 at Portland, 0 for 2 last night, but that'll come. The fact that he's aggressive and he's putting pressure on the rim, the Warriors don't have too many guys like this. So the growth of JK, and I look at 2 areas, turnovers and fouls. 0 fouls last night, 1 turnover. And I think this guy was out of the rotation 2 weeks ago. So JK's now growing. He's playing better. Trace Jackson-Davis is getting some run. Klay's hot. Steph is Steph. And now the Warriors have won 3 in a row and 6 in a row at Chase Center. They have 9 of the next 10 at home. Folks, this is becoming fun. How much fun are you having out there?
It's the most fun we've had watching Warriors basketball since, were they winning a ring the last time they had this much fun? On the other side, I know we got to get to break, Bonte. I have a couple questions about Trace Jackson-Davis I want to throw your way. So.
I like that. And we have calls.
First tease as fill-in co-host.
All right, I like that. Love him doing a hell of a job. Duke and San Bruno, Garbage Man, we're going to get to you. Thanks so much for waiting on hold. We're going to get to everybody. The lines are lit up right now because everybody can't get enough of this Warriors team and this win last night. Rallying for 17 points to win in overtime against the Celtics. And we're watching the youngsters grow. And the Splash Brothers be the Splash Brothers. What a night last night at Chase Center. 888-957-9570. Duke, Garbage Man, Jay, Susan, Alex. We're going to get to everybody here on the Morning Roast, and that's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Hi, this is Stephanie from...
kick back to Klay.
Klay Thompson now 8th all-time in three-point makes as he passes the great Vince Carter.
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
Every day, every game, something historic is happening with this team. That's what happens when you have a core that's together for a decade. Stephen Curry surpassing Vince Carter all-time three-point makes. Listen, how about Klay Thompson? How about Klay Thompson? Last 4 games. I could go last 14. I could go last 6. But I'll go last 4. Last 4 games for Klay Thompson. 26.5 points per game. 50% shooting from the floor. 50% from the three-point line. 11 of 11 from the free throw line. Averaging nearly 6 made threes per game over that 4-game span. Now, I could take it back to 14 games if you guys want. 9 of the 14, he scored at least 20. In those 14 games, he's shooting over 40% from the three-point line. The last time I checked, shooting 40% from 3 was pretty damn good. I don't care about your true shooting numbers or your analytics or whatnot. I'm looking at raw data here. Just watch the game. There's more space. There's more pacing. And what do you know? Klay Thompson has erupted. He's having a hell of a December. So all the folks who wanted to trade Klay Thompson in a league that values shooting at an all-time high, let's chill for a second. We need to have more patience, especially with one of our living legends. And Klay Thompson is a living legend. We know what he is at this point. We know he can't defend some of the top point guards in the league. We know he's had the major injuries. We know some of the shot selection drives us crazy at some points. But you know what? He is sacrificing. What about the pass to TJD in overtime? Up 123 to 121, and he drops a nice little dime to TJD for a slam dunk to go up 4. Klay Thompson didn't have that in his arsenal. Boy, he's coming around here.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, the young guys showing growth here. I mean, part of the growth you're seeing from this team, it is going to be coming from these older guys here on this team. Situations like Klay realizing, like, hey, I can trust these young guys to make these plays. I don't need to push myself to make more plays, to force these shots that I shouldn't be taking. And that's where you're seeing, you're seeing a much more relaxed Klay Thompson, a much happier Klay Thompson. And who doesn't love a happy Klay Thompson?
No doubt. And he's dropping dimes there. He's dropping dimes, right? He's rebounding. 4 assists last night, 4 rebounds. You got to love where Klay Thompson is at right now.
I mean, Bonte's averaging 20 a game over the last 13 after averaging 14 the first, 13 games of the year. Once he got that first 20 bomb, it was like, all right, now the real Klay Thompson showed up. I think you made a good point. The defense, it's never going to be there. I mean, the guy had an ACL and Achilles blowout. Who's going to be an all-world defender after that?
What about that defense, though, in the block? Now, he does have great lower body strength. And defending Jaylen Brown on the block, Jaylen Brown tried to hit the fadeaway against him in overtime and late in the fourth quarter, and Klay Thompson was having none of it. None of it.
He's still got that veteran know-how, too. This guy's been in the league for forever. 10, 11 years now at this point? I've lost track.
13 years.
13 years. It feels like it's been forever. He knows how to defend these guys. There's still going to be that know-how of what you need to do, putting yourself in that right position. It might not be all the time. He's not going to be, again, two-way Klay, but you know what? The Klay we're getting right now is still Klay Thompson that help you win a lot of basketball games.
He can help you win big games. And you better believe when the offseason comes around, there's going to be some money on the table for Klay Thompson from many organizations. Not just to go to State Warriors, from many title contenders. You can't have enough shooting on your roster. And he still has one of the best pure shots in the world. So Klay Thompson balling out here. Let's get back out to the lines, Lubman. Let's go to Garbage Man in the East Bay. Garbage Man, what's happening?
Hey, how's it going, man? First and foremost, happy holidays to everybody in 95.7 The Game.
Thank you.
I never call in. But, hopefully I don't climb up. But that game last night, talk about an early Christmas present, man.
Yeah, no
just
doubt.
Wanted to say that just having Stephen Curry represent the Bay, I really think we take it for granted, represent the Bay and just what he represents. And he's probably an ultimate homer. But, man, just that last night, the euphoria, just watching him play like that. I've been a fan since Run TMC. And I don't care what the season brings. I'm just so happy that everybody played well. Steph Curry's not even my favorite player on the team. Klay Thompson is. But, man, it's just had to say that, man. I had to call in and just it's just history. It's just we just take it for granted out there. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Yeah, well, you know what? Don't take it for granted. Don't take it for granted. Monty Poole last night, he said something on the post-game show. Of course, Warriors insider for NBC Sports Bay Area. He's a legend, Monty Poole, that is. And he said something like, boy, when Steph Curry retires. And I'm like, whoa. We're not trying to think about Steph Curry retiring. He's still dropping 28 a game as a 35-year-old with the efficiency. Steph Curry's not close to retiring. But Garbage Man in the East Bay is right. Let's enjoy these moments. Last night, hitting a night-night shot, stepping up in the second half in overtime, going 7 of 11 for 20 points, and hitting 4 threes, and playing the entire fourth quarter in overtime with 5 fouls. That was gutsy. That was ballsy. Don't underappreciate Stephen Curry. Don't take it for granted, because we're never going to see anybody like him ever again. And Shaquille O'Neal, listen to Shaq. Maybe it's time to have this conversation. I'm not ready for it, but listen to Shaq here on Inside the NBA.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player?
I'm saying.
Oh, you put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you think he's better than you.
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael?
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying,
okay,
for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
Is it time to put him in that conversation, the GOAT conversation? Well, the fact that Shaq's even bringing that up, the fact that there is even a conversation about him being the GOAT, says a lot about Stephen Curry. It says a lot about his greatness. It says a lot about him changing the game. It says a lot about him being a leader and changing a franchise. We know about the championships. We know about the MVPs. We know about his gravity. The fact that Steph Curry's a top 10 player right now, still playing at the level that he's playing at, is remarkable. But to hear Shaquille O'Neal say, he's already surpassed me, and I have Shaq in my top 10. Shaq's like, no, he's better than me. We're talking top 5? Let's see where it ends up at. But the way he cooked Horford, the way he cooked Derek White, the way he just summons that energy to step up, and the whole clutch conversation, which was just this narrative for so long that we didn't do that, but a lot of people did. They held, he doesn't have finals MVP. Well, he has a game winner in the last 20 seconds, blah, 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 blah. Just look at 2 of the last 3 games. The Brooklyn Nets game. The Warriors are blowing an 18-point lead. Nets take the lead. And Steph Curry goes out there and scores 12 straight in the fourth quarter.
That sounds pretty clutch.
Yeah, crunch time just isn't the last 20 seconds. There's moments within that fourth quarter where there's 6 minutes left, 7 minutes left, 8 minutes left, 5 minutes left, and you're thinking to yourself, boy, that's a big shot. That's a huge shot. Steph Curry has always been clutch. And he's shown you that in 2 of the last 3 games.
Well, I think part of some of the narrative comes from is the fact that, how many of these clutch situations is he in? Because for years, he was on teams that were blowing teams out of the water by 30 a night. He didn't need to be clutch. But yeah, no, it's not just the last shot. I feel like so many people, they see like what Damian Lillard does, how many of those dagger shots he has in the final seconds. And it's like, they think that's what clutch is. But no, it's like you said, what's crunch time considered in the NBA? Like last 4 minutes?
Last 5 minutes of a game.
Yeah, when it's like, it's a couple possession games. Like, that's when you really start to see Steph take over. That is really what clutch is. Not just hitting that last shot. There's so much more that goes into being a clutch player. And Steph Curry, maybe doesn't have all those game winners, but he checks off all the other boxes that you need in crunch time.
All the boxes. So then we got full lines here. Of course, it's you, it's me, it's Lutman, Shasky's out, Spadoni's out. It's just us, Roasters. We got a lot to talk about with this basketball game last night as the Warriors rally from a 17-point deficit. I know Chase Center was rocking. I want to hear from people who were at the game. I want to hear from people who watched the game. What a night for the Golden State Warriors as they won their 3rd in a row. They're 1 game under 500. They have a chance by the end of the week to be 1 game over 500. And, of course, they've won 6 straight at Chase Center, so home court advantage after a slow start at Chase Center this year. They're starting to figure out at home what's going on here. Let's go to Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Bonte, you're a savage. Take a couple days off, man. Okay.
Hey, Matt. Hey, I will say it right now. Matt, I need Friday off. Go ahead, Duke.
Hey, okay, so let's just go with the eye test. We can all agree that the Warriors look like they're playing free. There's been an F word that's been tossed around this morning. It's called fun. You guys have said it. Stephen Curry has said it. Now I'm going to put the rat on the table. What happens when Draymond Green comes back?
Ooh.
You can't replace the athleticism of Kaminga and Moody and TJD and Pods. That's just youth. You can't teach that. It's just all there is to it. What happens? What happens to the fun? Does the fun get sucked out of the room when he's back on the court? Does he end up back on the court?
You know, Duke, that's the $1 million question.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
No, it's not. I don't want to do that. But you know what, Duke? If these guys continue to play the way they're playing in the starting lineup, and that's Jonathan Kaminga, and that's Trayce Jackson-Davis, and, of course, Podziemski, I think you got to continue to roll with this starting lineup. And maybe it's Draymond Green who's coming off the bench like he did a couple times in the Sacramento series. But I don't want to mess up the rhythm that Jonathan Kaminga has. I don't want to mess up his flow. I need to see Trayce Jackson-Davis. Give me 15, 20 minutes a night for TJD. I need to see it. Podziemski has to play. He's proven he has to play. He grabbed 5 rebounds yesterday before exiting the game with a lower back strain. Now, Podziemski's okay. Warriors said it's not nothing serious, so we could cross our fingers for Podziemski. He's going to be back sooner rather than later. And it could be Friday. He said he was good on Twitter, so there you go. But I got to see these guys continue to play. So maybe a trade opens up some minutes for somebody else. I have no idea what Dunleavy's going to do. But without Draymond Green, who's going to be out for at least the next 2.5, 3 weeks, at least, minimum, these guys have a great opportunity in Kaminga, Moody, Podziemski, TJD to solidify themselves in this rotation. So Duke and San Bruno, you're onto something. I've thought about it. What happens when Draymond Green comes back? Could be a positive. It could be a really positive because when he does come back, you're getting one of the best defenders in the league. But we're not here for all the other stuff right now because we are having fun. And the Warriors, due to Draymond Green's antics on the court, and look, he was playing good basketball, which is sad. He was playing really good basketball on both sides of the floor. He may have been your second best player before getting popped. And you need that fire. But boy, they were starting to become unlikable because of what happened against Rudy Gobert, because of what happened with Yusuf Nurkic, because of what happened last season with Jordan Poole. Those are just the facts. And now you get these youngsters playing well, and you see how everybody's vibing and vibrant and being vibrant here. I don't know. Because in the fourth quarter, they didn't need Draymond Green last night. They rallied despite not having Draymond Green.
Yeah, I mean, not only was it were they unlikable, it was just unwatchable. It was a grind. It was like pulling teeth sometimes. Yeah. Seeing them blow these games late, seeing Draymond lose his temper like that, see him just foul out just because he's like, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to do it. It was an anchor on this team. It was like an emotional anchor at times on this team. And with him not on the floor last night, you saw how free and loose these guys were playing, how stress-free these guys were playing. We've talked about, the Draymond effect, what he brings on the court. You're starting to see the Draymond effect, what he brings when he's off the court, and it's finally starting to have some positives. We saw it in Sacramento last year where he misses game three. Completely changes how the Warriors went about that series. Ended up being a big part of why they won. Think about that, Ponte. They won a series in part because Draymond missed a game. Yeah. This same guy who, when he missed a game in the NBA Finals, cost them the series. Right. Now it's like we've come full circle. The Warriors needed him on the court. Now it's to the point where it's like, you know what? I'm not saying get rid of Draymond completely, but bring him off the bench when he comes back, deepening that second unit with his presence there. It's hard to not want that.
Yeah, no, I don't. Look, they came back from an 11-point deficit, and Draymond Green was at home. And Andrew Wiggins was stuck on the bench because he was struggling. They came back against the Boston Celtics with Trayce Jackson-Davis and Kaminga on the floor. And CP3. I don't want to dismiss CP3 because he's been a little quiet over the last 3 weeks. 9 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, no turnovers. I'm telling you, CP3's 2 shots before the end of the third quarter when Chase Center was quiet and the Celtics were running the Warriors off the floor and Steph Curry was sitting there with a towel over his head in foul trouble. He hits 2 shots and that's, okay, 11-point game. Maybe you can make a game of it. Maybe you lose by 5 or something. Maybe you give it an old shot. But those 2 shots by CP3 before the end of the third quarter, you got to give him his props for that. So, Draymond Green, look, man, we talk about sacrificing. We've all talked about Andrew Wiggins coming off the bench, and he is. We discussed Klay Thompson coming off the bench. Hell, Klay Thompson didn't finish the game in Phoenix. Everybody's got to be willing to sacrifice on this basketball team if they want to do what's right for the team. And when Draymond Green comes back, what if Kaminga's rolling? You sure you want to put him back on the bench?
Well, I mean, how did Draymond's career get started? He was on the bench at first, and then he came into the starting lineup when Iguodala and David Lee were moved to the bench.
Yep.
Again, it's
and
full
David Lee
circle.
got hurt with the hamstring injury.
Exactly. That's how these opportunities open up. A guy, he's in there, all of a sudden he's out, and you're thrust into duty out of nowhere. That's kind of a situation that Draymond's in. He's on the other side of it, though. And if you're Draymond Green, you have to have that wherewithal to understand you're part of the circle of life right now, dude.
That's a question Steve Kerr's going to have to answer in the next 3 weeks. But right now, we're moving on without Draymond Green. Draymond Green's got to get right. He's got to do what's best for Draymond Green, which is get right. And when he's ready to get back, then we'll have the conversation whether or not he needs to come off the bench, whether or not he needs to be here on this roster. But he's got to win that leadership back over with this team. He's got to earn that trust back with this basketball team. And in the most important season of his career, he's missed more than half the team's games. He's been suspended twice. He's been ejected 3 times. So Draymond Green has to earn that back, I believe. But right now I'm having a lot of fun watching these youngsters in the starting lineup. They're rolling right now. Susan in South City. Susan. Good morning. How are you?
Oh my gosh. Ooh, I was there last night. First of all, shout out to the Pepsi Club. Secondly, Merry Christmas to all of you guys.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to you.
What energy. What crazy energy at the Chase Center last night. First of all, I think you're right that this is a blessing in disguise. I mean, I adore Draymond. He's the life. He's the heart, the soul of the team. But you know what? These kids would not have gotten a chance without him being gone. And this is it. I mean, Kaminga, like, that steal was unreal last night. Totally lit up the Chase Center. Anyways, I'm going to take the call offline because I have to go to work. But thanks so much.
Anytime, Susan. Thank you for the call. Kaminga. We've been waiting on this guy for 3 years now. And you know the cold part about last season? What kind of gets swept under the rug last season? Was Andrew Wiggins, obviously, he had to take time off due to personal reasons, and he misses 2 months. Kaminga, during that stretch, started playing some really good basketball. And you started to see the growth. And then Wiggins gets back, and then leash on Kaminga just got short. And next thing you know, he's out of the rotation. And next thing you know, he's not even playing against the LA Lakers. And that set him back. And then you had the reports 15 minutes after the series was over against the LA Lakers that Kaminga wants a major role or he wants to be shopped. Well, I wonder what was going on through his head when he wasn't playing against the Portland Trailblazers. Heck, we played the sound. He was just saying, hey, I've been here before. I'm just here for my teammates. He didn't play in the first 31 minutes of that basketball game against the Portland Trailblazers a couple weeks ago. And then they're down double digits. Steve Kerr said, you know what, JK, we need some energy. And he didn't leave the court. And since then, he's been in a rotation. And since then, he's scored in double figures in 7 of his last 8 games. And since then, he started to rebound better. And since then, he's starting to defend better. And since then, he's starting to finish better. And since then, his shot selection is getting better. We got to let JK roll, man. This guy's a player. If Dunleavy decides to trade anybody, because Dunleavy last week when the Draymond Green decision was handed down, Draymond Green was suspended indefinitely. And Dunleavy said, these next 10 to 15 games will determine what this roster is going to look like down the stretch. Well, I'll tell you what, Kaminga's got to be on this roster. And he's got to be a Warrior for a very long time.
I agree.
Talent like that just doesn't come into your lap. It doesn't fall into your lap. This guy's talented, Lubman.
Oh, absolutely. He's got all the physical tools you want. I mean, ever since he's come in, you love the athleticism he brings, the energy he brings. He's so strong out there. He's got that length that you want. It's just always been a matter of putting it together. I kind of wonder, Bonte, like, how much of just the presence of Chris Paul on this team, because there's so many times when he's out there, I call it the babysitter lineup. Mm-hmm. It's like what's out there, it's him, it's Pods, it's Kaminga, it's Moody, it's TJD. You know, I think when you combine their 4 ages, it doesn't even add up to Chris Paul's age. But like, it seems like just him being on this team, the way he's getting these younger guys involved in a way, like there's a moment, this isn't a JK moment, but there was a moment last night in the second quarter, just the way he feeds Trace Jackson Davis when Davis is going into the paint and dropping it in there. It's like, the way his ball movement, the way he puts it in these young guys' hands, it's like...
Underrated passer, JK.
It really is.
You're spot on with that. Very underrated passer. And he's a nice shooter. You know, now I know he went 1 for 4 from the three-point line, but the pressure he puts on the rim, and when he does get to the rim, he's looking to pass at times. If he doesn't have his shot, he'll pass it. And I think one thing the coaching staff is really implementing into JK's game, hey, when you get the ball at first, you don't need to dribble, go get your shot. Move it around a little bit. See how the defense sets it up. And then trust that the ball is going to get back into your hands, and then you can make your move. And that's what JK's doing right now, Lubin.
And that's something that you learn as in time as you get older. Because he's 21 years old right now? I mean, he's a young guy. I mean, he had his first beer 2 weeks ago. That's how young he is. You got to learn to get into the flow of the game in that sense. And that's something you're seeing. It's a lot easier for him this year. The game is moving slower for him this year. And that's kind of where I credit the Chris Paul effect there, too, because you have that stabilizing veteran force out there who's really kind of helping open this game up for you. And now all of a sudden you're seeing where it's so much easier for him to use those physical tools that he has and build that confidence where he's waving his arms, firing up the crowd. And then at the end of the game, he's getting in Jason Tatum's face, forcing that miss. Steph Curry saying, "That's how you do it, boy. That's how you do it."
That fired me up. Seeing Steph do that to Tatum, because they had the communication. And Kaminga's like, "Get out of my way. I got this guy. This is my dance. I'm going one-on-one at the end of the game, and I'm going to isolate this guy, and I'm going to shut him down." You know what the Warriors did last night to Tatum? They forced him to 5-17 shooting, 2 of 9 from the three-point line. And to see Kaminga on the island by himself again, no fouls last night for JK. You want to talk about growth? 1 turnover for JK last night. Now, you also brought up CP3, because I asked TJD, what is it about CP3? You guys seem to have some chemistry there. And TJG mentioned the Phoenix game where they just lost last Tuesday night. And he's saying, Chris Paul grabbed me to the side and said, "Hey, this is what's going to be going down. I'm going to be looking for you on the rolls. You have good hands. Be ready to catch these passes. Be ready to go up and finish with authority." And he has that rapport with Chris Paul there. And then a knack to go get the ball. He has a nose for the basketball, TJD. The way he's getting up off the ground these last 2 games, I'm like, wow. How did this guy fall to the second round? How did he slip to the second round and fall into the lap of the Golden State Warriors? Because he's finishing better. He has a knack for these loose balls. 13 rebounds last night, 8 rebounds on Sunday. He's finishing at the rim, which we haven't seen in a while. Having a big man who's looking to attack the rim and finish with authority. And then you can't get enough of the block shots. You can't get enough of the block shots, Lubman. If you can, I need to hear those block shots, some of that sound, because those are huge plays. Nobody could score in overtime the first 2 minutes. And Jaylen Brown, who could finish with the best of them, was looking to put TJD on this personal poster. And TJD said, no. Not tonight, my man. You got it, Lubman. Go ahead and play.
Brown lets it roll, picks it up front court, puts on the brakes, backs up three-point line, pressured by Thompson, dribbles down the lane, nobody home. Jackson Davis blocked it, knocked it away at the rim. Thompson pulls it down. Jackson Davis with the reject. What a block.
Did you hear Lubman real quick? Did you hear Tim Roy? Oh my gosh, the lane is wide open. And TJD from the weak side says no. And you hear Tom Tolbert on the call. Oh!
Just great awareness there, because I think he was on Horford on both those blocks. He was set up on Horford there. Horford's out in the corner. To be able to abandon Horford in the corner there, where, again, Horford, he's not afraid of taking those threes. He was 3 of 10 last night, but he abandoned Horford there to have that awareness to go in, get that swat, not once, but twice. That was the second block he had on Jaylen Brown. This was the first one that he had in the second quarter.
Brown takes it front court off a series of screens, gets Pajemski from the logo. Crossover left hand, down the lane to the cup. Blocked by Jackson Davis. Says, get it out of here. Here comes Curry. Hightails it to the front court. Drives on Holiday. Got fouled.
Get it out of here.
Nah, Matt Nahegan, our program director in my ear, 4-year college player. And TJD has given us everything we wanted out of James Wiseman. And I'm not here to rip on James Wiseman. I'm not here to throw shade at him. He's in Detroit doing his thing. Detroit, by the way, they're like 4-48 in their last 52 games. They can't get a win. They can't buy a win. But TJD fits the Warrior big system. Think about all the bigs, whether it's Festus Ezeli, whether it's Andrew Bogut, whether it's Zaza Pachulia, whether it's JaVale McGee, whether it's David West. These guys knew how to pick and roll to the basket and finish with authority. Now, sometimes Andrew Bogut will pass it out from the layup. So I'm like, dude, just go up and dunk it. But TJD, when he gets around that rim, he knows what to do with it. And the smarts, the awareness. Mike Woodson, who coached him at Indiana, had a long NBA playing career, had a long career coaching in the NBA. And of course, he's the son of Dale Davis. So he just knows how to play the game. Right spot, right time, even on a night three by Stephen Curry there over Derek White. TJD almost got his hands on that basketball, and it goes to Chris Paul. He makes a great pass to Steph Curry. So TJD, as Steve Kerr said, I'm playing right now. He was the player of the game.
He was tremendous. I mean, he was the player of the game. There were several huge plays. Obviously, Steph's shot probably being number one, but Trace's block on Jaylen Brown. But Trace was the guy who shifted everything. Plus 25 in his minutes. Second great game in a row. You can see the impact he makes. So he's going to play. He's going to be in the lineup.
So, all this talk about Trayce Jackson-Davis. I mentioned I had a couple questions I want to throw out there to you about him. The first one is, I don't know if it's just as simple as how much he played in college, but we're seeing him out there. We're seeing him just assimilate himself into this Warriors system so effortlessly. He knows where to go. He knows where the ball's at all the time. And then you're thinking about, he doesn't have that pedigree that maybe like James Wiseman had when Wiseman was drafted. Wiseman a little bit bigger, a little bit stronger. He looked good those first few weeks of his career. Then he just kind of faded off into where he is at right now. I'm kind of curious, Ponte, what is that difference that you're seeing from Trayce Jackson-Davis that we just never really saw with James Wiseman? Because he has basically become everything we ever wanted Wiseman to be and almost a little bit more.
Well, as a second-round pick, 57 overall, and it's a great question, Lubman. He's already disrespected coming into the league. And he tweeted about it. He goes, y'all gonna remember this. I'm going to keep the receipts. Don't forget this. 57th overall pick coming out of Indiana. And he had the athleticism, and you see him putting pressure on the rim. And I'm like, wow, 6'9", 245. So one, he looks stronger than James Wiseman. One, he's bought into his role. James Wiseman, picked number 2 overall, was looking to be a star right away. And he wanted to play his way, not the Warriors' way. And his screen setting was atrocious. Trayce Jackson-Davis has no problem getting down and dirty setting the screen. He knows how to roll to the basket, making himself available. His hands, Lubman, his hands are so much better than the hands of James Wiseman. It's not even close. It's like he has got Velcro in his hands. He's snatching everything. He's not fumbling anything away. So his hands are better. He sets better screens, and his awareness defensively. How many times did we see James Wiseman defensively? His positioning was horrible. His positioning, he would be inside the restricted area. And so when he's contested a shot, he's landing out of bounds. Trayce Jackson-Davis, his positioning defensively, knowing where to be. And then individually, he was on the island with Drew Holiday at times, on an island with Jaylen Brown, and he's holding his own, moving his feet. So I just think his awareness, his IQ, his instincts, his hands, he's just a better basketball player than James Wiseman.
No, and I agree, especially with the IQ and the awareness. We mentioned that night three. Again, He got that rebound. How easy would it have been for him, for any young guy in that situation, to try and play hero ball, put that ball back in himself, but to have that presence of mind. Again, we always talk about on the Warriors, it's always about passing up the good shot for the better shot. And that's where I kind of realized last night, like, how he's more dialed in to this system than James Wiseman ever was. Is because it's so easy to instead of putting that shot back in like he probably wanted to, get it into Chris Paul so he can then feed it out to Steph and get that three.
He couldn't corral it there. He lost control of it. So Chris Paul, right place, right time, and he whips a pass. I don't even know how Derek White didn't get that steal, but he whips a pass to Steph Curry. Shot clock's running down. You got to throw up a shot, and the rainbow heard around the world. And it doesn't touch the rim. Doesn't touch the rim. Are you going to play it for me, Lubman? Play it for
Curry
the
splits traffic. Down the lane, spins on Horford, throws it up wild, no good. And the loose ball deflected to Paul with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 131-26. How did he do that? He is a relocation sensation. And he put the night-night symbol with 10.6 to go.
He did that because he's Steph Curry. That's how he did that.
Unbelievable call by Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. Another thing that we're not going to get into much, we should because it was a factor in this game. Points in the paint in the first half, 32-20 Boston. Also the bench points for the Golden State Warriors. They're continuing to cook dudes off the bench. What did they have? 50, I believe it was 50 to 27 bench points, Golden State Warriors. The Warriors in 23 to 27 games. Their bench has outscored the opposing bench. So the bench has been great, and it was great last night with Trayce Jackson-Davis and, of course, Chris Paul. Also in the first half, points off turnovers. Boston had 10, the Warriors had 2. Well, guess what? The Celtics ended up with 12, and the Warriors ended up with 9. So they didn't turn the ball over in the second half, and they didn't foul. That was huge last night. Taking care of the basketball and not fouling against a team like the Boston Celtics, that goes a long way for the Golden State Warriors. When they take care of the basketball, and you have 2 of the greatest shooters who've ever lived in Klay Thompson and Stephen Curry, and you get them more and more opportunities to score, last night's going to happen. You're going to score, and you're going to get quality shots. So take care of the basketball. Don't foul. They're doing a better job at that right now over this 3-game winning streak. Let's get back out to the lines, man. These lines are lit. All these roasters waiting on hold. I need you today. I'm fired up. I got 4 hours of sleep. I couldn't sleep last night after the game. I'm fired up, man. How are you not fired up right now? Let's go to Mystic in the city. Mystic, what is happening?
Hurry! a big win for the Bay last night. Hey, man, first, real quick, anybody who says Klay Thompson is done and needs to go to the bench, you should hang up on them immediately from here on out. Splash Brothers are still cooking. But two things. Looney is a good player, and I'm still glad he's starting. However, Jackson Davis is showing you that Looney's time needs to be reduced and diminished because he simply presents things that Looney cannot do. His hands around the basket. He's the best around the basket big man we've had since David West. He reminds me of a young David West. And that block, his defensive instinct, flying from across the key to catch one of the best finishers in the game above the rim and deny him. Come on, you don't see that. And then Jonathan Kaminga.
Wow.
Draymond Green, not only is Draymond Green on notice because of his attitude, being an albatross and an anchor for the morale of the team, but it's getting to the point now where the youngsters are showing you that if they don't play, their skills are demanding that they play over Draymond. Draymond, you can handle the ball, but you're not as good as you were, and you're turning the ball over. Draymond, you don't finish at the rim. Draymond, you're not the same on-ball defender now. Kaminga guarded Brown, Tatum, no fouls?
Yeah.
Come on, man. And TJD. I mean, they basically took over that game and gave the Splash Brothers room to operate.
Dude, Mystic, that's a hell of a call. And you're giving me goosebumps just thinking about last night. And Draymond Green may be on notice. And I'm sure Draymond Green's watching. He's got to go to counseling. He's going to be out for the next 3 weeks. But he should be on notice because these youngsters are coming. And they want to play. And they want to play a lot. And they deserve to play. And to see these two youngsters in crunch time against the Boston Celtics at Chase Center on national television, whoo, those vibes are good. You got to let these guys cook. And you're right. Maybe Steve Kerr stumbled into this. Maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Now, you don't want to see Draymond Green doing what he's doing, but boy, JK and TJD have to play moving forward. Let's get to Jay in Oakland. He's been a hole for a long time. I appreciate the patience, Jay. Jay, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, I have to admit, man, a couple weeks ago, I was down on this team. And the reason I was down on this team is because they didn't look like our Warriors, the Warriors that we come to know. They wasn't playing Warriors basketball. And it made me come to the conclusion that our agent stars wasn't able to play Warriors basketball no more. But to quote Bonte, oh, baby, was I wrong. Man, that game last night was encouraging. It was encouraging. And not just for Klay and stuff, but it was encouraging as a team. To see the team play the way that they did was really encouraging, man. And we know, like you said, I like the way you said it, like, we got to take it game by game. I understand that, some shots going to go down. You're going to have games where shots go down and other games where, they can't make anything. But to get on Klay, man, I think it was the third quarter, man. When was the last time we saw Klay the playmaker?
Yeah, I know.
Like, Klay was penetrating, had a drop off to Sarge. He was penetrating.
What about the drop off to TJD? Yeah, there you go. Overtime, the drop off. Nice one to go up 125 to 121. Jay, keep cooking.
Yeah, Klay was out there looking like Magic Johnson. Like, real talk. And I was like, man, it was really encouraging to see them play this type of basketball. I know it's only one type of game. But Warriors fans, man, we got something to look forward to. Yay, I'm out.
Great call, Jay. Great call. And that's why I'm thinking about the crowd. And I'm playing it through my head. And I'm looking at TJD blocking shots. I'm looking at Kaminga dunking overtime. And I'm looking at Klay Thompson hit open shots in the fourth quarter. 2 threes that were huge. Down 114-107. Boston continues to cook. Boom, he comes off a screen from Steph. They double Steph. Boom, Klay Thompson. Bang, splash. And then, of course, what Steph Curry did last night. Still showing at the age of 35 that he's still one of the best players in this league, that he's still an elite athlete. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it because that was a barometer game. We discussed this yesterday. Like, okay, beating Portland's one thing. Beating the Brooklyn Nets who play no defense is one thing. But what are you going to do against the Celtics who are coming in, rolling at 20-5, 5 games in a row? And I know their road record right now is not good. They're 6-6 on the road. They're 14-0 at home. But Scal joined us in the pregame show yesterday on NBC Sports Bay Area. Brian Scalabrine goes, look, when our starters are together, we're 15-1. And I get that they were missing Kristaps Porzingis. The Warriors were missing Draymond Green and Gary Payton II. And we didn't know if Chris Paul or Andrew Wiggins were going to play because they were both ill. They were questionable. To do that against the Celtics, down 17 in the third quarter, knowing that Steph Curry had 5 fouls. Hell, there's a chance if Boston goes into the fourth quarter up 17, we may not have seen Steph Curry in the fourth quarter. But credit Chris Paul for hitting some big shots in the last minute of that frame. And you're down 11, Curry checks back in, and then the magic happens. So that's a huge win. This was a measuring stick game for these youngsters. And they're going to take these days off, and they're going to get ready for Washington feeling really good about themselves. The smile that J.K. had on his face last night, you can't replace that. TJD knowing that, hey, you know what? I'm making things happen with the Splash Brothers. I'm making things happen with Chris Paul. Respecting the veterans. One thing underrated, and Killian wrote this article in the Chronicle about Christmas with the Currys. Monte Ellis, when he was a Golden State Warrior, once took Stephen Curry to one of his charity events for Christmas, kind of teaching Steph Curry the way on how to do things in the community as an NBA player. Well, Steph Curry, like he always does, pays it forward. And this year he took TJD with him. It's like, hey, young fella, this is how you do it. And the maturity, young man, it speaks a lot about how Steph Curry respects this young man. Coming in as a 4-year college player, so there's a lot of good things alike here. And we're going to have that question. That is the elephant in the room. That is the elephant in the room. What's going to happen when Draymond Green come back? Well, we've got about 3 weeks for that. We've got about 3 weeks. One more call here before the injury report. By the way, Salvo spent $5 here. Thanks for the contribution, Salvo. Reggie said yesterday on the call at the TJD block, if this isn't Dale Davis, Dad, if this isn't Dale Davis, just says Reggie Miller played with him. And okay. Yeah, he did play with Dale Davis. Maybe he is Dale Davis' son. But he finishes a lot better than Dale Davis. I'll tell you that one. I'll tell you that much. Chewy, real quick in the East Bay before the injury report. Chewy, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Happy holidays. Love your show.
Thank you.
Real quick, nobody's really you touched it once. Turnovers.
Yep.
Biggest factor of that game. I tell you right now.
2 turnovers in the second half, Chewy.
Yo. Missed it.
Not sure what happened there, but he's right about the turnovers. Points off turnovers in the first half. The Warriors gave up 10. They gave up 2 in the second half. They committed 8 turnovers in that first half. They committed 2 in the second half. That's huge. That went a long way to winning that basketball game. Well, we got time to squeeze in one more. We got injury report. All right. Alex, Austin, Ray, we're going to get everybody on hold right now. 888-957-9570. We are so fired up about this win last night. I've got 4 hours of sleep. I need you guys to carry me the last 2 hours. I got Lubman in the building. I got the Roasters on YouTube and the Comcast business text line. I got home last night at about 11:15. And you know what? I said, damn, I got to watch the fourth quarter in overtime. I can't get enough.
It's like a drug. You can't get enough of it. You got to get more of it.
Injected all.
LA watching it.
Yeah, injected all into my veins. What a win for the Golden State Warriors, rallying from 17 points down. All right, we're going to talk to Anthony Slater on the other side. He was in the building last night. He always writes great articles at The Athletic. Our 95.7 The Game NBA insider, Anthony Slater, coming up. But first, let's get to the injury report. All right, shifting gears to the 49ers. Kyle Shanahan updated us on a few minor injuries the 49ers are dealing with. Deommodore Lenoir sustained a rib contusion in Sunday's win and is expected to be day-to-day. That's good news. Also day-to-day is Cleveland Farrell as he deals with an ankle injury. The good news is offensive lineman Spencer Burford is expected back this week at practice after missing the last few games with an knee injury. However, are we sure we want to start Burford over Feliciano? Feliciano's playing some good football. Decisions, just like the Golden State Warriors with their lineups. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. By the way, I haven't heard from Hillary in a while. Hillary, where you at? You're not going to call us after the Raiders dropped 63 on the Chargers? Or are you already done? Are you becoming a Niner fan yet, Hillary? By the way, shout out to Boxer and Gerson. Happy holidays to them. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We're going to take a time out with Anthony Slater. We'll talk to Anthony Slater about last night and moving forward with this Golden State Warriors team. Then we're getting right back to your phone calls, right back to your comments on YouTube. 888-957-9570. What a win for the Golden State Warriors. 888-957-9570. Dubs beat the Celtics, the best team in the NBA, rallying from a 17-point deficit. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
It's holiday season at Pacific Catch, and it's time for a celebration. Join us for seasonal shellfish specials like Dungeness crab and creamy clam chowder, guaranteed to give you those warm winter vibes. Available for a limited time at your local Pacific Catch.
Hi, welcome to IKEA and
Curry splits traffic. Down the lane, spins on Horford, throws it up wild, no good. And the loose ball deflected to Paul with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 131-26. How did he do that? He is a relocation sensation. And he put the night-night symbol with 10.6 to go. Curry hits 2, 3.4 to go. Holiday at midcourt, fires a 3 at the buzzer. It misses, and the Golden State Warriors have won their 3rd game in a row. And they beat the team with the league's best record in overtime, 132-126. Stephen Curry, 33 points, and played a good chunk of this game with 5 fouls.
Oh, baby! We're going full acapella there. We don't need no music. All we need is Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game Insider. As we say, good morning to Anthony, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift, truck drivers, janitors, carpenters, Dub Nation, what is happening? It's me, it's Lubin, it's Anthony Slater right now. We'll get back to the phone calls in just a second as the Warriors rally from a 17-point deficit. And you heard Tim Roy right there on the call, the voice of the Golden State Warriors. Stephen Curry playing the entire 4th quarter in overtime with 5 fouls. You got the great games from TJD and JK. Chris Paul with a quietly good game, filling up the stat sheet. Klay's been hot the last 4. Heck, he's been hot in 14 in the last 14 games. So, Anthony, what a win for the Golden State Warriors. They were dead in the water, man, against the Boston Celtics, and they rally there. And it's a lot to get into. But first, let's start with Stephen Curry. Playing that 4th quarter in overtime with 5 fouls, and he hits the night-night shot over Derek White. He saves his best for last with 20 points after halftime. The guy's just not slowing down. It's just a treat to watch every single night, Anthony.
Yeah, he actually hadn't been good for 6 quarters. However, obviously he had the streak broken in Portland. But I thought, not only the 5 fouls that missed some open threes, heading into that 4th, but he turned it on again. That's actually 2 of the last 3 4th quarters, right? The Brooklyn 4th quarter. And he pulled them to wins, and, they needed it at times, but it's also, isn't this kind of a reminder that, although the NBA season feels so long, like a little 3-game stretch can just turn the mood. I mean, you just, came on, yelling like the Niners had just won a playoff game. But they're 13-15, which is not good, as we know. But right. Wizards are 13-14. But Wizards Blazers coming up. If you get those 2, you're 15-14. You're back over 500. I know that's not necessarily the goal at the beginning of the season, but it is just a reminder. A little 3-game streak can change how things feel around the team.
No, it definitely changes the tenor of the attitude, right, and the mood of this basketball team, especially without Draymond Green. You're on it. You play Washington to Portland, as you mentioned. You get over 500, and then you get ready for a 5-game stretch where you see Denver, Miami, Dallas, Orlando, Denver. So you want to be feeling good going into those games, but they're also reestablishing home court advantage. And what you said about Steph there, 2 of the last 3 4th quarters, I brought that up last segment, gets Brooklyn scoring 12 straight when they blow the lead. Last night, he has the big 3-pointers as for whatever reason, Boston just would not double him. They left Al Horford on him on the island, and that is night-night there. But reestablishing home court advantage while doing it with the youngsters. And it feels like Klay and Steph are really appreciating the likes of JK and TJD. Let's start with JK, because he was out of the rotation back on December 6th against the Portland Trail Blazers. Doesn't play. They fall behind by double digits. He plays the last 17 minutes, has an impact going 6-6, and now he's had 7 straight games scoring in double figures. He has the 17 points and 7 rebounds last night. But to me, Anthony, the big key for him was not only the individual defense, but it's the fact that he went through a game and played a game without fouling anybody. He finished a game with 0 fouls and only 1 turnover, so he's scoring up by the game.
Yeah, Steve Kerr loves that. He's probably using a highlighter in his post-game office. He's starting now, right? He seems to have an established starting spot that I don't think he's giving up anytime soon. It's interesting that Steve Kerr seems to be choosing between him and Wiggins, although they did start together to open the second half after Pajemski left. But, he even said it in pregame, typically when it comes down to closing lineups, especially if he wants to play, Steph, Klay, and Paul, which it seems like he does, it's going to be Wiggins or Kaminga. He went with Kaminga last night. I think part of that was, Wiggins was 2 of 11, I think, shooting. But I'm curious when it gets to a point where the default is Kaminga. It's regardless of how the two are playing, it still feels like, the two previous games he went with Wiggins. I think Wiggins earned it in Portland, right, the way he played. But if that is the choice, it's going to be interesting to track. I'll say that because Kaminga's doing some stuff that, I think last night you're not seeing Wiggins get a pick six in overtime. I don't think, stuff like that. And it's part of the theme of this team right now where it just feels like at almost every spot there's a young guy, riding up the rear view mirror of a veteran right now. And obviously I'm sure we'll get to the center spot where suddenly that's really happening.
Anthony Slater here on Wonder Russell on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider who does a tremendous job with The Athletic, one of the best beat writers not only in this market but across the globe. He really does a great job covering this team. And to follow up on that with Jonathan Kaminga, he just looks like the better player right now than Andrew Wiggins. He looks stronger, he looks more physical, he looks faster, more athletic, and he's finishing at the rim. How about him just calling off Klay Thompson like, no, you just go to the top of the key. I'm going to have this dance with Jaylen Brown. I'm going to go in and dunk. He's been the better player, so I'm with you. I do wonder when Steve Kerr just gets to a point where he says, you know what, JK's one of our best five down the stretch. It feels like it's coming right now with the way Andrew Wiggins has been so inconsistent.
Yeah, almost regardless of night, although I will say, part of what I think Kerr is doing better, really since the Moody situation in Sacramento, right, which he criticized himself for, is adjusting night to night. I know at times it can be too slow for the fan base or, it can be too trusting of a veteran, but it does at least feel like pretty much every night now, he will stay with his best, like whoever is playing best down the stretch, which it hadn't been. We'll see, necessarily how much that continues. But, yeah, I agree with you. I mean, Kaminga, I think 7 and 9 on twos last night, and that wasn't against, the Wizards. That wasn't against the Nets. That was against, you mentioned going at Jaylen Brown, but you have Al Horford on the backside of the defense. Drew Holiday's out there. Derek White's out there. Jason Tatum. That's the best defensive team in basketball, I think, at least personnel-wise. And he just looked like an elite athlete within that. I thought, the Curry moon ball, you guys played the audio, Tim Roy coming in on it. But, part of the story I wrote, part of that happens because if you rewatch the play, Kaminga's crashing in from the corner hard, and Jason Tatum's, desperately trying to hold him off. He can't even go get the rebound because he's just, trying to hold Kaminga off, so it gets tipped to Paul, who throws it over to Curry. But it's a lot of that. I think he had 7 rebounds last time. Another stat Steve Kerr would probably use a highlighter on. So a lot of good stuff from him. What you're not getting nearly as much, dud games from him. Even though he's not he's on a huge night every night, there's been very few of the games where it's did he do anything tonight?
Go ahead, Lovin.
Anthony, I want to talk about Trayce Jackson-Davis and just what we saw from him last night. Obviously, early on in the game, Jaylen Brown, he was eating whatever he wanted in the paint. Then Trayce comes in, and it seemed like it kind of changed the game in the paint a little bit. We've seen the Warriors really struggle down there a lot. Is it really as simple to say that he could be the answer for the Warriors in their struggles down low and in the paint going forward?
Well, he's going to play. I know Steve Kerr said that last night, and it'll probably be dependent on matchup. He's definitely still trusting of Looney. He made that clear again in postgame last night. And there are certain matchups I know he'll probably play Looney 20-plus minutes. Sacramento is a matchup, right? If they're facing Domantas Sabonis, he's going to want to have him on him.
Yep.
But, yeah, look, they're 28th in the league in block shots. We know their lack of rim protection. Chris Paul historically has always had a pick-and-roll dive big for a reason. That's how he likes to operate. He needs kind of a lob threat to be most effective. Klay Thompson, weirdly, is got a really nice connection with Trayce on the pick and roll. Have you guys noticed that?
Oh, yeah, especially in overtime. How about that drop-off in overtime, Anthony?
Yeah, or maybe the funniest play of the day was, Steph had he commits the fifth foul, middle of the third. They're down 17 at the time. It felt like the game was over, right? You were Boston might be up 25 to start the fourth. And then Klay and Trayce do 3 straight pick and rolls that work. And one of them, which I thought was the funniest one, was pick and roll. Klay has a perfect pocket pass to draw the defense, and then Trayce, which by the way, he's a good passer. That's really important in the offense. He does a drop off to Corey Joseph, who's in the dunker spot. And I was that is about the weirdest. It was the action that you used to see with Steph to Draymond to Iguodala, but it was Klay to Trayce Jackson-Davis to Corey Joseph. And I was okay, I guess it's working. Leads down to 9 all of a sudden.
Is that the play Corey Joseph spun into the defense and banked it off the glass?
No, that actually came a little bit later.
No, that was a little bit later. Yeah, that's right. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, decent minutes from Corey Joseph.
Not bad. Not bad.
No, everyone's always looking good. But yeah, staying on with Trace here, like.
You don't want to talk Corey Joseph? Fans are fired up. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll get to Corey Joseph at some point, I'm sure. But no, when it comes to Trace, it's like again, a couple years ago we saw the Warriors draft a center, James Wiseman, where it never really panned out with him at all. And then I asked Bonte this question earlier, like when it comes to Trace, it just seems like he's giving us everything that we ever really wanted that we wanted out of James Wiseman. I'm curious, just what are you seeing from Trace Jackson Davis that's like that's showing that he's able to kind of mesh into the system in a way that James Wiseman never was able to? Like, what really is the difference between these two that you're seeing?
3 college games and like 5,000 college games. Right?
So it really is just as simple as exactly college.
Hey, Slater, that's exactly what I started with. Just the experience and just the instincts, right? His instincts and his hands and his IQ is just so much better than Wiseman's. And I'm not even trying to throw shade at Wiseman.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't know about James Wiseman coming out of college. You saw like the elite physical tools, but there was no way to know. Trace Jackson Davis, I mean, he's a finished product. And I understand the league didn't fall in love with him clearly, right? Because like some people had him maybe like a late first, early second round grade. Once you slip to the second round, I mean, you guys know who his agent is, right?
Who is his agent?
Name is James Dunleavy, brother of Mike Dunleavy.
Are you serious? So basically, he just did it. It's like when Mike Piazza got drafted by the Dodgers, right? Tommy Lasorda just kind of knew his pops. It's like, all right, I'm going to take your son.
Well, I'll just say this, and there's a reason that Trey slipped to the second, there's a reason he slipped to 57. Once he's in the second rounders don't have guaranteed contracts. So that agents, this is common in the league. Agents try to maneuver them to a place where they're going to get a good opportunity, and the Warriors guaranteed, like he got a guaranteed deal from the Warriors. So, 2 years guaranteed, 4 years total, because the Warriors saw a polished center who could pass and fit into Steve Kerr's system and could help tomorrow, basically. And they decided, I don't know if you guys remember the maneuvering at the time, but this is right when the Chris Paul trade's going on. Mm-hmm. They basically replaced Patrick Baldwin Jr. With Trace Jackson Davis. Both of them intriguing prospects in their own way, but the Warriors front office this summer decided they needed to get rookies who are, ready to help Steve Kerr now and help Steph Curry now. And they identified that in Trace Jackson Davis. I think I do know, James Dunleavy being Trace's agent certainly helped. And they were right. And, to your question, what do I see with him? I just see like a guy who knows how to play. Mm-hmm. And it's the passing. I know it's just one little play I mentioned, but the fact that he can get the ball in the dive, draw the defense, and just do a little hook around pass to the dunker spot. Yeah, you're right. James Wiseman wasn't doing that. Rookie Jonathan Kaminga wasn't doing that. A lot of bigs don't do that. He just feels the game. And then, the athleticism really helps this team, right? When's the last time you saw a Warrior center? Was it Andrew Bogut the last time you saw a center block a shot like that coming weak side?
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, Draymond Green has some great block shots, but he's a small ball 5. I mean, JaVale McGee at times, maybe, but no, it's probably been since Andrew Bogut. And the lane parted like the Red Sea. I mean, Jaylen Brown looked like he had a wide open dunk. And I'm watching the game with Festus in the studio, and he didn't even realize that it was a block shot. I'm like, wow, he just blocked that. Grabbed a rebound, yelled a little bit. It's like, wow, okay, young man, I see you out there, and he's going to earn more minutes, but I want to get to Klay Thompson.
By the way, Festus must have loved that one.
Oh, he loved it. He couldn't. Dude, Festus couldn't get enough of TJD. He's been waiting for a big like this to finish around the rim and block shots. It was hard to contain Festus. You would have thought he was on the team last night. No doubt. Festus Ezeli on Warriors pre- and post-game live. Talking to Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Let's get to Klay for a second. Klay Thompson. We know he had that interesting presser where Kawakami kind of pressed him there. And, he goes, what you want me to do, come off the bench? Well, the way he's playing, he's never going to come off the bench under Steve Kerr. But he didn't finish in that Phoenix game a couple weeks ago, and you thought, boy, he was not happy. You had the little nugget on our show, Anthony, about him not being happy about that. Well, since then, he's responded very well. The Clippers, the Brooklyn Nets, the Blazers, he's averaging over 27 a game since that moment. He's shooting over 50% from 3 and from the floor. Klay Thompson now, over his last 14, shooting 40% from 3 and scoring 20 a game. 4 straight 20-point nights for Klay. Now he's starting to come around, and I think that's a product due to the spacing on the floor. Having a JK, having a TJD, having guys who could penetrate and break down the defense. Don't forget about Pajemski there. Yeah, Klay Thompson's been benefiting from that, Anthony.
Yeah, I think the Pajemski one, you kind of mentioned at the end, but him being in the starting lineup, I think, has really helped. Not only, like you said, with the spacing, but an extra ball handler, an extra ball mover. he gets it going in transition. And, Klay, he loves those like transition threes that kind of gets it going. But, Steve Kerr mentioned it last night. He's just taking smart shots.
Yep.
He also looks good, like bouncy, fresh. The legs look pretty good. Sometimes older players, and at this point I think we can categorize Klay Thompson as an older player, need part of the season, a good chunk of the season to get themselves in rhythm and in condition and their legs feeling good on a nightly basis, every night, other night basis. And
right.
I just think he looks like good right now, and he's confident. And you could maybe say the benching helped. I don't think he'd admit that. But the 4 games you mentioned, 23 or 46 from 3. That's the 4 games since the benching.
Right.
And yeah, it's huge. It changes them. They don't win last night if he doesn't hit major threes that just have to have it moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the fourth quarter, he hit 2 threes there, 114-107. Steph Curry gets doubled. He goes to the left wing. Boom, splash. You're down 4 there. Now, before we get you out of here, you were in L.A. last week after the announcement that Draymond Green was suspended indefinitely. Shams Charania, your partner over there at The Athletic, just reported on Monday that he's going to be out for the next 3 weeks at least, minimum. Dunleavy mentioned to you at UCLA when they were practicing, basically saying, no, these next 10 to 15 games are going to determine what this roster looks like moving forward. And I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins here. Is there a scenario where Andrew Wiggins, and I don't know his value, I don't know if teams are willing to take on that contract, 4 years plus a player option, but the way he's playing right now, could you see a situation in which Andrew Wiggins is the odd man out? Because you got a lot of players coming back. Gary Payton II, Draymond Green. And if Andrew Wiggins is not finishing and he's not being effective and Kaminga's playing so much better than him and being more consistent, is Andrew Wiggins' Warriors tenure on the line here over the next 10 to 20 games?
Well, I do think they are going to survey the trade market and you wonder what that means. I will say this. I think Mike Dunleavy is hoping and believing that this roster will prove enough to him that they want to make more of an aggressive win now move. I do think Wiggins' contract, even though, like you said, there's still a long-term aspect to it, it's still one of the more tradable contracts considering age and position, right? 3-and-D wing, theoretically. 2 years ago, he was one of the best 3-and-D wings in basketball. And what is it like? It's like 24, 25-ish million this year. That's, it's a lot to in the average human, but in the NBA, that's fine for a starting small forward. So yeah, you could probably utilize him potentially to go get different missing pieces that you feel like you might have. But at the same time, you don't just say, Kaminga's playing well, Gary Payton's coming back. There's no need for an extra wing in the in the NBA playoffs.
Right.
I think there are times, and you saw it starting the second half last night, Klay Wiggins and Kaminga together.
Yeah.
There's Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown on the other team. Joe Mazzulla is not just saying, hey, just need one of the two on the floor. So just because of what the playoffs are, I just don't think you give away, a guy that can theoretically guard a Tatum, guard a Luka, guard a, all the guys he guarded a couple years ago. He's got to play better, but and again, I do think he's will be one of the more available names that they might talk about, but I don't think it's necessarily a sure thing.
Yeah, that's a good point there. He did grab 7 rebounds as well yesterday, but obviously Kaminga got the minutes down the stretch. But the Warriors rallying from 17 points down. I thought the post-game show was going to be dead. Chris Paul hit some big shots at the end of the third quarter there, and quietly he had a big-time stat line. I know the shot was short, but 9 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds. We can talk about him a little bit later because he's another guy that a lot of fans are saying, well, what do you do with CP3? But last night, no turnovers with the 12 assists. Anthony, we're going to let you go. I know you got to get ready for this weekend. You got a big weekend. Wizards, Blazers, Cowboys, Dolphins Sunday.
Ooh, that's a big one. Cowboys, Dolphins, I'm fired up about. Dolphins favorites in that game, which surprised me. Can I say something on the Friday game quick?
Yeah. Jordan Poole.
I don't know if you guys have talked about it yet, but yeah, Jordan Poole. I actually talked to Jordan. He played in Sacramento, Monday?
Really?
Hit 8 threes up there, yeah. Chatted with him a little bit. Chatted with a few of the, like Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, Kevon Looney, Klay Thompson, just about Jordan's tenure with the Warriors. And obviously it ended in such a sideways way. And I think it's viewed in a little bit more of a sour light or a kind of a questionable light than if you just really think about it, and this is what those guys mostly talk to me about. 28th overall pick, played 4 years here, vital to the title.
No doubt.
The stamp of a title, which was that 4th one in Boston, go through that playoff run. He had 7 or 8 just monster games.
He did.
they just don't win that title without him. And like, so that right there is like, to me, stamps you as you could say Warriors legend really in some ways, or, however you want, like, he was major in that. And I just, that should probably be remembered more than what the fourth year was.
I was going to let you go here. Now I got to ask, what's his temperament like? How's he feel about the Warriors in that tenure there?
Yeah, I mean, he's still a little bit hesitant to discuss much. I mean, he still talks about, like, he's still really good friends with Looney, right, the Milwaukee connection. Mm-hmm. Wiggins, he has the same agent as he's always been close with. He's very appreciative of his time watching Steph and Klay, just, like, learning from them, right, as a guy who views himself as, a quick trigger shooter, that, scorer. Doesn't really mention Draymond, won't really answer questions about Draymond, which,
how could you blame him?
Yeah. He kind of joked afterwards, because I did ask a couple of, you would call them more uncomfortable questions, like, hey, Marshawn Lynch style on that one. He kind of likes, and that's how he's always been, and that's fine. Yeah. I think in a lot of ways, I respect how he's handled it. Like, he's never talked about that situation and, like, almost refuses to. And you know what? Like, that part of that's like, he just doesn't want the headlines. He doesn't want the conversation around it. It's too hard to ignore. We're going to obviously talk about it. He knows that. He's been respectful of that, but he just doesn't want to review that time. I asked him, if like, is he somewhat upset about how that was all handled? And he just was like, I've honestly never thought about it. And you're like, I know you have, but I respect you not, he wanting to have some like deep, long discussion about it. Right. So what's his temperament? And in some ways, I do think the other thing is, I think he's happy where he was sent. He's been given a chance. It's not necessarily going well right now. They're 4-22. I think that was predictable. But he's shooting better. He had 28 the other night, hit 8 threes. So it's an interesting time for him. The other thing, and multiple people mentioned this, and this is why they view it as a success story, he got paid. He was a 28th overall pick that was making $1-2 million his first few years. He's now making, $123 million over 4 years, and he's been given the keys to a team, and we'll see if that works out.
I got to catch up on your stories, man. I forgot all about that money because I did watch the game against Sacramento, but that's very, very interesting. And you know what, Dub Nation? I know they're going to show love to Jordan Poole because he is a champion. And you're right, he was vital to that playoff run. I think people forget about that. He was dynamic during that playoff run. His first ever postseason. How many guys we see struggle in their first ever postseason? For him to do what he did and help win the championship, I think he deserves the love. And I think Dub Nation will have the video tribute, and they'll give him a standing ovation Friday night when the Wizards come to town. They have only won one game in the month of December. They can't get a win to save their life. But Anthony, thanks so much for the time. We'll look for that story there, and we'll see you Friday night at Chase Center.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Anthony Slater, one of the best in the business, if not the best. That's him. Follow his work at The Athletic, our 95.7 The Game Insider. Alex and Ray, we're going to get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation, how we feeling about this win? How we feeling about this win? We'll react to what Slater had to say. He said a lot of good things there. TJD, Kaminga, Stephen Curry, of course, Klay Thompson. Don't forget, this is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. We're going to get to all the calls here. 888-957-9570. Jordan Poole game Friday. We'll get more into that tomorrow and Friday, of course. Coming back to town. He deserves all the love there. But how about these Warriors right now? One game under 500. They've won 3 in a row. They rallied from 17 down against the best team in the NBA. How can you not be fired up about that? 888-957-9570. Who's your player of the game? Plus, you don't want to miss what Shaquille O'Neal said about Stephen Curry last night on Inside the NBA. We'll have that sound for you on the other side. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Hi, this is Stephanie from
Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Find a reason, wonder. 888-957-9570 is the number. Come on, Dub Nation. Pick us up here on the Morning Roast. I got my boy Lubman in the chair right across from me. He's got his Warriors long sleeve on. He's feeling good. Big John is back in the building after driving across the Bay Bridge. Big John just said it's about 25, 30 mile per hour winds on the bridge. Please drive carefully, folks. The weather's nasty. Just chill. Get to work.
The weather outside is frightful.
Yeah, there you go. Managers, if somebody's late to work, hey, it's okay. It's raining. We want to drive. Everybody drive carefully, man, in that traffic. Look, the Warriors win last night. We're going to talk to Mike Sando about quarterbacks, but today's not the day. Today's not the day after last night. This team is starting to gel. They're starting to come around. Kaminga is coming around. No turnovers. One turnover. No fouls last night. TJD, player of the game, according to Steve Kerr. The Splash Brothers. They're back, baby. They're back. Klay Thompson, 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about Klay? How are we feeling about Steph? How are we feeling about the Warriors after they won 3 straight games, 6 in a row at home, and now they get the Wizards and Blazers? By the way, Anthony Slater just texted me. His Jordan Poole story is going up tomorrow. Tomorrow. He talked to Jordan Poole of Sacramento, so I can't wait to read that. And I'm glad Slater said what he said. Jordan Poole deserves love. He's a key cog of that championship run. Some people misremember what happened during that championship run. Well, I don't. And I remember Jordan Poole having a nice, solid postseason, averaging 17 points a game over the course of that postseason run. But Lubman, what a win. Welcome to the show.
Woo, buddy, that was a good win last night. No, that was one of those wins that, like, for as much as things have been struggling for the Warriors last few weeks. Again, we were talking how last week it was all about Draymond Green, all about him getting suspended indefinitely. We spent an entire show, roasters, call in. What's your one word for the Draymond situation? And it was a thesaurus of words that basically just translate to bad. There was toxic, there was despondent, there was exasperated. Like, we had some really good calls of people just fed up. And it just felt like a massive low for this franchise.
It did.
And then they have that loss to the Clippers. And Bonte, something about me, I hate losing to the Clippers.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Of all the professional sports teams, I hate. I mean, obviously, Dodgers are way up there because everyone should hate the Dodgers. Clippers are right up there, too. And so I never like losing to the Clippers. And then they, quietly, 3 in a row in the first 2 games against the Nets and Blazers. Okay, you know what? You should win those games. You know, the Nets, you're at home. Like, you're a better team than the Nets. I know, Warrior killer Lonnie Walker's there, but you know what?
The Nets, to your point, though, the Nets are top 7, top 10 in three-point shooting, three-point percentage, top 5 in scoring. Mm-hmm. Like, the Nets are a really good offensive team, and they're the type of team that gives the Warriors problems with the length, the athleticism, but to your point, the Nets is a team you should be able to beat at home, but shorthanded, you just never know.
You do never know, and they showed some guts there. Again, they almost blew it. They got together, though. They pulled that win out. That's a little bit of growth there. But last night, that was a different level. Like, this is the Celtics, the top team in the East right now, top team in the NBA right now. Well, not anymore, actually. Minnesota, by a half game, has the best record in the NBA right now. But that was a big boy win by the Warriors last night, and it was made in part because, again, the Splash Brothers were in vintage form last night, but you're talking player of the games. You gave it to Trace Jackson Davis. My player of the game, I got to give it to Jonathan Kaminga. Again, dropping those 17 points last night. No fouls, only one turnover. Yep. What have we always been saying? What do we want to see from JK? Stop fouling. Stop turning the ball over. He didn't do either one of those last night. All what he did do was drop some hammered down dunks, and then he's firing up the crowd. Usually it's the big guys on the team firing up the crowd. But there's Jonathan Kaminga, been in the league for 2.5 years, barely old enough to drink, out there waving his arms, getting the crowd fired up, and the crowd's responding. These fans, the Warriors fans, they want to see that from Jonathan Kaminga. This is the number 7 pick in the draft. They want him to be part of that next great core. And Bonte, if we're talking about how do you transition from the last era into the next era? Last night, I'm not saying that last night was the transition, because the transition happens over a long period of time.
No doubt.
Last night was part of the step that goes from the last great era of Warriors basketball into the next great era of Warriors basketball. You want to be like the Spurs? Well, you know what? Jonathan Kaminga, Trace Jackson Davis, Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, the 4 of you guys, the baby dubs as I like to call them, that's how you turn into a Spurs-like run.
No doubt. Integrating the youth into the veterans here, to the veteran core, the championship core. We've been waiting on this with Kaminga. And Stephen Curry mentioned it. You talk about JK firing up the crowd. That 15-2 second quarter run, Celtics were rolling. 52-41. Crowd's like, dang, Celtics are really good. Best team in the NBA. They won 5 straight. J.K., Klay. At one stretch during that second quarter, the Warriors made 6 straight field goals, and they were all threes. And Sarge had something to do with that, but J.K. firing up the crowd after a big play. You just love to see it. Steph Curry loved to see it as well.
Like Trace's 2 blocks he had, especially the one in the fourth, I think it was, or maybe overtime, I can't remember, one on Jalen. Like, you feel the crowd get into it, and that just gets, everybody hyped up. And then J.K. steal the first minute of the overtime. I'm feeding off of the crowd's energy, and those 2 guys created that, with some spectacular individual plays. So, like I said, everybody who's out there for significant minutes contributed in some way, shape, or form, and it was a gutsy win, to say the least, just because, it looked a little different, with Trace and J.K. impacting the game the way they did. Me, CP, Klay, in that final group. It was fun.
It did look different, but it was fun, according to Steph Curry. I totally agree with him. Let's get to the lines, Lubman. Let's get to Ray in Oakland. Then we'll get to Alex in Atlanta. We got full lines here, 888-957-9570. I see YouTube humming, Twitch humming. They're carrying the show today. We needed you, Roasters. I got 4 hours of sleep. I couldn't sleep last night because of this win. This was one of those sweet victories, maybe the sweetest victory since Game 6 of the NBA Finals. It might be there.
Really
it might be
that
right
long
there.
Since we've had one of those kind of wins?
Well, because last year was wacky.
It really
with
was,
the way it started. It was just they could never gain any traction.
And it seemed like every time you did get a win like this last year, they'd find a way to erase that momentum next night.
I guess Game 7, Sacramento.
That was actually a pretty good one too, yeah.
Game 3, Game 4, when Harrison Barnes missed a game-winning 3 for the Sacramento Kings.
All-time game right there. As soon as that ball goes up, yeah, we won this game.
Yeah, well,
didn't even need to hit the rim.
No.
I knew it was going to happen.
Well, no, I hit the rim, and I was like, oh, gosh. Ray in Oakland, what's happening, man? Good morning to you.
Good morning. Happy holidays. Morning, Roast. Love what y'all do. But can we stop with all the trade talks? We got everything we need to contend. All we need to do, insert TJD into the starting lineup and use Looney and Wiggins as insurance policies for Drain JK. Let's not forget Draymond Green in the Western Conference Finals versus Joker. All right, we're going to need Draymond in the playoffs, Dub Nation. I'm sorry. We're going to need him. But I do pitch bringing him off the bench with CP, Moody, and GP2. That second unit, and then, we insert him early into the first quarter for TJD. That first and second unit, we got the size, the athleticism, the youth. We got what we need,
So Ray, hold on, Ray. So you're saying to me right now, you're telling me and Lubman that the Warriors don't need to make any moves. They got what they need to get to the promised land. Is that what you're saying right now this morning?
Yes, all Kerr needs to do is insert TJD into the starting lineup and use Looney and Wiggins as insurance policies for whenever Dre goes off the rails or whenever JK gets in foul trouble. We got everything we need.
All right. There's a believer in the roster currently constructed. Maybe Dunleavy feels like her, but Dunleavy's giving us another 12 to 15 games to see what's what, to see how this squad responds. Now, how will Andrew Wiggins respond and Kevon Looney respond by being, quote-unquote, insurance policies? Got to manage egos, right? Wiggins has an ego. You got to think about Andrew Wiggins. This is the first time in his career, outside of game 1 of the NBA playoffs against Sacramento in the first round, first time in his career that he's come off the bench. And I'm not sure how well he's responded to it. Now, the first 3 games, very, very good. Took a step back yesterday. Now, I think he deserves a pass because he was sick and he was questionable. But, boy, Ray in Oakland's loyal. How loyal are you, fans? Do you think the Warriors need to tinker with this roster? Right now, I'm not even thinking about that, Lubman.
No, I'm
soaking in last night.
Absolutely. No, I think last night's one of those games, we don't need to be talking any trades right now. I do think, Andrew Wiggins, that is going to be the big X factor probably over these next 10 games in terms of what they do with him. As far as other moves they would make, first off, I do like Ray's idea of kind of what that second unit would look like. That is a deep second unit. If all things being equal, if everybody stays healthy, well, CP3 in there, GP2, Draymond, Looney, Wiggins,
Moses Moody.
Moses Moody was in that second unit too. That is the kind of second unit that, I remember back when KD was here, we talked about, or even just before KD was here, we were talking, is the Warriors' second unit good enough to get the 8th seed?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're at that level yet if we go to that kind of a second unit, but that's the kind of second unit that's that's the kind of second unit that could help you win lots and lots of games, especially if your first unit's struggling. If Trace Jackson Davis, he could almost act as a trade acquisition in a sense, Bonte, if he can take that first big step in his development. That just seems like a lot to ask, though, for a rookie, though.
No, but you know what? This rookie's no ordinary rookie. He played 4 years of college under Mike Woodson at Indiana. He's seasoned. All right? You heard Anthony Slater. He's more of a finished product. His instincts. He knows how to play the game. The way he rolls to the basket and gets his big butt in there and just moves the people to the side and finishes at the rim and then the block shots. That's a great point, Lubman. I didn't think about it like that. Maybe you do have your trade at TJD because he wasn't playing. And then you get the bench who's outscored the opposing bench in 23 to 27 games. And last night was no different, 50 to 27. So it really doesn't matter who's coming off the bench right now because they're producing. And they help get the Warriors back into that game after a rough first quarter. So maybe you're on to something there. Here's Steve Kerr on TJD being the player of the game.
He was tremendous. I mean, he was the player of the game. There were several huge plays. Obviously, Steph shot probably being number one, but Trace's block on Jaylen Brown. But Trace was the guy who shifted everything. Plus 25 in his minutes. Second great game in a row. You can see the impact he makes. So he's going to play. He's going to be in the lineup.
Here's Klay Thompson on what TJD brings to the lineup.
A vertical spacer, a shot blocking presence, and a big, strong, physical big man who is incredibly athletic. Trace Jr., very athletic.
Trace Jr., what's up with this new nickname?
That is his new nickname, correct. It's only know one Trace in my life. That's Trace Thompson, MLB player, father to Roman.
Klay Thompson bringing out the funnies, and he's red hot right now, Lubman. Let's get back out to the lines and get our night of numbers, the unofficial, official statistician of the morning roast. It's Alex in Atlanta.
Big Alex in Atlanta guy.
Alex in Atlanta, what's happening, man? Good morning. Thank you so much for waiting on hold patiently.
Well, gentlemen, first off, let's start with that final shot from Steph Curry last night. That ball looked so good in the air that even gravity had to pause for a second to admire it. So let's start there. Great shot from Steph to close out the game. But look, talking about Klay Thompson, I agree with everything that you and Anthony Slater were saying earlier, that over these last 4 games, Klay is averaging 26.5 points a game. I think his shot discernment has been a lot better. I think his willingness to pass up the ball and be a playmaker has been a lot better. And I think the spacing on the floor has been a lot better, in part because you have athletic guys on the floor with him, like Jonathan Kaminga and like Brandon Pajinski, who are willing to attack the basket and create that open space for Klay. One of the things I wanted to touch on, 5th straight game for the Warriors now where they've had 15 or fewer turnovers. They're above 500 this year when they don't turn the ball over 15 or more times. They were 26 and 15 last season when they turned the ball over 15 or fewer times. So that's something that's seen a lot of improvement since the young guys have started to get consistent playing time. Touching on Trace Jackson-Davis, I would like to see him get 20 minutes a night, obviously, because I think he does give the Warriors that element of rim protection that they've been sorely lacking. And especially in this game coming up against Washington, we know that Jordan Poole likes to attack the basket. And we know that last season he developed a bit of a bad habit of attacking the basket too much to the point where he was getting his shot blocked a lot. Insert TJD into the starting lineup, if only for the Washington game, just to see how much that can help slow down Jordan Poole and the Wizards offense. And the last thing, I want to give credit where credit is due to Steve Kerr, because I've been on him about this all year. I think his rotations, trusting the young guys in these recent games, have gotten a lot better. You can argue that maybe his hand's been forced by the fact that Wiggins hasn't been playing well, by the fact that Draymond's been suspended, but he's made the necessary adjustments. He's willing to ride with the guys who are playing best on a given night to close out games and give them the majority of the minutes. So I have to give kudos to Steve Kerr where credit's due. And look, if you win these next 2 games, you match your longest win streak from last year, and you're back above 500 before Christmas.
Wow,
so
how about
great
that?
win for the Dubs last night.
Great call, Alex. Great call as always.
Another great call from the night of numbers. Always love hearing from him because Alex always brings it. It's one of our callers, one of our top roasters of the year.
The turnovers, because that is it's going to be lost in the sauce when you think about this game last night. Okay, they were down 17, and they turned the ball over a lot in the first half. They committed 8 turnovers. Boston scored 10 points off those turnovers. Points off turnovers has been a problem for the Golden State Warriors, one of the worst teams in the league when it comes to that category. In Boston, they only committed 3 turnovers. And the Warriors only scored 2 points off those 3 turnovers.
And it was depressing, too, with some of those turnovers early. I think it was in the first quarter.
Yeah.
When Steph was bringing it up, lost the ball. Looney standing right there, and almost like Looney didn't really know what to do there, try and stop the turnover. And then I think it was Tatum takes the ball down and dunks it in. I'm watching that game. I'm watching that happen. It's just like, oh, boy, here we go.
And it's the live ball turnovers, Lubman. Live ball turnovers where teams are making you pay for turning the ball over, and they're capitalizing with fast break dunks, layups, wide open threes. But in the second half, this is big. In the second half, they commit just 2 turnovers, and they give up 2 points off those turnovers. So when they take care of the basketball As Alex in Atlanta was saying, all of a sudden you're getting quality shots for your sharpshooters. You're getting rolls to the rim. You're getting more possessions and shot opportunities. So points off turnovers, huge last night. What about personal fouls? Personal fouls. They keep them down to 15. They average 22 fouls a game. They reach, other teams teach. Well, last night they didn't foul much. And again, it starts with Jonathan Kaminga. And Anthony Slater just mentioned it when he joined us during the 8 o'clock segment. Steve Kerr's going to have the highlighter. It's just going to look at JK. You didn't commit any fouls. And you committed 1 turnover. And you were efficient. And you're guarding Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, Drew Holiday. If you don't commit any fouls, that might be JK's best game of the season. So, Lubman, not having any fouls last night, and then the Warriors as a team not turning the ball over, it goes a long way. That's how you rally from a 17-point deficit.
Absolutely. No, especially when it comes to the turnovers. Yeah, Alex Atlanta, he had a great stat there about how good the Warriors are when they don't turn the ball over. Obviously, every team in the NBA is good when they don't turn the ball over. But for the last several years, even throughout this dynasty, turnovers have always been kind of a problem with the Warriors. That's just a product of the system. The ball's moving around a lot. So there's going to be moments that with how they play that fast, too, you're going to lose the ball at sometimes. The problem was in the past, like the Warriors are always good enough where the talent was able to overcome the turnovers.
Yeah, it has so much firepower.
Yeah. I mean, when you have Steph, Klay, KD, and Draymond out there, like turnovers really don't matter all that much because you can basically outscore your own turnovers in a sense. But last few years, the talent has not been able to overcome those turnovers. So they really do have to be more cognizant of holding on to the ball like that, preventing those unforced errors there that get, like we saw at the beginning of the game where Steph kind of fumbles the ball away. And you remember years ago when Steph, if he got too many turnovers in a game, he had to buy his mom a purse? Is that still a thing? Like, how many purses does Sonya have? Because, I mean, Steph...
I'll tell you what, Steph's not going broke buying those purses.
That's true. No,
Where's he getting them from? Is he getting them from Chanel, Louis Vuitton?
Gucci? Do you think he spins the wheel like the wheel of purses?
Dude, you see some of those prices with those purses. I walked into those stores. Boy, it is a depressing feeling knowing that credit card is going to get maxed out off of one little purse.
But I'll say this, though.
One little clutch.
If you ever buy your mom a purse, though, again, shout out to all the moms out there. Great purse great gift for all the moms out there is get a purse. I've got my mom purses for Christmas numerous times.
From where?
It always checks out.
From where?
Oh, it's definitely not the same place that Steph's going to shop, that's for sure. But
Macy's.
You can find some bargains out there.
Yeah,
some very good bargains out there.
There you go.
And she used it for about a month before she goes back to her favorite purses. So that's good. But hopefully, again, Sonya has so many to choose from. But plus the fouling there, because that was not something you saw a lot on some of those past Warriors teams.
Well, to me, Lubman, not to cut you off here, but the most impressive thing, sure, the shot making, the rainbow three over Derek White. Everybody's going to talk about it. It's a run. ESPN's running with it. Every network saying, "Wow, look at what Steph did." But last night, the most impressive thing to me was him playing the entirety of the fourth quarter and overtime with 5 fouls, and Boston was going at him. And then, of course, the shot making was able to bring the Warriors home and come back and win their 6th straight home game. But the fact that he didn't foul, and then he had Shaq saying this on Inside the NBA. Take a listen to what Shaq had to say about Stephen Curry.
I'm wondering, not saying, I'm just wondering, because he's been consistently the best shooter his whole career. I'm wondering, is it time to start putting him as the best player of all time?
Best player?
I'm saying.
You put him over you?
In the conversation.
I'm asking you.
Yes.
You put him over you. You yourself put Steph Curry over you.
Yeah, this is why he's my favorite player. Cause
I'm not saying favorite. He might be my favorite too, but I'm just asking you, think he's better than you?
I played 20 years, watched 20 years before that. I've never seen a guy like him. And he's doing it consistently, and he has championships.
You put him over Michael?
No, I'm not putting him anywhere. I'm saying, for all the chitter chatter, is it time to just put him in the conversation?
I think he's a.
I'm asking the fans, is it time to start putting him in the conversation as one of the best players ever?
Bonte, you ever go to a party that's let's say it starts like 9:30, 10 o'clock, but the party really didn't start like 10:30 or 11 at that point.
Mm-hmm.
But then you're one of those people like you show up at 1:30 and like they're kind of cleaning up and it's like the last stragglers are getting out. Like, I don't want to come down at Shaq too hard there, but like Shaq, it feels like you're showing up at the party at 1:30 here. If you're just now talking about is Steph in the GOAT debate, because we've watched a lot of Steph over the years.
Yeah.
We talk about taking it for granted. I never take him for granted. I love all the threes. I love all the reverse layups. I love the shimmies. I love the nights. I love when he counts off 1, 2, 3. Like I love all that stuff. That's GOAT stuff. Because not only does what this dude do on the court is incredible, but like just who he is as a human being too. On top of that, like. And to still be doing it at age 35. I mean, Bonte, is there an athlete in Bay Area history who has aged as well as Stephen Curry?
Wow.
There really isn't.
Jerry Rice?
Jerry probably, maybe Barry Bonds.
Barry Bonds.
I mean, that's who you're in the company with. Like,
that's it. That's a short list.
Like, and now we're having the is he in
Ricky
the GOAT
Henderson.
conversation. Listen, if you don't want to put him as the GOATest of all GOATs, okay, that's fine. You know, when people want to put LeBron or Jordan or Kobe, I like to put Kobe as my GOAT. But
do you really?
Oh yeah, I saw.
I didn't know you were a Kobe fan.
I saw. I grew up a Warrior fan, Bonte. I saw Kobe do some unnatural things to this team. It seemed like every time the Lakers would come here, Kobe's like, you know what? I got this, 13-win team here. I'm just gonna go out and have fun and just abuse this poor, pathetic little Warriors franchise. And when people talk about taking Steph for granted, I could never take him for granted because it's just. The other night we had Monte Ellis. Monte Ellis was on the broadcast. There was a time, Bonte, where I thought Monte Ellis was going to be the best it ever gets for the Warriors.
Yeah.
Like, when we talk about the greatest Warrior in my lifetime, it's going to be Monte Ellis. I don't mean that's to dog on Monte. He was a very exciting player. I enjoyed him a lot. But the fact that we used to think that as Warrior fans, that's as good as it's going to get.
Yeah,
and then here we are with Steph talking about a GOAT conversation.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Shaq has always loved Stephen Curry. He's always said that's his favorite player. But Shaq said, yeah, he's a way better player than me. Way better player. And I have Shaquille O'Neal in my personal top 10 of all-time players because Shaq was the most dominant force I had ever seen on the basketball court. People talk about Wilt Chamberlain in the past. Well, I saw Shaquille O'Neal in Orlando with the Lakers, with the Miami Heat. I mean, this guy could do anything. I mean, he was just putting pressure on the rim, triple teams, double teams, and he couldn't hit a free throw, and he still averaged 30 a game. So the fact that Steph is even considered by some of the all-time greats as a top 10 player is enough for me. It's enough for me to hit being in the conversation now. Brian and Palo Alto, he had a tweet yesterday that I almost retweeted. I said, you know what? I'm going to stall out BPA. I'm going to stall him out because he's just a little emotional. He's caught up in the moment. Well, let's bring BPA on because we're sure he's turned a new leaf after last night's performance by Steph Curry in the fourth quarter at overtime. BPA, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Yeah, you won't find any evidence. You won't find any evidence of those tweets, by the way.
Oh, you deleted them.
The internet is forever, BPA.
Unless you took a screenshot.
No, but it's in my mind. It's in my memory, and I'll never let you live it down.
I probably deserve. Honestly,
Can't die
I
on
feel
this hill,
like
BPA.
I know it was bad. You know what? I will take full accountability for my horrific takes. I feel. You know what? I feel like that TNT narrative of like Steph's can't play without Dre. Like I didn't like it at all, and I almost feel like it was like affecting me. Like maybe he can't play with Dre because he didn't look great obviously early, but to me like terrible take from me on Steph saying he didn't look like a superstar. For me, and so like I'm obviously wrong plenty of times, but like Trace Jackson Davis needs to be the starting center moving forward. Like now, like I don't want to hear any equivocation about it. And it's not just that he's pretty darn good. It's Looney's. It's sad, really, kind of watching Looney, but
it's been painful.
But like you have Trace Jackson Davis is just a lot better. Like it's hard to even extrapolate the gap. He's just a lot better than Kevon Looney in every way that you can. Defense, rebounding, touch around the basket. It's just not close. And he gives them something. And I thought he's, it's pretty clear. Like, and can Kerr make an objective decision, right, on this and not?
Or BPA, maybe you just start Looney. And you have the quick hook. We've seen this over the course of history in the NBA. A lot of these great teams, and keep BPA on hold. I want them to finish this call. Let them cook. But maybe you just play Looney for the first 4 minutes. You see how it goes. If he's not cooking, if he's not being productive, then you have the quick hook. Because maybe because now all of a sudden you start TJD, you bring in Looney off the bench. I don't know if you want to bring in Looney cold, but maybe you give Looney the first 4 to 5 minutes of a game to figure it out, and then you sub in TJD. What if you just work it like that and let them start, but you have the quick hook?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you could do that, but it's like why? It's almost like why? If Looney was giving you anything, I'd say fine. I guess it's a question. I don't see him giving them anything. Like
it's rough right now. What about Klay Thompson? What about Klay Thompson, BPA? How much is he giving the Warriors?
He looks great.
I love
he
you,
looks
BPA.
he looks great, and I think it's you got to just say the first 15 games of the season, just Klay's not going to really be there. But he will get there. So I guess that's the take. But he looks great, and
Honestly, how much are you having fun watching this team? I know Draymond Green is suspended. They're going to need Draymond Green at some point. But how much fun are you having watching this team right now?
Yeah, it seems like Klay seems like Klay seems like he's having more fun, which I think his vibe early was not good, and I almost wonder if are they having more fun with Draymond gone? I don't know. I mean, obviously it's maybe Steph's not, but Trace Jackson Davis needs to be the starting center. That was really the point of the call for me. Yeah. He needs to be the starting center, and it's obvious to everyone. Can Kerr make the right call? Right?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, BPA. Happy holidays to you, man. Good call there. Look, man, I almost think, even when people say, well, Steph needs Draymond Green. Steph can't play without Draymond Green. To me, that's disrespectful to Steph. All right? We can't have a conversation about him being the GOAT or being a top 10 player of all time, Loveman, and then say, well, he needs Draymond Green. No, the Warriors need Stephen Curry. He's one of one. Mm-hmm. So I don't want to disrespect Steph Curry, say, well, he needs this and he needs that. No. These guys need Steph.
I don't think it's disrespectful to say that Steph needs Draymond because, again, Steph is in such a unique situation when it comes to the superstars of today. How many superstars in the league today basically rose up with two teammates like Draymond and Klay? It's not really disrespectful. It's just
it almost to me diminishes how good Steph is.
Yeah, but I mean, Batman needs his Robin too. No doubt. When Batman saves the day with Robin, it doesn't diminish what Batman did. They still took out the Joker, but Steph can obviously still carry the day without Draymond. We're seeing that now. I think it's more so probably the Warriors need Draymond more than Steph needs Draymond because Steph could definitely carry this team, but Draymond, just what he brings on defense, the way he's able to kind of quarterback the defense, even quarterback the offensive time at times, that's probably more needed. But yeah, I think Steph needs the Draymond of old more than anything. Yeah. But I don't think it's disrespectful to admit that, but it doesn't take away from how great Steph is, though.
I think it's borderline disrespectful because this team functions with the gravity of Stephen Curry. Without Stephen Curry, guys are not playing 4-on-3. Think about how much 4-on-3 basketball Draymond Green got to play with Steph Curry getting double to half court. Think about the Cleveland Cavaliers NBA Finals. Kevin Durant's first ever finals run with the Golden State Warriors. I'll never forget this, the first two games. And Kevin Durant is getting wide open dunks down the lane. Andre Iguodala's getting wide open dunks down the lane because the Cavaliers were hell-bent 30, 40 feet away from the rim. We got to get the ball out of Steph's hands. We got to guard Steph at half court. We got to double Steph right now. We got to trap Steph Curry right now. Guys who play with Steph Curry get to play the easiest basketball of their careers, which is why I love the Andrew Wiggins trade when it first happened. Because I said, damn, this guy scores 19, 20 a game. Now he's going to be the fourth option on this roster, getting wide open looks. I think this team benefits from Stephen Curry. That's why I think it's a little borderline disrespectful saying this guy needs this guy. No, this team needs Stephen Curry because of the shot opportunities Steph Curry creates for everybody by just being on the floor.
Oh, absolutely. No, Steph is, at the end of the day, he is absolutely the straw that stirs the drink. No one is doubting that. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't think it's wrong to say that Draymond does bring other aspects of the game. That definitely helps Steph out.
No doubt.
Especially on defense, too. So, does Steph... maybe we can amend it to, does Steph need Draymond? I mean, sure, I think Steph would like to have Draymond out there, but it's getting to the point where, other guys can also, man the fort in the way that Draymond does. If Kaminga can up himself defensively, if TJD can kind of be that presence down low, sure, you need Draymond, but, it's not as imperative if other guys are stepping up. No, and that's what you're going to see over these next few weeks is you're going to start to see how we fill that Draymond gap, because in the past, when Draymond misses games, that's usually been a loss when he's out because of just how integral he is to the defense. But if you could see these young guys step up, fill that void, the need for Draymond can start to decrease a little bit. And as I think it was Ray earlier where he said, start bringing him off the bench. And I think now, last night, that was the first step. If you're on team, bring Draymond off the bench. Last night was step one in making that dream come true.
It's a good point. 888-957-9570. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. That is the phone number. We're rolling on the Warriors right now. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Right now, YouTube is humming with over 1,000 viewers after a Warriors win here on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Don't forget, subscribe to us on YouTube, Twitch, Of course, the Comcast Business Text line, you guys are rolling. Like us. How do we only have 8 likes with over 1,000 viewers on YouTube? Do you guys not like what we're saying? Actually, I just refreshed it. It's 150 likes. So let's get up to 200
well,
for the day.
They log in, they see my face, and like, I don't know. We'll watch, but maybe not a like.
Well, I think they saw me by myself for the first 2.5 hours. I was like, yeah, we're on that one. Can't look at this dude's face at night, and we can't look at this guy's face in the morning.
They missed Spadoni. That must be it.
Yeah, that must be it. Or Shasky. Shout out to Shasky. Shout out to Spadoni. Nickel and Dime in Fremont. Nickel and Dime. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just wanted to get my take on the Draymond Green and the Warriors situation.
Mm-hmm. Floor is yours.
I just want to, the way I look at it is like this. Don't take it wrong. Draymond Green is good, but what he brings to the table at this moment is more toxic to the team, and even more toxic to the rookies and to the first team, because all he's doing is creating more tension and more pressure. So I feel that the team is not playing the way they want to play because everybody's scared to fail because of what Draymond Green has shown in the past with his, outbursts and stuff like that. So I feel that him being gone has shown what the Warriors can really do without him, and I think it's a good thing.
It may be a blessing in disguise for the Golden State Warriors.
Very well could be a good thing, yeah.
Yeah, because we're starting to see the youngsters grow. Let's get Malik in Union City before we take them to school. Malik in Union City, good morning, man. Thanks for waiting on hold.
Yeah, no problem, fellas. Hey, as Dub Nation, man, we're blessed. I'm feeling real good today. I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but, yesterday was a great win. There's so many fan bases that have had their hearts broken by Steph and the Warriors, the Rockets, the Kings, the Celtics, the Grizzlies. So just right now as a fan base, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but just know we're blessed to have one of the best players ever, and only a handful of franchises can really say that. So I'm really excited to be a Warrior fan today. But I just have a couple points that I want to make about the game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
One, I thought J.K. really came up as a grown man yesterday. Yep. That was a game that I think, I don't know if anybody else recognized it, but I recognized it, that he looked like he came and he belonged.
Yep.
He was hyping up the crowd.
Yep.
He took Jaylen Brown off the dribble.
Mm-hmm.
He made decisions on his own rather than having to allow others to make decisions for him. And I really think that's a turning point for him in his career, not just in the season, but in his career, as somebody who says, I belong on this team and I belong in the NBA, and I'm coming. My second point that I wanted to make was the whole Kevon Looney, TJD situation. TJD played really well yesterday. I think he does need more minutes. I look at the front court with them as more of a kind of a tandem. You see that in football, right? You have your power back, and then you have your speed back, right? Both of them aren't speed backs, you know what I mean? But not perfect analogy, but you're going to need both of them. TJD works really well when he has athletic centers, when he has young centers.
Yep.
Looney works really well when you have more grounded centers, guys that aren't going to be flying above the rim, guys that aren't going to be, moving and dynamic with the ball like the Jokic's and things like that. So we need both of them. And I think splitting time in a way that a backfield does in the NFL with two dynamic backs is going to be the best way moving forward, even when Draymond gets back, because you need those three. And then my last point. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're cooking, man. You're cooking.
Man, my last point, man. I think the whole Klay Thompson situation, right? I think as a fan base, we got to really look at it and use this as an example of supporting players that have proved things in over a period of time. He's a 4-time champion. We know Klay comes out slow. But supporting that man instead of bringing him down, instead of putting him in trade talks and things like that, that helps him. And you see right now the fruits of all the people that believed in him, the belief that he put in himself, the belief that his teammates put in him. That's paying off right now.
Thanks for the call, Malik. Hey, man, you're a cook in there, and I'm glad you said what you said about Klay. That's the most disappointing aspect of the dialogue about Klay Thompson. We know what he went through rehab. We know how much of a toll it took on him mentally. We know that he loves the game of basketball. The guy's a basketball lifer. And so because he has a bad game here and there, all of a sudden he's washed, he's this and that. But you know what? 888-957-9570. It's been quiet on the set from the Klay haters. It's been quiet on the set in terms of the dialogue of Klay Thompson because of what he's done over the last 14 games. Don't make me pull up the last 4 games in which he's averaging over 26.5 points per game. And we heard from Slater, 23 of 46 from the three-point line. He is playing his best basketball of the season right when the Warriors need it. So he made a lot of great points there. I think you do need Looney and TJD, but TJD and Sarge can help Looney because I think he looks like he's a bit out of shape right now. Something's up with him where he's laboring a bit. So get Looney rolling here. There is a role for Looney on his basketball team. He's a trusted agent. You know what you're going to get from him in the playoffs. You know what you're going to get from him down in crunch time against grounded centers. It's a very excellent point by Malik in Union City, Lubman.
No, I agree, especially with Looney. I do think I'm still confident Looney's going to get it going. Again, he has that pedigree too, just like Klay does, just like Draymond does, just like Steph does. Because let's not forget, Looney, he's been here for 3 of these titles too. He's been to the top. He knows what it takes. He knows how to dial in. Yeah, the labor, yeah, you've noticed that at times, but again, we can see the guy. This is still a guy who leads the team in rebounds. He's still finding ways to be useful on this team. He's still finding ways to make his mark shown. Like I kind of liked your idea that you had earlier. You know, let's still keep him in the starting lineup.
3-4 minute.
Yeah, because I do think there are some centers. I think and Slater kind of mentioned it too when they play some of those bigger centers like the Jokic's, like the Sabonis's. I think you still want to have Looney handle those ones because that's a lot for TJD to do.
We saw that already in Denver with TJD.
Yeah. It's just like this kid's still a rookie. He's been great, but he is still a rookie. He'll get there someday. I'm down to let Kevon Looney handle those early at the beginning, but. Yeah, I'm not going to give up on Loon just yet. Again, as long as he is, living up to his nickname, Windex, cleaning the board. Shout out Schleprock with that one. As long as he's still doing that, that's really all I really want from Kevon Looney. Just gobble up rebounds, bring that ball down, set us up with these second chance points.
And great screen setting to free up some of the shooters that we see over the last week and a half here. All right, it's time to take them to school, Big John. Games like last night is what we live for. Legit goosebumps last night watching these young gunners. Because the vets may have been disappointing to start the season. Now, Steph and Klay are starting to get going here. We got to get Andrew Wiggins going. But how about those baby dubs? How about those young dubs who continue to shine?
Brown takes it front court off a series of screens, gets Pajemski. Front of the logo. Crossover left hand, down the lane to the cup. Blocked by Jackson Davis. Says, get it out of here. Here comes Curry. Hightails it to the front court. Drives on Holiday. Got fouled.
And that's not even the best block of the night. It's the one in overtime where Tim Roy was like, oh, no, Jaylen Brown. Oh, what a block by TJD. And Tom Tuber's like, wow, TJD. His first ever double-double, first career double-double. Off the bench, he was a plus 25 in the plus-minus department. And you know how much I hate that stat. But even I got to look at it saying, wow, 10 points, 13 rebounds. TJD, no longer known as Baby T. That nickname is done. Now it's taking him to school, brought to you by Peralta Community College District. Spring is free at Laney, Berkeley City, Merritt, and the College of Alameda. For more info, visit peralta.edu. Look what's coming up here on the game. We got Rob in San Bruno. We got Junior in San Jose. We got all your calls, 888-957-9570. How good do we feel after that win? Their 6th straight home win. Their 3rd straight win overall. They're 1 game under 500 now. They've won 3 in a row. They're rolling right now at Chase Center. The young guns, Kaminga, TJD, Pajemski. And Pajemski's lower back strain, he's day-to-day. Nothing serious there, so he should be back soon. Quietly, Moses Moody off the bench with 10 points. How about the old veteran that we haven't talked about all day long? Chris Paul. 9 points, 12 assists, 7 rebounds, no turnovers. There's a good vibe around this basketball team right now, folks. They're starting to gel. We'll continue to talk about it here on the Morning Roast. We've got Sam Lubman in the building. How about Lubby Love? Give us some love here on the Roast. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. This holiday season.
3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry. Catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 130-126. How did he do that?
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Tim Roy on the call. Stephen Curry with a night shot. He scores 20 of his 33 in the second half, 6 threes in all, and the Warriors rallied from 17 points down last night at Chase Center. I can't get enough of this game. I can't get enough of that shot. I can't get enough of these youngsters here who are growing up by the minute. I'm telling you guys, you noticed it last year with J.K. He gets better by the game. The longer he plays within the game, the better he gets. And as Anthony Slater pointed out last hour, no more of those duds are happening. He's being consistent when it comes to scoring at double figures. Now he's starting to rebound a little bit better. Now he's starting to defend a bit better here. JK's growing up. TJD last night, player of the game, no doubt about it, first career double-double. But see the Splash Brothers bring it home for the second time in 3 nights. Klay Thompson doing his thing. You see what he's done over the last 4 nights, folks. 888-957-9570. Klay Thompson, due to all the spacing on the floor. Klay Thompson, his last 4 nights. Look at these numbers, Lutman. 30 points, 24 points, 28 points, 24 points. What about the makes from the three-point line? 8, 4, 5, 6. He's starting to roll here. So the Warriors win their 3rd straight. They've won 6 in a row at Chase Center. They're starting to gel here, and the youngsters are starting to feel good. That was a feel-good win last night, Lubman. Maybe the best win in all the association this season.
Well, definitely the best win for the Warriors this year, hopefully so far. That was what I titled the stream today, best win of the year so far. I like to be optimistic.
So far,
in that sense.
there you go.
Like BPA, I'm optimistic. I want to give Chris Paul a little love, though, because I was going through
that's a good point.
the post-game notes that the Warriors sent out last night, and I'm poking through it, and this little nugget popped up, and I don't feel like we've given Chris Paul enough love, which is, first off, the fact that we're even saying that is, I still, like, there are moments where it's just like, oh, man, I'm loving what Chris Paul's doing. Wait, did I really just say that? But this nugget here they put, so Chris Paul had 12 assists with no turnovers last night. That's just his 3rd game of the year where he's had 10 or more assists with no turnovers, which matches Muggsy Bogues and Tim Hardaway for the most 10 assist games with no turnovers in a single season in franchise history, dating back to the 77-78 season when they first started tracking turnovers. Bonte, in all the years the Warriors have been around, only 3 times, only twice has someone put up a stat line like that. And then Chris Paul's just come in and just casually done it 3 times before the calendar's even flipped to January.
Wow.
It's just, he is, right off the bat there, it's just, you're seeing the Chris Paul effect. And I think where Chris Paul is really showing just the impact that he's having on this team, it's the time that he spends on the court with these young Warriors. Again, I call it the babysitter lineup, is when he's out there with Trace Jackson Davis, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kaminga, and Brandon Podziemski. He's out there, he's leading these guys, and it cannot be discounted. I mean, the effect that Chris Paul is having on these young guys, both on the court and just the mentor role that he is playing.
That's a great point.
Bonte, how many times did we say last year where the young guys just weren't getting the development because it almost seemed like there was like a wedge between them and the veterans.
2 basketball teams, right?
Exactly. And I feel like Chris Paul, for all the great stuff that Chris Paul has done on the court, sending it, dishing out those assists while not turning the ball over, that's great. The biggest impact Chris Paul may have had on this year's Warriors team is bringing those two teams together. We don't have 2 Warrior teams anymore because of Chris Paul. Because of Chris Paul.
Chris Paul.
I really want to stress this, because of Chris Paul. The Warriors are a harmonious unit again. I'm going to say it. Chris Paul, did you save the dynasty? No, I'm not going to go that far.
Well, no, it's a very astute point. Because TJD, I asked him about it on the post-game show, and he said, no. Chris Paul took me to the side after the Phoenix game, said, you need to be ready, young man. Roll into the basket. Building that rapport because Chris Paul loves that pick-and-roll game. TJD brought it up last night, and I keep mentioning this. Into the 3rd quarter, Boston goes up 13. Peyton Pritchard, who hit a big-time 3. Now, he had a big-time 3 that didn't count because his left heel was on the line. That would have been a huge shot for the Boston Celtics, but it didn't count, so it doesn't matter. He hits a 3 with 57 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. They're up 94-81. Chris Paul hits a 3. I think it was his first made basket of the game, if I'm not mistaken. They go down 10. Derek White hits another 3, and you're like, oh, boy, here goes the Derek White game again, just like game one of the NBA Finals back in 2022. So the Boston Celtics go back up 13. Chris Paul makes a 17-foot pull-up jumper. Those 5 points to keep the Warriors within 11 points going into the 4th quarter, Very underrated. And then there was somebody on YouTube or maybe at the Comcast Business text line. And I agree with this person. Whoever texted that in, you're spot on with this. He helped galvanize the defense there in that fourth quarter. Telling people where to go, where to be, where to play. And he mentioned it last night in his post-game show. He goes, man, I've made all NBA defensive teams. I've always been short. I've always been the shortest guys on the floor. But I understand defense. I understand team defense. And so Chris Paul last night, a very sneaky good game that's not going to get the headlines. You know, we're going to talk about Steph's shot. We're going to talk about Klay. We'll talk about the youngsters. But Chris Paul, you're spot on with that assessment, Lubman. 9 points, 12 assists, no turnovers, 7 rebounds, and the shot got rolling in the nick of time there. So a big-time win for the Golden State Warriors, and they got contributions all up and down the lineup. Let's go back out to the – go ahead.
Oh, no, so I was saying, it's just the timing with these things, too. It's like, again, he gets off that slow start, scores the first 2 quarters of the game, and like you said, doesn't start getting on the scoreboard, doesn't get on the stat sheet until the end of the third quarter, but the timing of when he brings these scoring outbursts, it's almost like they always come at the most key opportune times for the Warriors. And that's really, it's just like, it's incredible really just how much the guy that Dub Nation used to despise has come in here and completely flipped things for this team this year. Like, it's like that whole, that meme, the worst person you know just made a great point. Like, the worst player you ever had to watch is now making your team great.
Well, Richard Sherman did it with the Niners.
Even more so than Richard Sherman ever did it. See, like, is it crazy that Chris Paul's had a bigger swing from enemy to ally than anyone has had in Bay Area history? I mean, Richard Sherman was an all-time boogeyman, but I feel like we were never this, like, effusive in our praise for his impact like we are for Chris Paul, at least this early into the process. There's still a lot of season left to go. But so far, if you were to tell me a few months ago that I would be praising Chris Paul this much on the show with you, first off, it's like, wait, why am I on the show with you? Something horrible must have happened.
Something horrible did happen. Spadoni got sick.
Spadoni woke up sick. I saw that text. I'm like, oh, man, here we go. Spot start.
Taking the roasters behind the scenes. I made the mistake of staying up a little later than usual. I said I had to watch the fourth quarter at overtime over, despite how late it is. But I was like, you know what? I'll have Spadoni to lean on. Lubman to be behind the glass. We'll be all good. I'm walking on. I was up. I got up at around 4:20 this morning. How ironic, right? 4:20. I'm just kind of looking at the internet. I'm kind of laying in bed, just waiting. I was like, I try to get to the studio about 5:45, 5:50. I get a text from the Hegan, and I see your text. Spadoni's out. You can lean on Lubman today. I was like, great. You know what? It's all good. Because I'm fired up about this game. This was easy to get fired up for. Now, I'll take a fat nap, and hopefully Baby Chaz wanted to take a nap. She doesn't like to take a nap with Papa. She likes to play, so it could be a long day for your boy. But this was an easy game to get up for. This was an easy game to get fired up for, and an easy show to get fired up for. So, Lubman, you make a great point there about Chris Paul. He was great. He was in that closing lineup that Steph Curry mentioned there, alongside Klay Thompson, hitting Klay and Steph in the pockets. And the key pass on a night-night shot. Trace Jackson-Davis gets his hands on it. He can't corral it. Chris Paul whips it to Steph Curry across the court to the left wing, to the right wing. And Steph Curry hits the rainbow. The ball is in the air for 50 seconds. So you're right about Chris Paul there. Let's go out to the lines here. Let's get to Miles in Fort Mason. Then we'll get to Rob, Jr., and Baktash in San Jose. Miles in Fort Mason. What's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just wanted to highlight Jonathan Kaminga. We could write a book about, his journey as a Warrior. His talent is through the roof and has all the potential in the world. And, don't get me started on Kerr's, his placement of Kaminga within the rotation. I think he's deserved a lot more minutes. All that said, last night, the end of the fourth, he's squaring up Jason Tatum, game on the line with, mano a mano. I was so happy for him to just go up and, play good D. Closed out, didn't get out of position, had a good hand in his face that, showed well. I thought that meant the world for him. Not going to show up in the stat sheet, but, monumental to Jonathan Kaminga and his growth. Like you guys said, incremental progress with these youngsters. I thought that was huge. TJD, get his, behind in the lineup more. Shout out to you guys. What a game.
What a game. Great call, Miles. You're so spot on. That play against Jason Tatum, now I'm thinking about it in my head. I'm starting to get goosebumps again because that's the moment we've been waiting for. All right, JK, you want to play? You think you're good defensively? You think you're a good wing defender? Okay. 121, Celtics ball, what you got? Jason Tatum's dribbling right in front of you. And Jason Tatum is one of the 10 best players in the game today. And we know how much he cooks. And Boston's rolling. They've won 5 in a row. They were up 17. JK, what you going to do? He didn't flinch. He didn't commit a foul. Hell, he didn't commit a foul all game. And for him to defend Tatum the way he did, just go look at Stephen Curry's reaction to that. Stephen Curry said, hey, as he's walking back to the sideline, that's what you do. I haven't seen Curry that demonstrative in a long time.
At least not in a positive sense. Usually the last few times he's been that demonstrative is because he's yelling at the bench. Bonte, I mean, you got that play going in your head. I got that play going right here on my computer. I'm watching it go down. And, yeah, I mean, Tatum, he's clearly one-on-one. When he's going one-on-one with Kaminga, it's clear he's going to be taking that shot. He tries to kind of almost like fake to his left a little bit before spinning to his right. And, again, it could have been so easy for Kaminga to maybe bite that on that fake spin to the left. But then again, as Tatum starts going to his right, Kaminga, he's right there on his pocket the entire time. He does not lose a step with Tatum, and now he's in his face. Tatum probably not expecting that.
Right.
You're watching him rise up. He is right in there disrupting that shot, and it is a beautiful thing to watch.
Yep.
You are seeing this man grow up before our eyes in real time in that moment.
What about him calling off Klay Thompson? Klay Thompson comes over for a screen, a little fake dribble handoff, and Kaminga's like, no, I got this. And he goes and attacks Jaylen Brown. And he goes in for the two-hand slam. How about overtime where the lid was on both baskets to start? Nobody could hit a shot. Clay's breaking it overtime. Steph couldn't hit a shot. Nobody could score there. You're like, oh, boy, here we go. Warriors going to lose another overtime game. They're 0-2 on the season at overtime. Well, you know what, JK? He steals one. He gets into the passing lane. Easy dunk for two hands.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the game, in the first quarter, he had a dunk where I think he had a chance he could have dished out to Steph. Again, if you have a chance to pass the ball to Steph, I mean, Draymond Green said in the past, the reason I don't score that much because why would I have to? I could just throw it to Steph. But Kaminga, he had that opportunity. Again, he waved Steph off in the first quarter and went through, hammers that dunk down. That's a tone setter. We talk about what the great stars in this game do. I'm not saying Kaminga is in that star level, but when you talk about what the great players in this game do, they bring the energy. They set the tone. How many times has Steph started a game off where he hits a couple threes right off the bat, and you're like, oh, all right, we're getting one of those games. Or Klay, same thing. Or when Draymond, when he's on having one of his great games, he goes, he swats a shot away. These guys, they set the tone. What Kaminga did yesterday, he's like, you know what? I'm setting the tone. This could be the Jonathan Kaminga game. Now, of course, the Splash Brothers, set the tone at the end, but that's what you want to see. Like, that's the growth. It's not just the scoring. It's the energy that he's bringing on the court. And that's what you really saw from Kaminga last night. That's where you're really seeing the growth. When he's waving to the crowd to get them fired up, like, that's, this dude, we're saying how we really need to see that year 3 leap. Like,
you're seeing it right now in front of our eyes as they had their largest comeback of the season, down 17 points. And you talk about Kaminga firing up the crowd. Well, Stephen Curry took notice. And he highlighted TJD and JK about firing up the crowd, which fired up him in that fourth quarter.
Like Trace's 2 blocks he had, especially the one in the fourth, I think it was, or maybe overtime, I can't remember, one on Jaylen. Like, you feel the crowd get into it, and that just gets, everybody hyped up. And then JK steal the first minute of the overtime. I'm feeding off of the crowd's energy, and those 2 guys created that, with some spectacular individual plays. So, like I said, everybody who's out there for significant minutes contributed in some way, shape, or form, and it was a gutsy win, to say the least, just because, it looked a little different, with Trace and JK impacting the game the way they did. Me, CP, Klay, in that final group. It was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun.
It was fun. How fun was it for Dub Nation? It was fun. Steph Curry was having fun. You see him just getting energized by these 2 young fellas. And Klay's getting energized by him. And you see Steph hug Klay after the game. You see him jumping up in the air with CP3. And the young fellas making things happen. I don't want to overlook Moses Moody because his 10 points were huge for the Golden State Warriors. Quietly, I think he needs a little more minutes. He played 16 minutes and 36 seconds. But this was all about TJD. This was all about Jonathan Kaminga. I can't get enough of Kaminga. I'm still thinking back to when Shask and I took a limo from Premier Limo. Shout out to Premier Limos, my boy Steve, going up to see Kaminga in his first game. And we fell in love with this guy in the first 5 minutes. And you see why we fell in love with this guy. Now, we also fell in love with Trey Lance, and we see how that worked out. But J.K. has the potential. J.K. has the potential to be a star here. Let's go back out to the lines, man. The lines are lit up. We got about 20 minutes left in the show. It's been a hell of a show. Thanks to all the roasters out there picking us up here on a dreary Wednesday morning. We got to get to my main man, Rob in San Bruno. Rob, what is happening? Good morning.
What's going on? Hey, Bonte, you always right about Trey. Don't get it messed up. He just didn't get his opportunity. Let's not act like he can't throw the deep ball to wide open McCaffrey. He can't. Let's not do that.
Right, let's move on.
Another discussion. That's another discussion, man. But look, check this out. I hear y'all talking about CP. Man, it's a reason why CP is, in my opinion, the best point guard floor general of this generation. Period. I mean, y'all hate him. I don't know why. In 2017, if he don't get hurt, y'all probably lose 4-2, and Harden probably got a ring. But that's we ain't talking about that. But I feel like we was talking about trading Klay. We'll trade him then. I think the Bucks with Dame, with Giannis and doing on the East, they'll love him over there. Be his third scorer. Since he's no good for the Warriors, and the fact that we keep talking about Curry as if he's not a 4-time champion, like stop. He can have a bad game. That don't take away from his ability to win games and big games. Like that, Brian from PA, he says a lot of dumb stuff on Twitter. You know what I'm saying? That guy. But anyways, and then Kaminga. I mean, it looks good when they don't got Draymond in the middle of the floor doing the same dribble handoff and the defense sagging off. He's throwing a Curry. It's like the young guys get out there and play. Mm-hmm. The lane is open. I seen Kaminga go to the hoop strong and just go. It wasn't no hesitation. It wasn't no Draymond yelling at him, telling him to do this. No, they just playing free. Draymond, look, man, he got his 4 championships, but he needs to sacrifice. It's time for him to come off the bench. I think he lost his starting job with his antics over the last 2 years.
That is interesting.
And it's time for Kaminga, because look at Kaminga, man. That boy's big, athletic. He's doing everything. So it's time for him to grow. It's time for Draymond to take a back seat.
Hey, you know what, Rob? It may come to that point, and that's a conversation we can have. It's too early. Let the suspension play out. There's no need to rush to judgment and lineup changes. Let's see how these boys get better and better and better, and we'll have that conversation when it's time to cross that bridge. But right now, Kaminga is balling, and he does provide spacing on the floor. Anthony Slater mentioned how he crashed to the glass, and Tatum had to hold on for dear life, which opened up shots for Steph and Klay. CP3, he was really good last night, especially in the fourth quarter in overtime. But Klay, listen, I said this last week to you, Lubman. If the Warriors don't re-sign Klay Thompson, there's going to be teams lining up to offer him $25 to $30 million a year.
Oh, absolutely.
Shooting like that just doesn't grow on trees. All right? The guy's shooting over 40% from 3 over his last 14. We know who Klay Thompson is. Mm-hmm. We know what he does. You want to leave him wide open? Defenses still respect Klay, even when he's going 2 for 10. They still got a guy face guarding him because of how deadly he is. He could detonate at any second. Mm-hmm. And right now, he is on a heater, especially over his last 4.
And hopefully he can keep it going, too. I guess I want to stay as positive as I can today. The one thing I do that does concern me from Klay is we know that there are going to be these ups and downs. It's always kind of been where he's been throughout his career. Yeah, it's always been kind of his thing throughout his career. You have the hot streaks, you have the cold streaks. I do think we are in a situation right now with Klay, and again, not any fault of his own. The injuries play a part. The aging plays a part. Mm-hmm. Always I think back to what Eddie Johnson said at the beginning of the year. Sometimes you just get old. I do think that's a factor with Klay this year, but you're still going to see those flashes. You're still going to see those streaks. I guess my big question with Klay is just how sustainable can he make this run? Is this just a hot streak, or is this him just kind of getting back into his old form there? I don't know if there's an answer to that question now. That's probably my big with Klay. Yeah, you got to let it play out this point.
Here's what I see over the last 14. I see 40% from the three-point line. I see 3 clunkers in those last 14 games. I'll take 11 good games and 3 clunkers all day long in a 14-game stretch for Klay Thompson. And you see the three-point shot rolling right now, 23 of 46 in his last 4, 26.5 points. He's shooting over 50 from the field and over 50 from the three-point line. Klay Thompson will end up shooting 40% from 3. And last time I checked, that's pretty damn good in the NBA.
That's a good number.
For whatever reason, we think Klay sucked last year, and he led the league in made threes, and he shot 41% from the three-point line. It is what it is. Klay Thompson will have a market in the offseason if the Warriors do not re-sign him. Let's go to Junior in San Jose. Junior, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, Bonte? How you guys doing,
What's
man?
up, Junior? What's going on? Say what's up to my man Lubman. He's doing a great job today.
What's going on, Lubman?
Hey, thanks for calling in, Junior.
You're doing a good job while Shasky is out. You're doing a good job while Shasky is out, man. You're holding it down for him.
Yeah, do what I can.
Hey, what I want to say, first off, man, anybody who doesn't think Steph Curry is the baddest man on the planet on the basketball court is drinking that haterade. Drinking that haterade. You got to enjoy that man while it lasts. That's all I got to say for him. Second of all, Klay Thompson, man. I'm tired of these flip-flop fans. One day they love him, the next day they want to trade him. You just got to let it play out and see what he does. They're going to be the same ones that if he doesn't come back to the Warriors next year, it'll be like, we shouldn't have traded him. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I'm tired of these flip-flop fans.
Yep.
But I just want to give a shout out to the whole team yesterday. Everyone played a good game. Everybody. Pajemski, he's going to be a bad man. He's going to be working. That boy, he's going to be a good one for us.
Yep. Hey, good call there, Junior. Good call. Good call. And by the way, since it's giving a shout-out, I have to give a shout-out to a new roaster. A new roaster out there in the world. Our girl, Laura Wakefield, works down at Stanford. She's always listening in. She's tapping in. She sent us that TikTok of like, oh, man, callers on her morning roast. But her and her husband, Mr. Moreno's a diehard roaster. Well, they just welcomed a new baby roaster to the world. Millie Jo Moreno.
Yay!
Will be known as MJ soon enough.
Oh,
Laura Wakefield, she sent me the picture last night during the Warriors game, and the caption was, the newest roaster, Millie Jo Moreno. So, Laura, Mr. Moreno, good stuff out there, man. Congratulations on the new birth of a beautiful baby.
Very good. Yeah, the world needs more roasters.
We do need more. Well, I don't know if you need more roasters. I don't know. You hear these calls right now? Let's go to, look, man, we only got about 13 minutes left. Let's get all these calls out there. I got to get to Film on Mike. I need to hear from Film on Mike. Film on Mike. Talk to me, man. Talk to me, Filmo. I know you're feeling good right now.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely feeling good, man. You feel me? I just want to say, man, shout out Kevin Harlan, man, because he mentioned this last night. The refs got to get out the way, man. We came to see the ballers play. But with that being said, the black ref that kind of looked like Gonzo with the flat top afro, he always hating on the Warriors. I don't know why he's hating on it so much.
He's a mess. Curtis Blair is his name. Curtis Blair is too much.
Yeah, he's too much. He be trying to do too much, especially when the Warriors play. But anyway, all he did was add to the heroics of Steph Curry playing the whole fourth quarter, no fouls, not giving up one foul. The youngsters got to play. Don't forget about, you just mentioned it too, by the time I let other callers talk, that Moody corner three, when he hit it from the corner, Moody is solid, man. Yes. He's solid. And every time he shoots, the ball look like it's going in. So, man, great day. It's a great day to be a Warrior fan, man.
No doubt, Filmo. Good call. In and out there. Moody, look, 10 points. He stays ready.
7 points in the second half. He quietly, big part of that second half comeback there.
No doubt. The Warriors outscored Celtics 11-5 in overtime, 35-24 in the third quarter. Remember, they gave up a 40-burger in the first quarter. I was like, damn. This is going to be one of these games. They're turning the ball over. Boston came out red hot. In that first quarter, they shot 57% from the floor, 41.5 from three. And Jaylen Brown looked like he was going to have one of those nights. 12 points, 5 and 9 from the floor, super aggressive. It was like, damn.
He was getting whatever he wanted in the paint early on. I mean, he was blowing by dudes, and it's just like, it really felt like in that first quarter, it's like, all right, well, we've been getting a lot of these games this year. What's one more? And second half rolls around. Trace Jackson-Davis says, you know what? I'm controlling the paint now.
And quietly, the Celtics, they still have the same issues in crunch time. They revert back to isolation basketball. One-on-one, dribble, step back three. You're not going to win any NBA championships doing that.
That's how they try to win it at the end.
No, not going to do it. Let's go to... I'm gonna save this one. Backtosh. Is it Backtosh in San Jose?
Yeah, it's Backtosh. What's going on, fellas?
What's up, Backtosh? How you doing, man? Good morning.
I'm doing great, man. Hey, this reminds me of 2015. Strength in numbers. I mean, man, I love seeing the young fellas coming up. There's nothing better than the guys that we draft to do really well, man. It feels good. What I want to say, though, is everybody's doing good. The only reason why we started winning is one person needed to improve, and that's Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr can't be locked in specific lineups. He's got to watch what's going on and who we're playing and switch it up. And, sometimes if somebody's playing good, keep him in. You guys.
Oh, did he get cut off there? He got cut off. All right, if he wants to call back,
it's going so
call
well,
back.
too.
It was going so well. Back to us. Call back, man. Your phone dropped there. Your phone line dropped. Let's get to my main man out in St. Louis.
Oh.
He might be roaster of the year when we do the Doobie Awards. We're going to do the Doobie Awards when Jackson gets back.
As a top roaster.
Absolutely. Can Opener Cal in St. Louis. Can Opener Cal. I know you're feeling good this morning.
I'm feeling real good, man. And I couldn't call in yesterday, but if you looked at the comments, I said Steve Kerr needs to put TJD in. He put him in. All the youngins showed up and everything else like that. But what I like to say first and foremost, and this goes out to Loveman real quick, I love you, but Klay Thompson being assisted by Steph Curry, seemed like that man was shooting 100% for the first part of the first quarter all the way to the second. You know what I'm saying? Then Steve Kerr took him out. It's just like the previous caller said. I don't understand that kind of stuff. But the other person, the other person I would have liked to have seen and have started lineup in Looney's place, in place of Looney is Sarge. I think if Sarge was in there, they would have never lost that lead, how high Klay was and everything like that. But at the end, Steph Curry got his mojo back. He reminded everybody who he was and everything like that. He came in the clutch and everything. I loved it for his self-esteem and everything else like that. And I want Steve Kerr not to be stagnant when Draymond Green gets back, man. If Draymond Green gets back.
Get over to Cal. How much fun are you having, though, watching these youngsters get better and better and better? We've been waiting on Kaminga. We've been waiting on TJD. We've been waiting to see this from the youngins.
Right on, Dante. The thing is, I bleed on the youngins the whole time. You know that.
Yeah,
so
no
that's
doubt.
That's what my point is. We just need Steve Kerr to sit up and believe in these youngins, unleash them and stuff like that. They're supposed to get.
Ah, man, he's fading out there. Kevin Cal was on the heater, though. He's been on the heater.
He always brings it. It's always fun to screen his calls,
the Doobie Awards, when we get to them, there's a lot of competition.
A lot of competition.
Drew Down, Tyler Miller, Morelli, Ernie Chavez. You got Tony in Oakland. You got Rob. You got Filmo Mike, Ken Opener Cal. Somebody's getting snubbed in the Doobie Awards.
No, there's a couple snubs right off the way off that list.
We had some snubs last year. Well, this year there's going to be people breaking tables. There's a lot of competition.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of competition.
A lot of great callers, too. A lot of great drops. Like, roasters, this has been the year of the roasters.
Yeah, no doubt. And Manuel Rodriguez, I love Kings fans being here. He's saying, Bonte, you hyped up right now. I am hyped up. It was tough to go to sleep last night. Down 17. The crowd is dead. Joe Lacob is in his courtside seat with his arms folded thinking, what the heck is going on here? Maybe we are fraudulent. You beat Portland, you beat Brooklyn, okay, but there's levels to this. You're playing the Celtics, the Boston Celtics, who are hot. And you come back from 17 down, and not only did you come back from 17 down, Steph Curry had 5 fouls the entire fourth quarter in overtime. He picked up 5, his 5th foul midway through the third quarter, and you're thinking, boy, how are they going to stay in this basketball game? Hell, Steve Kerr had to dust off Corey Joseph at one point. And you know what? Corey Joseph didn't kill him. He scored 4. He spun back into the defense and hit one off the backboard. I said, well, you know what? It may just be their night. And you see the finishing lineup. You see TJD with the block shots. You see him. Hey, I got to play this block shot right here. Here's the block shot in overtime. I'm going to play it right now in overtime because this one had me out of my seat in the studio.
Brown lets it roll, picks it up front court, puts on the brakes, backs up three-point line, pressured by Thompson, dribbles down the lane, nobody home. Jackson Davis blocked it, knocked it away at the rim. Thompson pulls it down. Jackson Davis with the reject. What a block.
And then night happened a couple minutes later.
Curry splits traffic. Down the lane, spins on Horford, throws it up wild, no good. And the loose ball deflected to Paul with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 130-126. How did he do that? He is a relocation sensation. And he put the night-night symbol with 10.6 to go.
You know, Loveman, I don't know how Dub Nation can relax off of that one. Dub Nation, if you're hyped up, you deserve to be hyped up. We know what we've been through. That's 3 wins in a row and 6 in a row at Chase Center. It's been a weird season to start. Draymond Green has been suspended not once but twice.
And we don't know when he's going to be back. It might not even matter.
Andrew Wiggins has been on the milk carton. He's had to sprain finger, slamming his finger in the car door. All of a sudden, he has a good game. Then he's out. Then he struggles. It's just been a weird season.
Nope.
But you know what? You're one game under 500. You play your Wizards on Friday night. The Wizards have won one game in the month of December. And they're going to be coming in on the back end of a back-to-back. They got to play Portland on Thursday. So they're going to have tired legs.
4-22 on the season.
4-22. One win in the month of December.
That is just...
If it wasn't for the Pistons, we'd be talking more about them losing.
Pistons, they're a whole other level of 24 straight for the Pistons, Bonte. Not wins. Those are losses.
Yep. And then you get Portland Saturday. And you could beat Portland for the third time in the last 3 weeks. And you get back over 500. And then you get to the meat. The 5-game stretch where you play Denver twice. You play Orlando. You play Miami. You play Dallas. But right now, who the hell are you to tell Dub Nation shouldn't be too hyped? We've been waiting for this. That's a big-time win. You don't think that's going to spark confidence? There's going to be no letdown on Friday. It's time to stack some wins, folks. And when you stack a win like you did last night, who the hell are Kings fans, Celtic fans to say, that's just one win? Nah, this one feels like 2 wins. This one, this one feels different.
It feels like a jumping off point. Like when we talk, like if the Warriors go on to have a great season, make a deep playoff run, maybe win a title.
Yeah,
I feel like this is the night when we're talking about the great moments throughout the season. We're going to talk about that night, December 19th, 2023, Warriors over Celtics. That was the night where you really started to see like, okay, now it's come together. We're going to look at that night, last night, as where maybe all it began. Again, they have to do something with it.
Right.
But last night, it's like, this is how you get momentum. This is how you save a season that's careening off the rails. And for the time being, the Warriors season, it is very much on the rails right now.
Well, maybe. 27 games in. 27 games in.
Right now, the train is very much on the track, on the rails.
On the track.
What happens next, we don't know. That's the beauty of sports. But as of right now, it's all is very well in the land of Dub Nation.
No doubt. All right, we got 3 more calls here before we get to final thoughts. It's been a fun show. This show has flown by here. Great job by everybody. All the good calls, all the great comments on the Comcast Business Text Line, Twitch, and YouTube. Let's get back to Backtosh in San Jose. Then we'll get to EJ and JD. Backtosh, what's happening, man? Go ahead, finish strong.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, yeah, man, this storm got us going crazy. But, hey, what I was trying to say is Steve Kerr needs to fix the lineups, man. He's got to be able to watch some videos and see how to switch it up. He can't be locked in and saying this is the lineup and it has to be this and these are the times. Switch it up, man. Strength in numbers, man. And this last night reminds me of the time when Draymond Green faked that handoff and went and dunked it on Miami year 2014.
Mm-hmm.
Switched it up when we knew we had something good. This reminds me of that. Last night, I think I lost about 3 or 4 pounds running around in my living room.
I need to lose 3 or 4 more pounds, man. The boys been eating too good, but last night was a lot of fun. Good call back, Tess. Let's get to EJ in Oakland. Then we'll finish strong with JD in Concord. EJ, good morning, man. You're on the roast.
Yo, oh baby, what's happening, boys? I'm feeling good this morning.
We're all feeling
I was
good.
in Chase. The building was electric, bro. I haven't had that much fun at a Warriors game in a long time. I'm going to tell you. Just quick thoughts, right? First of all, obviously, Steph is phenomenal, man. Like, I can't stress enough to people that what we so blessed to witness in person, bro. Like, really seeing him cook is crazy. That whole fourth quarter with 5 fouls, I don't know how he did it, but we couldn't have. Obviously, he kept us in the game the whole time. The young dudes, bro, I was up in the seats talking smack about TJD not knowing where to be. Why is he on the floor? Next thing you know, he's blocking shots. He's getting buckets. The double-double was huge. Kaminga's defense on Tatum late, locking him down, like, that was incredible. And honestly, I want to talk about one play in overtime where we was up 2, and Klay came down and could have forced something up, but he made the right to get us that bucket. And that was the moment where I feel like we really, really damn near put the game away. Y'all, we hadn't led since the first half until overtime. We barely tied the game twice so late. And that was a different type of win than I'm used to us getting, man. It was gritty. It's not the type of win you'd expect us to get without Draymond on the floor either. So,
No, that's a hell of a call. You got me rolling right now, EJ. That play by Klay Thompson, up 2, 123 to 121. I remember it like it happened 5 seconds ago. They dropped the little baby dime to TJD. And one thing about TJD, and we're going to finish with a call talking about Trace Jackson-Davis. For him to finish, he finishes at an elite level. I mean, he doesn't miss. He gets up. He slams it. Nobody wants to get it out of the way. You're seeing defenders make business decisions because they don't want to get posterized. Klay Thompson with a nice little subtle pass to go up 125 and 121. So underrated there. All right, let's end with JD in Concord. You'll be our last caller of the day. JD, make it a good one.
What up, fellas? Quick, 3 things. Don't lose that old baby in the morning. Me and my kids love hearing that every time we go to school.
Well, it depends how much sleep I get. I don't know how many old babies I got in me right now, JD.
You gotta make it longer next time. Like, make it last 30 seconds or something because it's hilarious. Anyway, I hope TJD gets way more minutes. All he needs is more experience, man. You know, he's a big threat down there, and I think he can play well. I think once with more experience, he's going to get better and better. The last thing, do you guys know if the Warriors players go to the Niner game? Because you know how vice versa, CMC, Kittle, they all show up to the Warriors games. Do you know if they're cool like that? The staff, the Klay, do any of the Warriors players show up to the Niners games or root for him at all? You know, CMC was a Panther, and I know Steph Curry is a Panther fan, so I don't know. Do you guys know?
It's tough for the Warriors to get out there, man, because they're all on the road. They're practicing. They got to get down to Santa Clara.
Schedule's got to line up.
Schedules, yeah, it's tough. It's easier because football's one game a week.
They've been there every now and then. You'll see them at Giants games, too. I remember GP2's been a couple Giants games. So, they get around, though. They get around.
They support the Niners. They support the Niners. It was good to see the Niners in the building. Who was there? Was it Debo? Was it Brock Purdy? Who was in the building for the Niners?
Who was there last? I did not see who was in the building there.
I remember they had the screenshot of the suite or whatnot on TNT, and then I got some pictures of the Niners in there. I'm not sure exactly who was in the building for the 49ers, but look, they enjoy Warriors basketball. Well, enjoy Warriors basketball. We sure in the hell enjoy that win last night, coming back from 17 to beat the Boston Celtics. What a show, Lubman. Is it time for Fast Five?
It is time for Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
I guess my final thought is, well, first off, how about us? We hit all of our breaks today. That's how we do it. That's how you know it. That's how you know a producer's on the show. We didn't hit Fast Five on time.
In my life, I look forward to breaks.
Same here. But yeah, we were late to Fast Five, but whatever. No, my final thought though is you can't. I think Bakash. I butchered that name. Backtosh. There you go. He made a good point about Steve Kerr finally, adjusting and making those lineup changes. You can't discount that. It just goes to show that we're always learning in life. We're always growing. We're always adjusting. No matter how long you've been around, no matter how old you are. Steve Kerr, one of the greatest coaches of all time, he's still learning. Last night, we're talking about the growth we saw from JK, from Trace Jackson Davis, from all the other guys. Steve Kerr, he's having his own little growth moment right now, and you love to see that.
No, you do love to see it. I love to see these youngsters grow. I love to see Dub Nation wrap their arms around these youngsters, and I love to see Steph Curry say what he said about these youngsters, saying they got the crowd hyped, and the crowd got him hyped because of these two youngsters. Keep getting better, JK. No fouls, 1 turnover. Trace Jackson Davis, his first double-double. That was a team victory, a team win, because you got contributions from mostly everybody in the lineup who played yesterday. Great win for the Golden State Warriors. Big John, what you got?
When is the last time you heard Steph Curry at a podium say, that was fun?
Wow.
This team is so fun to watch with these young guys. I am completely bought in. Let's go Dubs.
Matt Negan, your
Shout
final
out to
thoughts.
the Quakes, man. They picked 3 players in the MLS Super Draft yesterday. Jamar Ricketts, Bo LaRue, and Riley Lynch. Go Quakes.
Hey, shout out Ryan Macchiana doing big things with their San Jose Earthquakes.
Is that the first time the Quakes have been mentioned on the show?
No, Ryan Macchiana misses them. We've talked about Avaya Stadium and their bar.
Okay.
Come on now.
All right,
that
we
was
mentioned their
final
bar.
thoughts.
Okay.
All right, that was Final Thoughts, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Matt Steinmetz and Evan Giddings. What a win, Dub Nation, and what a show. Thank you for a great day here on the Warriors Wednesday.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help you.
Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. What a game last night at Chase Center. Invigorating. Tell you what, if I'm a Golden State Warrior fan, I'm reinvigorated by that game last night. Come back from 17 down, beat the Celtics, get help from a lot of people. It's a check all the box win. 3 in a row. I like it. I like it.
You seem like a brand new man this morning, Steiny.
Well,
I don't know if it's just the haircut or what, but
no, this is one of those things that it's bigger than the Warriors. It's about basketball. And that game last night gave me basketball enjoyment. And it did so for a number of reasons. Because I'm watching that game last night, and I'm thinking, can they come back? Oh, look at Dale Davis's kid. Hey, look at Klay knocking down shots, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not thinking, well, I don't think they can win a title, though. Can they win? Who cares? Who cares? They're 13 and 14. They've won 3 in a row. You can see a positivity over the last 3 games that wasn't there before. You won 44 games last year. Can you win 50? I don't know. Maybe a little high. Can you win 45? Yeah, maybe. How about 47, 48? Who knows? Can you get to the 5th seed? Can you get higher than that? Who are you going to play if you get the 5th seed? You got a good matchup with the 4th seed? Knock them off. Like, that's what last night did for me. It gave me a much better perspective of the future. Is this a championship team? No, not right now. No, it's not. We know that. Could they get there? Well, last night was a pretty good starting point.
Yeah, and I think your point is that's not the point. Like last night, in the grand scheme of things, they're a game below 500. They're a game out of the 10th seed. But last night was, and it's funny, we were talking about on the show yesterday how, if you're a real Warriors fan and you've been through the highs and the lows, like you've seen it all. And that's kind of how I felt watching the game last night. Like, I didn't think about 4 championships or a 5th. I didn't think about even Draymond Green last night. I thought about what I was watching, which was a great basketball game between 2 teams that are familiar with each other, that have had different storylines coming in, and the Warriors. And I know we'll dig into this 17 different ways because we can, and that's another beautiful part about this game, but it's like at this point of the season, that's a kind of win along with what they did over the weekend that opens doors to possibilities of what this season could be. And to me, it was a stabilizing victory. It was the most significant one of the season, no doubt. And it brought some balance to a place in their year that was becoming pretty rickety, that was becoming very fragile. And for them to lose Draymond to suspension, and then you blow double-digit leads left and right. Like, that was the first night they came from behind in a game. They were down 17 with about 5 left in the third quarter. And for Curry to do what he did, I mean, just put another highlight in his Hall of Fame resume. I mean, last night was about the experience. And to be there in front of the Chase Center crowd was incredibly cool. And it just feels like there was a lot of juice that was injected into that building last night. And that's why people go to the games. That's why people watch the Warriors, because you could see something special every single night. And last night they gave it to us.
I mean, to me, last night was a game where, why did it mean something? Well, it meant something from an opponent standpoint. No doubt about it. You are playing the best team in the Eastern Conference. it was important because of the way it happened, with some unexpected contributors and with Klay getting back on track a little bit more. Obviously Jackson Davis helping out a big deal. So the way it happened last night was big. Just the dialogue around the team. I mean, I hate to say it, but one of the best things about that game last night was, it puts Draymond Green more into the back burner. Mm-hmm. And you can't tell me that the Warriors weren't playing fun last night or trying to have fun. I know they were down 17 and it's all easy or not easy, but it looks different as you're coming back. But I just felt like last night I saw a team you can work with, and now it's a matter of how do we try to get better. Because I feel like up until that, and I'm not saying, and I don't believe in big NBA turning points, but I don't think we really knew what this team could be before this. All right, I'm not saying they're a title team, but this was a good game last night, especially offensively, and now you try to figure out how you fine-tune it. You get the minutes maybe more consistent, because clearly what's happening right now is Looney is being, we talked about this yesterday. Mm-hmm. The transition's happening.
There is one.
It's just happening more slowly than some people would like.
But in a way, though, Steiny, it's like, okay, so they're 27 games in now to an 82-game year. If you told me that last night was kind of the best example of a transition happening in time that results in a win against a quality opponent, that's not that long into the season. Like, so I know people wanted this or they thought it could happen earlier, but in a way, and maybe it's because of Draymond's absence, I also think GP2's absence plays a role in this as well. There's minutes that are open and up for grabs. And to the credit of the younger players, which is why I think the transition is happening now, it's being expedited, is because, for the most part, every time that Kerr has either been forced to or gone to a younger guy, those players have made the most of their opportunity, and they've been ready for the moment.
Right.
Whether it's taken 3 years for Jonathan Kaminga to get to this point, it doesn't really matter now. Like, he looks like a player that can be in the starting lineup and can clearly help you against a 20-win basketball team. Brandon Podziemski, though he got hurt last night, probably a little bit bright-eyed and bushy-tailed at the beginning of the game, but then settled in before he had to leave. And, of course, Trace Jackson-Davis, who for the second consecutive game gave you big minutes off the bench and provided something that the Warriors have not had this season, which is a rim protector, a guy that can get up and down the floor as a big, and someone that also is able to at least provide some sort of threat as a rim runner and a pick-and-roll partner for either Curry or Chris Paul. And they haven't had that big, Looney is a guy that can certainly do some things, but TJD provides a different
level of athleticism.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Last night, the Golden State Warriors finished with Curry, Klay, Chris Paul, Kaminga, and Jackson Davis. So, right there, that goes to show you that Wiggins is no longer an automatic. Looney is no longer automatic, though he never was, but he could be in some finishing lineups under different circumstances. So there it is. I mean, who else do you want to play and take out? You know what I'm saying? I want Moody in there. Well, then you got to take Klay out last night. You're not doing that.
Or you got to take Paul out.
Right.
No, I mean, the closing lineup last night was the correct choice. And clearly because they won the game, but they played like we haven't. And honestly, I know there was a stretch at the beginning of the season in which they played well. They were 5-1, 6-2. And that's one thing that I was thinking about last night is the performance last night to me does in a way confirm what I've been feeling but I hadn't been seeing, which was I do think that this Warriors team, I don't know if they're a championship team or they're title contender, but to me, even during the 4-12 stretch over the 16 games, I felt like they were closer to being the team from the 5-1 start than during that terrible stretch. They're probably somewhere in the middle. But as of late, I think being able to get wins that were important against teams that they had to this weekend brought them into this game against a Boston team that's down one of their best players also. Porzingis was out. And they had a chance on a national stage to prove that they are not the team that everyone is going to write off and the dynasty's over. No, let's give these guys some more time. And we talked about it yesterday, Steiny, the fact that these next 3 weeks are huge. And that, I think, is a great jumping off point to what, ideally, the next 10 to 15 games can be.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson today. Guru will be back. He'll be back next week, week between Christmas and New Year's. But I'm just telling you, last night's game, if I'm a Warrior fan, has me feeling a certain type of way, as Daryl the Guru Johnson would say. You got the perfect mix of the young guys and the old guys. And let's not, and here's the other thing. Okay, so we're 15 minutes into the show, and we haven't even talked about, Steph Curry hit a pretty big shot last night.
He did. He hit a lot of big shots last night.
You know, the thing that, and I've said this dozens and dozens of times over the last 5 years, but Steph Curry, I have never watched basketball and shaken my head more after a player makes a play, where he just, you just can't do anything. You just can't do anything. You defend it, you make him shoot it a split second early, you make him pump fake one extra time, you make him hesitate just a hair. Doesn't matter sometimes. Pretty incredible. And that's why, that's the other reason, Evan, I was thinking, it'd be great to win a fifth title. But the reality is, if the Warriors never win another title again after this, we still have Curry's 50-point game against Sacramento in the postseason. And we have nights like last night.
And he's continuing to do it at age 35. This is his 15th year in the league, and he doesn't look like he's skipped a beat. It's incredible. That shot he took last night, even though he shot it into orbit and it came back down, was there any part of you that felt like that wasn't going in?
No.
He got that ball off with, I think, 2 or 3 seconds left. A fantastic tip out by TJD. Kaminga also got in for the offensive rebound. And then Paul, I thought Chris Paul was going to take that shot just because I think he got it with 5 seconds left with his back to the basket. And he turns and immediately looks for Curry and just whips a pass into the pocket. And it's like the ball's not even in his hands. It's in the pocket, and it's up, and it's up, and it's up. And then it falls down, and it touches nothing but nylon. And the entire place just exploded. And it might have been a premature night, but he gives the Celtics the night yet again. And it's like, this guy's the best show that I've ever seen. You go to a concert, you see great performers. You go to the movies, you see incredible acting. Stephen Curry's the best live performer I have ever seen in my life.
Yeah, here's one thing I thought is easy on the premature. Put him up 4 with 10 seconds left. This isn't the MAC conference. One Jason Tatum 3, and all of a sudden it's a 1-point game again with 7. And unfortunately, Steph, you still got a chance to turn it over in the backcourt.
Well, it might have been a 3.
You never know.
Tatum wasn't hitting that 3.
Losing a 4-point lead in 10 seconds isn't the most crazy thing that can happen in the NBA.
Or to the Warriors.
True. But last night was a great game at Chase Center, and the Warriors win it 132-126. A lot of real good stuff for the Golden State Warriors. Steve Kerr singling out Trace Jackson-Davis, Curry phenomenal. Klay now.
Mm-hmm.
Klay now. 3 solid games in a row, but to me, more important than that is 3 solid games in a row that they've won. That's what matters.
Yeah. I mean, and even going back to the game against the Clippers, he was 8 of 12 from 3. I think that kind of got, since Klay Thompson got benched in the fourth quarter against Phoenix, he's shooting 50% from 3. And it's been a consistent 50%. It's not as if one game he's taken 18 threes and the next game he's taken 4. No, 12, 9, 10. Last night he took 15. But the types of shots that he's taking, too, I think are also really important. There was a couple of he's always going to take a couple heat checks, especially if he hits them. But the 6 for 15 last night didn't feel like it killed you because they weren't they weren't those kind of live ball turnovers that are basically shots. Just terrible looks, long rebounds, leak outs, easy baskets on the other side. There weren't as many of those as we've seen early in the year. And I also think Klay Thompson showed in overtime that he's not afraid to be a playmaker when he's this is part of Klay Thompson's game that I think he's always kind of had, but has maybe been more, he's needed to use it more as when he's shooting well, he automatically demands attention. And that means that he can set up others. He set up Trace Jackson-Davis in overtime after a pump fake on a 3. I thought he was going to take a long 2, dumps it off to TJD for an easy basket. Those are plays that Klay Thompson can make and has made in the past prior to his injuries and even after. But we're seeing it more consistently now. And not only the 50% shooting, but also the last 4 games, you're looking at 13 assists from Klay Thompson. You're looking at 2 turnovers the last 4 games from Klay Thompson. So I know that it's taken him a long time to get here. Like you were talking about, it's taken maybe longer than people would like for Steve Kerr to use more pieces of his rotation. Right. It's taken longer for Klay Thompson this year than even last year. But that's why I couldn't give up on him and why I never felt like he was in question of going to the bench.
We're essentially a third of the way now through the season, 27 games. 27 plus 27 plus 27, that equals 81. And the NBA season's 82. Mm-hmm. So we're about a third of the way through the season. I like measuring points. So I'm looking at the YouTube chat, and I just caught one stray, a random, but it said, who's guarding Jokic in the postseason? And now we got Ray in Watsonville, and it says, Ray may think the Warriors are going to be dangerous in the playoffs.
Uh-oh.
I guess this is what I'm talking about. I'll take you, Ray, because I love you. I love you. But I think we need to start just leaving that alone for a while. Go ahead, Ray. Ray, did I talk you out of it already?
Oh, you shut him down. No, call back, Ray.
Yeah, well, 888-957-9570 is the number. The point kind of still stands. It's not the time to worry about Jokic. It's not the time to worry about...
Not until Christmas.
True. It's not the time to worry about who we can beat or who we can't beat in the playoffs. It's probably not even the time to say, do we want to make a move right now? We talked about that yesterday. No, not right now. Soonest we're going to talk about making a move is in 10 games, 10, 12 games. But that's the soonest. That's the very soonest.
We're talking about last night. That's the kind of game, though.
Tell me more.
That all you want to do when... All right, so if I wasn't working here...
Jim Belushi?
I don't know, to be quite honest. If I'm going into a corporate building, if I'm going to my construction job, if I was back working in an Amazon warehouse doing graveyard shifts, that's the kind of game that I walk into work the next day and say, dude, did you see the game last night? We were talking to one of our coworkers at KCBS over here who is going home to watch the second half of the game because he heard about what happened.
Right.
He had a chance to watch the first half, saw Pajemski go down, and then had to turn off because he had to come in early and work. And now he's going back to watch the rest of the game. That's the kind of game that it was. And it doesn't mean the Warriors are all of a sudden a championship worthy. It doesn't mean all of it. Again, they still got to beat Washington on Friday.
Right.
They still got to beat Portland on Saturday. That gives you a chance to go above 500 for the first time since earlier in the year. That's all in front of them. But the game last night was something to behold because I think of what we talked about yesterday, which is a look at a transitionary period for this team and in this season in which we're seeing guys that are 25 and younger and guys that, I guess if you include Looney, are 27 and older, playing together in a fashion that is conducive to winning. And that hasn't always been the case.
888-957-9570 is the number. I've been thinking about it in the last week or so before this little streak. I mean, there was not a lot of good stuff to talk about with the Golden State Warriors. They were losing. They'd lost 12 of 16. Draymond had been suspended, and now they put 3 straight wins together. And I even remember me coming in Monday saying, hey, they did what they had to do. They beat 2 teams, and the nature of the NBA is somebody can say, well, they only won 2 games, but you could say it's the start of something, and then when you beat the Celtics, now all of a sudden it's 3 games. You're 1 game under 500, and you got the Wizards coming in on Friday. 500 is somewhere you want to be at this point. Then can you get a few games over 500? I just don't.
Especially when you're 4 games below 500.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about title right now. I'm not thinking about matchups. I'm not thinking about Jokic. I want to thank the 707, though, here on the Comcast Business text line, because it'll help me explain something, officially and unofficially. Mm-hmm. Dang, Steiny, you still won't say Steph hit a game winner. That's sad. Yeah, that's not a game winner last night. It's a dagger. Last night, I think, is officially a dagger. When you're up 1 and you seal it. Like, whoever made the shot before Steph, I think, gets the game winner, or, right? Whoever scored the 127th point for the Warriors.
Oh, because Curry's put them up by 4.
Yeah,
like it wasn't for the lead.
Yeah, it's like you can get a game. I don't know if they still do it.
I don't think they trailed in overtime. So technically, Kaminga's...
I forgot about overtime. My bad.
Well, the shot was in OT, but... The Kaminga pick 6 at the top of the key, like that technically is the game winner.
It could have been,
put him up.
Right, exactly. But do they still do it in baseball where if you beat a team let's say you beat a team 10-1 and you're the home team that won, you gave up a run in the top of the first.
Yeah.
And then you have a guy, your number 2 hitter hits a 2-run homer, you go on to win it 11-1, 10-1. Does your number 2 hitter get a game-winning RBI?
No. Well,
I think it used to be where you did get a game-winning RBI for that kind of stuff. Believe it or not.
If you give up, well, I was going to say that, I mean, just wins and losses.
Sure.
But if you're the pitcher that gave up that 2-run home run, you get tagged with the L.
No, that is true. That is true. From the 415 on the Comcast Business text line, Steph hit a dagger, but let's be honest, he didn't play great for the most part. Let's give Klay more credit. You know, that's generally I was thinking about that too, and that's the other great thing that happens when you win. You talk less, and it means less that certain guys maybe didn't play great. It's just the way it goes. To me, the most important part of last night is that Klay's been playing well, and now he's been playing well and wins. It doesn't matter as much if you play well and you don't win. And similarly, just the way it goes, yeah, okay, Wiggins, I thought Wiggins was active, couldn't make a shot, but we probably won't talk a lot about Wiggins today, and rightfully so. I mean, he didn't kill him.
Yeah.
And he just didn't make shots.
5 offensive rebounds, though, Steiny.
4-on-1 play. He ended up with like 7 and 7. He could have had 2 and 2 and 2 and 2. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny in with Evan Giddings. Warriors.
They back?
Is it too early to say a little turn? I don't.
They back?
No, they're not back. But you know what they did last night a little bit? They turned back the clock.
They did something last night that they hadn't done this year.
We'll talk about that on the other side. Don't forget, it's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, that segment brought to you by Consumer Cellular. Freedom Calls, 888-957-9570. By the way, a little news on Brandon Pajemski on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers the exact same nationwide 5G coverage as the major carriers, even in bumper-to-bumper traffic.
with 3 on the shot clock. Over to Curry, catch and shoot 3. Got it from the right sideline. 10.6 to go. Warriors lead 130-126. How did he do that?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Tim Roy on the call last night. Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. The only thing missing there was a Curry. It wasn't bad. That was one of my better ones.
A relocation sensation.
It was also a very high trajectory shot. Felt like a touch higher than normal.
It almost left the screen. Like, I wasn't watching on TV, but you go back and see the highlight, and it almost clips, like, the top of the camera. It's like, the only other guy I feel like that used to make consistently high-arcing shots that high would be like Dirk Nowitzki. Like, Dirk used to just, like, throw it into the stratosphere, and it would just drop right in. And Curry's, man, last night, that might have been the highest arcing shot I've seen him take.
I think if you go back in Warrior history, Warrior fans would tell you Lloyd B. Free, later World B. Free, had a very high-arcing jumper, and I believe they would also say Terry Teagle. Terry Teagle with a very high-arcing jumper, if I'm not mistaken.
John's got Jokic. That's true. Kind of throws that thing up there.
Sure. By the way, Howard Beck of The Ringer joining us at 1 o'clock. Howard, longtime NBA writer, worked for the New York Times, and is one of the most knowledgeable guys in the business. He's joining us at 1 o'clock, and for a very good reason. He just wrote on the Golden State Warriors and the end of a dynasty. And it wasn't necessarily specifically about the Warriors' end of the dynasty, because he didn't really say it was officially over. He said they all do end, but they'll end unpredictably. So
he also said it's not because of one person whenever they do happen.
Yes. And we know who that one person is, but
Corey Joseph.
We don't have to get into that. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna play off something you said at Purvis Short. That's my bad. 415 Purvis Short. High arcing jumper, more so than Teagle. More so than Teagle. Okay, so all right, I'll take the stray for you on this one.
Huh?
I'll tell you what. We're 27 games into this season, and Steve Kerr, all you people out there, he doesn't do that. I'm looking at a team last night that played its best game of the year, and I see Moses Moody playing 17 minutes. I see Trace Jackson-Davis playing 29 minutes. Pajemski's been playing, although not last night. Look at Jonathan Kaminga, our starting power forward, playing 34 minutes a night. Couldn't you make a case? This guy's handled the young players perfectly, because when they've played, they've been terrific. Steve Kerr could say, yeah, that's right. They've been terrific, Steiny, because I haven't given them as much as everybody wanted to give them right off the bat. We're only a third of the way through the season. There was a reason I didn't do this 7 games into the year. So, for anybody out there that's saying, about time, I think Steve Kerr would say, about time? What do you mean about time? We're only a third of the way through the year.
Exactly. If it's been 30% of the season and you're to the point where now all of your young players can help you in basketball games, I don't think that's a long amount of time. So I don't think Steve Kerr's been perfect this year, and I think he would also admit, you can catch him at 5 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs later today, I don't think that he would say that he's been perfect this year, but when I'm watching last night and I've been watching every game this season, I have a hard time believing that Steve Kerr's done as bad of a job as it appears he does on social media. Like, the fans calling for this and calling for that. This guy needs to play more. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? I think Steve Kerr's done a pretty good job this year of integrating the young guys, infusing them, and then when they force his hand, empowering them. Like, yes, Steve Kerr has had certain guys out of the rotation, and I don't really know why. But when they've stepped up, they haven't fallen out of the rotation since. Brandon Podziemski's been in the starting lineup the last 4 games. JK's been in the starting lineup the last 4 games. Moses Moody's receiving 15 to 20 minutes a game. Trayce Jackson-Davis, now after his performance against Portland, gets a career-high 29 minutes. He's a plus 25. He will continue to play. I understand it's taken longer than a lot of people want, but you're now in a position to where you can finally fuse the veterans with the younger players. And to me, that's a great place to be if you're 33% of the way through the year. And I do think we got to give Steve Kerr some credit for that.
This from JJ in San Jose. He's paying $4.99 for this text on the YouTube chat. God love him. The Warriors did what they did last night. The Warriors did what they did last night. They need to stick to it. Steve Kerr and Steinmetz play the youngsters. And Guru had TJD. Sorry, Steiny. Okay. Well, he had him last night. Last night he was very good. He was very good. But this is what I always mean. If you take a step back, so the Golden State Warriors right now are playing 2 rookies. They're playing 2 rookies, okay, who aren't even high draft picks.
The 19th overall and the 57th overall pick.
Exactly. So your 19th pick's playing, and your second-round pick is beginning to play. Then you got this guy, Jonathan Kaminga, who's in his 3rd year, never played any college, still only 21 years old, and there's always been an undertone about him he's just not coming along quick enough. Well, then you stop and think about it. This is 3rd year, right?
Yep.
Not 4th, 3rd. 3rd year. 3rd year. And I'm looking at him last night, and I'm starting to say, you know what? Starting to feel like he feels like he belongs here. Kaminga is starting to feel more comfortable. That's what, and oh my gosh. But Steiny, that took so long. Yeah, took so long. Took 2 years for a 19-year-old who's not even from this country to be comfortable by the time he's 21. That's not an eternity. In fact, you could argue that he's right now on a real good pace. So that's all I'm getting at right now is they are playing the young guys. Looney's going to have to start re-earning his minutes. Wiggins is obviously going to have to start re-earning his minutes. This is all great as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look, Trayce Jackson-Davis played 126 games in college. He is, when he's been given his opportunity, I think he's comported himself as a professional in the majority of the season, but it doesn't mean...
Trayce Jackson-Davis?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
But okay, so he was awesome against Portland. He was awesome last night. He was a big reason why they beat the Celtics. He also didn't play well 3 games ago against the Clippers. But that's going to happen. So I guess I'm just curious why people think that this season is to me it's kind of what we talked about with the results, right? Like when you win, you kind of gloss over the fact that Andrew Wiggins was 2 of 11. You gloss over the fact that Dario Saric was unplayable in the second half. You gloss over a lot of things.
Sure.
Because of all the good. But when they were losing, well, this guy's bad. This guy needs to be benched. This guy can't do this. Why aren't we giving I understand there is more unknown on this roster with those 2 rookies, and even Kaminga and Moody to some extent, but we're here. We're at the point now in which all of those guys are helping the Warriors win. And maybe I'm a little too trustworthy in coaches, but I think that is I think that shows that they're doing a good job. I don't know. I mean, if you feel like I'm wrong, then I'll hear you.
No, I'm thinking, here's a text from the 415. Steiny, Kerr's only given the young players minutes because the old guard has failed the team miserably this year. It's taken a complete meltdown to allow the young players to get time. And that's where I would fight you. Not literally, but that's where I think we missed the big picture. We're a third of the way through the season, and 2 rookies are starting One rookie's in the rotation, and one rookie is knocking on the door to a rotation that people believe may be a playoff team, and who knows? Like, I don't think that's a long period of time. I just don't.
Well, and look,
and especially, and here's the other part that I think that it's not hypocritical, but it's incongruous. We love to talk about the champions. We love to talk about Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, and Looney and Draymond, champions. Wiggins, a champion. But then we're saying Steve Kerr needs to have less patience with them. It's like don't you get it? That's why he's going to err on the side of sticking with veterans longer rather than a shorter period of time. So you can't, these two things are incompatible, that you fully respect the champions on this team, but you want the young guys to play all the time and early and often and at the first sign of trouble. Like those two things are incompatible to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's realistic to believe that everyone deserves the same amount of rope. Like, I'm sorry, there's a hierarchy on every sports team. When I was in college, I was untrustworthy because I would walk a lot of guys. So my head coach couldn't use me in high leverage situations. Like, that's just how it went. Or, I was good against certain players, so he could use me there. Like, and while I was sometimes frustrated that it looked like one guy was getting more run over me or this guy was allowed to fail more than I was, that's because they were more trustworthy for whatever reason to the coach. And I think it's like that. That's a dynamic that happens on every single team. And I also don't think I know he hasn't played very well, but I do think it's indicative of growth from Steve Kerr. Like, he has benched champions. Kevon Looney's got 3 rings. He didn't play down the stretch of the game last night because he was bad. He didn't play well last night, and he hasn't been playing well for the majority of this season. Andrew Wiggins was benched. He was your second best player on a team that won the championship. I don't think those things get enough credit. Like, those are difficult decisions to make. And I think a lot of people are just kind of glossing over because, oh, well, he's been bad, you got to bench him. Like, that's not how it works in professional sports. So I think that, again, a third of the way through the season, for these things to have happened, that is significant. And I know people are also worried about, okay, well, what happens when Draymond comes back? What happens when GP2 comes back? And I'll hear that. But we'll get there when we get there. And if Steve Kerr reverts back to his old ways, well, then there'll be reason to criticize him. But I also think that these young guys have pushed this team and this coaching staff so much that I don't think Steve Kerr can or will just go back to his old ways of blindly trusting the core that won the title 2 years ago.
I don't know if he will or he won't, but I think the key word there is blindly. No, I don't think he'll blindly go back to him, but I think consistently and throughout the course of the season, they'll always get a crack at it if they're playing well to be part of the crunch time lineup. Like, that is the one thing that's an advantage about being a starter and being a veteran, is if you are playing well, Wiggins is going to play down the stretch, assuming he's not buried by that point. But I don't think that's the case. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors 132, Celtics 126 in OT. Let's go to Nick in Ohio. He wants to talk about Trace Jackson Davis, who's not going to be Dale Davis's just his kid anymore.
He's Trace Jr.
Yeah, what's going on? That's right. That'd be an easy way to refer to him, as Klay said. What's up, Nick? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, the joy is back for now. Oh. Anyway,
wonder why.
Hey, I was gonna not trash Steve Kerr, but I was gonna be critical about the rotation thing. Why is he behind the curve? Why can't he jump out there with the rest of us, with these young guys?
Okay.
But you made me think about it. Maybe he is being more methodical, and it's still early in the season, fairly early. So anyway, but as far as Jackson Davis, I see no reason why he shouldn't start the next game or start the next several games because, if he can play like that against Boston as a rookie, then there's no fear in this guy. I think he's just going to contribute so much, and they finally got somebody who can protect the rim. Well, so I just wonder what you guys think about that.
Yeah, he was terrific last night. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate the call. He was. I don't think. See, for a guy to me who's a second-round pick, and he played 4 years of college, his maturity means that you don't have to. And his maturity means that you don't have to make a decision right away after he plays one or two good games. You know what I mean? And Steve Kerr may have a reason he wants to play him at certain times and not as a starter. I don't know. But I think what's more likely, Nick, is that we're a third of the way through the season and Kerr is saying, you know what? This guy's done a lot in practice. I put him in there, and 3 out of 4 times he gets he gives us some positivity. So I'm going to give him the next step, which is I'm going to let him know that he's probably going to get into every game right now for a stretch of the foreseeable future, which may only be 6 games, but that's essentially what I heard from Steve at the podium last night.
Yeah, and he said that after the game too. Look, he's already inserted one rookie into his starting lineup. I would say that's growth. I don't know if Trayce Jackson-Davis is going to be starting on Friday against Washington, but I guarantee you he's going to play. And if TJD plays 5 really good games, if he then plays 5 more really good games, then there's probably a conversation because Kevon Looney is not holding up his end of the bargain. I don't know. I wonder how quickly people wanted this to come along, because last night to me was also a perfect example of it all working cohesively. You had 3 veterans, Steph, Klay, and Chris Paul, on the floor in crunch time that helped you win a game, a tight game against a really good team. They also were alongside Kaminga, who's 21 years old, and Trayce Jackson-Davis, who's a rookie. To me, that's the best case scenario of both being able to work together. So when last night on postgame, when I was hearing people say, how come this hasn't happened? How come this is that? Yes, you do have to, in a sense, trust it, but you also need some sort of evidence prior to go to it. And I think TJD did enough against Portland to prove that he could help this team. And then when he got into the game against Boston, he was feeling himself out. I think he plays with instincts. He obviously plays with athleticism. He knows where to be. He's a capable passer. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's not a perfect player yet, but he's someone that at the 5, they're really missing right now because Looney's been ineffective. I don't think Saric is nearly in the same realm as a defender, and Draymond Green's obviously out. So now TJD's going to get more extended run. I just wonder if people are still going to be frustrated with these guys not getting in for the first 20 games when they are getting in now the last 5 games and they're helping you win.
Again, I just look at the big picture, and if you're telling me, all right, that Trayce Jackson-Davis is played 4 years of college, and he's the most athletic big. He's the most athletic big on our team. Is that correct? Would we all agree with that? And he's Dale Davis's son, another son of a player, not to mention a player who was smart and tough. If you're telling me all those things, you know what? He's probably going to play. He's probably going to play on this team because he fills a void. We really got a guy on an airplane?
Yeah.
Calling from an airplane. Brett is on an airplane.
Where's he going?
Let's find out. Brett, you're on an airplane. How you doing?
Doing good, guys. How about you?
Dynamite. Is this commercial or charter or private?
Economy?
No, it's commercial, and I'm sitting in first class, so, got some privacy.
Whoop. That's a double drop right there. What's going on, man?
Nothing, guys. I mean, first of all, I don't want to rain on the parade because I, too, was completely pumped by that game last night. I mean, what a game. But I just want to clarify something for a lot of the fans that I talk to. I don't think we're pissed, that Steve Kerr waited a third of the season to get the young guys in. At least I'll speak for myself. There are really two things that have driven me crazy. One, last season, can we all agree, was not exactly a great year where we were setting the world on fire.
Right.
And we barely saw the young guys. But what did Steve Kerr continue to say? Well, they're young. They need playing time to get better. Then this season, it was pretty obvious right out the gate, we're struggling. And yet Kerr is giving Kaminga DNPs. I mean, it's like it's almost as if we just assumed the party would last forever, or at least Kerr did. I mean, how bad would it have been to get Moody and Kaminga, 5-10 minutes a game last year, or most games last year, so that they could develop?
Brett, is it fair to ask, or is it fair to say that people like you wanted more integration, like at a more steady rate?
Yeah, exactly. It's like Kerr saying, well, I can't trust these guys. I don't know what they're going to do. It's like, Kerr, you're the coach. It's your job to integrate them, and when they make mistakes, to coach them. And I will point to one thing to make my point. Christian Braun